First sub of the day, too. Ooh, time to drink this coffee I have now. Oh crap, I need to restart the stream. I need to restart the stream on Twitch. Oops. Wrong. Sorry, I'll be right back. Okay, I think we're good now. I think we're good. I'll answer your question in a second, Sonad. I was, oh, now you're first. Oh, dang it, Sonad beat you this time. Yesterday I streamed at 1440p, and I was only streaming on Twitch, though, and I wasn't streaming on YouTube at the same time. So today, when I started the stream and I also started the YouTube stream, my internet exploded because I was streaming at way too high a bitrate for my internet to handle. So now I'm back on my 1080p settings for Twitch. now we're good. Whew. Sudden disaster averted. First on YouTube. Yes, hello, Live Grind. Droove Live Grind. Ooh, you also get the #1 crown now. You're first. You actually can't see the stream. Try refreshing. Hopefully we're good. So technically nobody is first. If you refresh, can you see the stream? Oh wait, I can't, huh? That's not good. Is it working on YouTube? Seems like it's working on YouTube. That's weird. You went YouTube. Right. Okay, I'm going to restart the stream once more, but I will wait like a minute before I start streaming. I'll stop on Twitch. I'll keep going on YouTube and stop on Twitch and see if this will fix stuff. I'll restart one more time. Silly twist. I changed so many settings and I forgot this one. Okay, let's see if this will work. I'm just going to wait for the stream to end on Twitch. Twitch will end it and then we'll go. It looks like we're done. The stuff look ended on Twitch. I'll let chat confirm that stuff is ended there. Silly twist. Oh, I blocked my doubt pyramid. Yeah, the live stream ended right. Once more trying. I figure gift a sub and then it dies. Oh no. Let me just YouTube only stream. Okay, YouTube's fine. Let's see if Twitch is working now. Hopefully I just started again on Twitch. First! Oh, you're first this time. You can see it on Twitch. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, pre-rolls are still off from the ads. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, you're back to being first. Back to being first. You're 2-1 now, Willowy. So Valas, I can spell that correctly. Lewis. Round of 32, best of 5. And after this, we have an announcement. We'll have an announcement. Mission accomplished. I've correctly clicked my on button. One day, I will have good enough internet that I can do 4K on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. One day. Just died to Malay elephant spam. Ooh, did your opponent mean to pick Magyards? This is live. This is live, Sonid. This is live. This is very live. GLHF both, yes. Clap. Oh, that's a cute clap emote. Hello, Squid. So hello everyone who on YouTube. Thanks for typing in the YouTube chat. It's nice to have some chat activity there. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. Went for a morning walk, got a coffee, ate some breakfast, and now I'm ready to cast the mage. I don't see Lewis streaming, so I might be tryharding this. Lewis's PC is doing an update. Right, oop. Lewis is on the left of the scoreboard, actually. There we go. Little Red Cliffy. We will be in bed when you do the Aussie games. We look forward to watching it back and see how the finals went. Nice. So it'll also be on the YouTube VOD too, so you can watch it back wherever you want. Aussie games. Yes, we're going to cast some Aussie games after the announcement. So we have a Sudden Disaster set, an announcement, and then some Aussie games. And maybe if the Sudden Disaster set is quick, then I'll do another set. Because I heard the other set this morning was quick too. And the Aussie games. I guess the more I delay for the Aussie games, the closer it gets to morning in Australia. No, the Aussie games are not the announcement. No, we have another announcement. No announcement Command 11. We're just gonna have the announcement after this first set. And I will say that the clowns will enjoy the announcement. Clowns will enjoy it. Yep, you can use !YouTube if you want to find my YouTube channel, and you can watch the YouTube stream too. And that'll be on the live tab. All the live stream VODs are there. You're in a chatty mood? Ooh, nice. You'll carry today, no worries. Good. Nice to have someone carrying the YouTube chat. Oh yeah, gotta go sub on YouTube. So I'm at 29,900 something subscribers. We're almost at 30,000 subs on YouTube. Since we don't show on screen, Twitch chat don't know we can talk smack about them. I mean, I'm gonna read it out. They'll know. Low sentient sloths. Will I cast Rex of the first set? If this one is quick, I will. If this one's quick. Because I do want to do the Aussie games. And I was given 7 recorded games. I don't know if it actually is all 7. But I feel like that's a team game tournament. That might take a bit of time to cast. And reminder, we do have our chicken cosplay goal of 500 subs. If we get to 500 subs during Sudden Disaster, I'll cast the finals in a chicken costume. Oh yeah, Trigonometry. I have a video about that. That is, I've edited 15 minutes of it. The patch broke stuff, so now I need to edit it again. And at some point, once I finish, maybe on Wednesday, I'll have some time to do YouTube editing. I need to finish that video. Then I'll explain it. Basically, trigonometry helps me place things in a circle, or anything circular, like ovals, or like on spiral. I want to use an Archimedean spiral. The new patch has simple math expressions, and trigonometry was something that was very useful to implement. Sine and cosine. Namaste, Yajur. Will I be funneled? I plan to be funneled, yes. And hello, Underil. My plan is to go to a nearby farm and run along the fence in a chicken costume. I don't know what I'm going to do if the farmers see me. I wonder why nobody casted it. Because it was at 7 a.m. for me. And also, John Slow, it was during his time when he was working at the office, so we were not around. Time to clip just to listen to the answer. Okay, Sonata. So the trigonometry helps me place stuff in circles. The April patch enabled math expressions. The August patch broke some stuff, so I had to rewrite the code, and also now need to re-edit the video. Yeah, so... And anytime I'm placing stuff in a circle, or an oval, or a spiral, I was using trigonometry. It's very useful because there are some DE things, like the circle radius command, that don't give me as the map scripter much control over the placement of objects or players, and by implementing my own mathematics, I can have better control over it. Did I watch Nilly's monthly video? Did he just release a monthly video? What did he say? Did he find out about YouTube where you can rewind and watch in 4K without ads? Yes. I was shot by a TC while running along the fence. Hey, that's been patched. I now leave food behind. No reason not to. Oh, I very strongly will disagree with that, 11. When I played Age of Mythology, the auto queue was one of the most prominent features that turned me off from it. I think that it's even worse for single player than for multiplayer, because like in single player, you know, a lot of people aren't these super competitive multiplayer high APM clicking all over type of game style. You might just be playing like chill games against the AI. And I think it's really important that Age of Empires has a base building aspect for that. Because just think about that, you're going to turn on auto queue, you'll turn on auto scout, you're going to place auto farms, and where actually is the gameplay then? Like, I was playing those team games on Emzia's stream, and they had started in Feudal Age. Which is kind of a, well, you're doing that because you're skipping the Dark Age, right? Because you want to start faster. But then you start thinking, well, you add auto queue, and then you start wanting to skip more and more and more. What does auto queue have to do with base building? I mean, imagine base building where you don't need to click the TC and queue villagers. That is like half of your APM removed. You place buildings, right? But you're placing buildings on a timer, and the auto queue is making the timer for you, or basically just taking away the timer. Yeah, it's not about APM. It's about having buttons to click while playing the game. And if you remove the buttons to click and just have the game kind of queue the vills for you, you're removing the gameplay aspect. There's, I don't know if you ever played a game in. There's a game called Lego Rock Raiders that came out the same year as AoE 2 that was remastered recently. Some guy made a fan remake and put it in Unity, and it was actually really interesting when I played through it, because there's a whole bunch of automation that you can do, and you can change your priorities of like mining rocks versus collecting ore versus cleaning the paths and whatnot. And it's a very different game in the early game if you're clicking all of your Lego guys and microing them and giving them specific tasks versus if you just automate everything and you zoom out and let the game play itself. And I think that the key to Age of Empires is that you actually do have stuff to click on. And do a voice control mod? I think new players are playing occupied with the buttons. See, I don't think I agree with that. I hope we see Arena. I do too. Voice control for AoE 2 would be cool. I mean, voice control for a lot of things could be, like, near future with AI development. I'm imagining, like, remember that, like, horror scene in TNG where they went to the holodeck and they had to, like, describe how to build the table where they had their arms cut off? Imagine that, but, like, not a horror scene if you're, say, like, a graphics designer. And instead of, like, prompting an AI by typing stuff in, you're prompting it through voice control. I never played The Settler, but that sounds like something similar with an auto queue. When I played AUM Retold, I found myself wishing that the auto queue would be turned off. It just felt like it was doing too much and taking away control over your base, and you'd never actually turn it off because it was way too useful. But I think it would have been a lot more fun to play the game if it didn't have the auto queue. And this isn't like anything about, you know, because there are definitely gameplay aspects, right? Of like you're raiding someone and you're taking their attention away, and you're taking their attention from queuing the vills, which I get that argument, but you're kind of changing where attention's spent. Then this is just more about you need to have actions to perform during the game. One of the things I felt when I played the Xbox version, and there was like the auto eco stuff, is that it did so much for you. You could just kind of like sit back and watch rather than playing the game. And I don't think it's good to have it designed like that. I feel like the thing with auto queue is that it super depends on the type of player you are, and either decision will alienate a part of the player base. Well, that's the thing, right? Making a decision not to add it is not going to alienate anyone. Making a decision to add it does. And I feel like when you're modifying a game that's been out for so long, you really want to err on the side of making changes that people agree on. Did Rise of Nations have an auto queue? I never actually played Rise of Nations enough to figure that out. There aren't that many buildings you want to continuously make. Like Auto Farm, yeah. Auto Farm, I don't really, like, I don't mind the idea behind Auto Farm of making it easier to place farms. I just think spam clicking the mill or spam clicking the TC and just having the farms kind of appear and not really having much control over where they appear isn't the right way to go about doing it. I feel like that was more just shoehorning behavior from AoE 4 into AoE 2 rather than designing an AoE 2 specific mechanic for the farm placement. Rise of Nations is also pretty different. Remind me if I'm wrong, but I'm like, every time you had a gather point, you just assigned your villagers or workers or citizens or whatever they were to that gather point, and they started gathering at it. And there wasn't the same aspect of resources being depleted or running out like there are in AoE 2. Get an infinity button. Yeah, that you could do that in Age of Mythology: The Titans. And I actually thought that was very clunky the way it worked in the Titans, where you had to manage it for every building individually. And when I tried using it when playing the campaigns, is I found that I spent more time managing the auto queue than I saved by using the auto queue. Although if you get better at using the auto queue, then maybe it helps you. But instead of just like optimizing your gameplay, you're kind of then the gameplay changes to optimizing the auto queue. Which, is that better or worse than going to a bunch of buildings and manually pressing buttons? I don't know. They definitely made some refinements to it in Retold to make it less clunky. Yeah, because the weird thing was in Age of Mythology, because you're not just queuing units, you could queue up a sequence of units and make like a Toxotes and a Peltist, and then continually queue the sequence that clips between them, or that switches between them. Yeah. There's more YouTube content on triangles and on circles, yes. Oversimplification often leads to complications. I guess you could say that applies to the main menu, when they tried to simplify the main menu but then hid some of the buttons and made it harder to find where to watch your recs. Anyway, let's see. Do we have a lobby for this game? Have they started this game? I'm looking for it now. Wouldn't it be useful in starting TC? I mean, it would be useful when you're starting TC, and then if you're 3 TC booming, you'd put it in all your TCs. Hello, Atticus Finches. Alright, are we getting a lobby going somewhere? Okay, I don't see any more codes being posted. I think there definitely is a point where you add... Like, a lot of people think there's maybe too many civs in the game, right? Where people say, oh, it's complicated and they make it harder to play, or there's too much stuff in it already. I think there's, some people agree with that, some people disagree with that. I think you can say the same thing for what they're calling as quality of life features. You start adding too many quality of life features, and you end up more with bloat than with features. We love smart queue, like Q3 Vills, where the flag is, change flag location, Q2 to that point. You could do something not quite like that, but in AoE 3, there were different queues for your civilian units and military units from your town center. I never really got into AoE 3 that much, but from what I had tried, that was very hard to manage both queues. Hello, Anthony. How you doing? Still looking, don't see a game from them yet. Don't see a lobby from them yet either. Anyway, Camber will be the first map, so starting off well for all the Australians. Jungle Rumble and Arena, home maps for Valas, Koala, and Wellsprings, home map for Lewis. Koala definitely the most hamsterish of all the maps. Hello, Peppa Cakes. Doing great pull, then all-nighter, now you fall asleep. Oh, lovely. All-nighters were fun back in college when I was younger. Doing math. Not so much anymore, now I need my sleep. I'm still looking for a lobby. John Slow is typing in their scheduling chat. I'm telling you, the pitch clock, like in baseball, is what we need for AoE 2 tournaments. I like the idea that things that make the game more about the core strategy rather than needless micromanaging. That's the thing. I feel like micromanaging is part of what makes AoE 2 fun and different from other strategy games. It's like those Alcatraz scenarios, those quick wall scenarios. That was a very AoE 2 like gameplay where you're building the quick walls. Nightlife, misclicking buttons. Oh, Cast, I think I'm just gonna cast this myself, Nightlife. Oh no, misclick. I've had so many people misclick buttons when they try to raid or something. I have an announcement after this one, so I'm gonna do this one myself. But I like the Rise of Nations comparison, as I was talking about earlier, where you just kind of auto-click your villagers onto your lumber camps and there's no micro, compared to AoE 2 where you're constantly microing the lumber camps. I think that's part of the fun of AoE 2, where you have those little micromanagement things that are part of the game. Where I go to college, I went to Cornell in upstate New York. Albany or Utica? Ithaca. The Gorge's place. No, no steamed hams up there. It's not Albany. No, 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 no. We had bagels up there. That was the most famous place there. College Town Bagels. Which has moved across the street of the last time I was there, and I can't seem to comprehend that. It's across the street and in a different place. Lewis or Valas? I don't know. Oh gosh, I actually need to start the game. Let's see, they're still in the lobby for Camber. Still getting ready. And you need to push them to start. Is it intentional they have Oz-themed names? Other than Canberra, which have Oz-themed names? We don't have like a Melbourne map. I think the speed at which you play should matter, but if you aren't in queue vills, you can micro your army or economy better. That's the thing. There are periods in the game where there isn't that need to micro everything. You have your TCs all auto-queued, and you're not pressing buttons, and then all you're doing is microing your vills on your economy or moving your scout around. And I think it's really important that there actually is gameplay during the booming phases. I did cast QC4 last night, yes, I did that on Twitch. It's on my previous Twitch VOD. That was a pretty quick set, though. It was only a best of 3. Alright, let's get into this game. I misread as join slow instead of John slow. I'll have to play Resonations sometime. I think that'd be an interesting experiment to compare to AoE 2. Alright, so here we are. Lewis versus Valas, our last set from the round of 32. Our last set of games where the winner will get into the phase where players receive a prize pool and will need to send me an invoice for their payments. We're going to have Lewis playing as the Blue Italians. He'll be playing in the new patch, killing the boar with the TC, leaving the house partially built. He'll have to remember to do that, or to finish that. He's to the southwest. Then Valas will be the Green Armenians to the northeast. The map is Camber. Of course, we have our small passage of water into the middle of the map, shallows surrounding it, and a perch fish underneath those rocks. And we're gonna have, nice lumber camp right on the wood line there for Lewis, blocking some of his farm placement, actually. That's a really close wood line. So this map, Camber, was originally made by Zetnus, and it has been a wonderful sudden death map. I used it in Cartographers, and we've used it in a bunch of sudden death tournaments over the time it has been around, over the years, I guess. You'll have all the golds and stones all to the bottom here for Valas. There's berries up to the north. You only have 4 tiles of berries on this map. No idea why it's only 4, but that's what you have. Why did Lewis stop one house? Because he had a boar right there, and he wanted to lure the boar immediately and take the boar right from the start. So that'll give him a bit of a faster food eco. And one of the things you can do is if you are a civ that wants to go for a fast dock, is while you need 6 vills on sheep to keep the TC running, you only need 5 vills on a boar or on a deer very early. So you can do your lumber camp a vill earlier, and that means you're doing your dock and getting your fishing ship out 1 vill earlier if you have hunt instead of sheep and can take the hunt. Well, that's what he's doing. He's sending the vill now to do the house. So 5 on food, 4 on wood, then a house, and he'll probably go take the dock with it. Unless this is the next boar hunting vill. Yeah, it might be the next boar hunting vill there. This vill is probably the dock vill to dock the middle. And he's gonna take the deer. Oh, there he goes, over to the boar. Yeah, so he skipped the house because he wanted to take the boar nice and early and get 5 on food right from the start. And if you saw him luring that in right away. That's what he's doing there as part of the build. And as the Italians... Ooh, look at that! A blocking of the dock from the scout. That vill does not have loom. Lewis, I'm not sure about that dock location because he's going to block his own shallows. Kind of might have preferred the dock kind of out another tile where Valas is doing it. Then you can do 1 palisade to block the shallows. Scouts equal on each P. Vills have no hits yet, so everything equal so far. Lewis has to get that dock up. Has to be careful the vill doesn't just wall him in here. But his dock's being very delayed compared to the Armenians here, as they have the mule cart now on the wood line. And Valas is taking food. And yep, this is exactly the downside of Lewis not keeping the scout around for this fight. Gets walled in, and a villager being walled in means that he's going to need to send another villager should he want another dock. And there's no shorefish out there for the vill to take, so this vill is just basically idled for now. Dark Age Palisades are pretty weak though, and as Lewis attacks that, at the very least he's going to force Valas to keep the vill out here to keep him walled in. Let's transport out. So now, as long as he's fighting that, he's actually pretty happy with this, because he's forcing idle time on this vill, and also an occasional bit of wood to repair. And if Valas doesn't commit to keeping the vill in, eventually he'll break out. So, I mean, one option is to use this vill for houses out here, right? But you're not going to need that many houses, and if you're trying to click up fast and do more docks and have a very optimized build, you're maybe doing 1 more house. Maybe you're going to do a barracks and men-at-arms, but then you're kind of revealing that if it's that far forward. Yeah, so Lewis breaks out there. And is he going to attack more palisades? Okay, sure. Go ahead. So both with 3 fishing ships out there, and Lewis says the Italians with that cheaper feudal age, he's clicking up first. Also, look at that elo of Lewis, 2699, 1 point away from 2k7. It's the Italian win condition here. Win the water, get imp first. Somehow avoid getting killed by fortified churches. As Bloodless says, win the water. And there's the second dock from Lewis. And, you know, maybe it would have been nice for Valas to keep the vill out here, keep that vill walled in. As you said, do a house or so. At the very least, you'd have forced Lewis to send another vill on the outside, so I don't know how much you could have actually stopped a second dock, though. So, cute plan, but all in all, I don't know how much it really hinders Lewis. Interesting to get an analysis of if that was worth it. I think the initial wall definitely is worth it. But, I mean, you're spending, what, 3 wood per palisade? So that's 3, 6, 9, 12 in total to idle a vill for that long. And you already have the vill out there, when it's a tiny bit of idle time that you'll be walking back yourself for. And, ooh, look at that, 5 more vills forward. Or 1 on stone and 4 forward, so this might be a tower rush in the middle. 26.99, no, 269.9, yes. So Lewis is up. And up fast enough that Valas... He needs to get the tower up before a demo would come out, but Lewis is opening with fires. And uptiming on this map, which does have a very non-standard start. Only 6 berries. You don't have any deer in your base. You have to push the deer from outside. Definitely takes some practice to get up. I almost would have preferred to see the tower over here. That would have covered the fish a bit better from Lewis. He'll still cover most of them. Maybe he'll need fletching for the entire thing, though. But this is a way to play the middle. If you don't want to invest into fighting on water, you can tower the middle. Now Lewis is going to run forward and do his own tower. Yeah, that's what the tower over here might have done. Kind of give Lewis a more awkward position. Maybe he has to walk around to do his own tower. And with a fiery start on water, it's off to blazing speed. And this is where you might just see the demos from this dock to snipe fishing ships. And the fight will be under a tower. Lewis's tower right now, I think that's out of range unless you get fletching. One day, I'll actually have to experiment one day and see if these lines can actually hit. Why isn't Dravidians chosen on this map more? Do you think they can be good for that middle fish? I suppose they're a decent civ pick. I feel like on land, they don't have good monks, though, so they have fewer options. I guess cheaper siege could be nice for them. It picks like the Italians or the Armenians that are taken, though, because they're both good both on the water and on the land at the same time. Although the wood does help you if you want to go for men-at-arms into ranges. Also good skirms, so you might be saving Dravidians for something like Koala, or one of the more skirm-heavy maps. Aren't Palisades only 2 wood? They used to be. They were increased to 3 wood at some point. Kind of the irony, though, of making it harder to be walled means that it's more important to be walled. I am assuming that is a bot comment, but... A real human would be praising the ability to sleep during the stream, not praising the energy. The real humans say that they watch this stream because they can fall asleep to it, and I don't wake them up like T90 does. Number love of triangles. Well, the trigonometry is more for circles than for triangles in the maps I've made. As much as the triangle is my favorite shape. Ooh, okay, Valas losing a Vill to the tower fight. Does Valas have Loom? Okay, he does have Loom. That was a very quickly killed villager. I guess that's because fletching's in. Ooh, another Vill down. Valas couldn't garrison the tower. HP was too low. So keeping the fire ships in the murder holes range has been great for Lewis there, destroying the tower. And he still has 2 fishing ships back on his shorefish. Inefficient, but he'll be able to retake control of the middle on that deep fish now. And some stone walls from Valas, interesting. Scout fight continuing, both on the same HP. Lewis tries to run to the tower and does so safely. Those stone walls are now to protect this tower from fires. Hello, Alexander. I'm doing well. I'm glad to have you here. And Castle Age clicked first for Valas. Okay, Valas is on the way up. Has the mule cart on the wood line in the back. Definitely efficient to keep moving it. Another mule cart on the other wood line. Market on the other side there for Lewis. Market and blacksmith. And Val's coming forward, so this is going to be for a fortified church. No doubt about what those vills are up to. And with the tower in the middle, even fortified church in the middle. Did win killing the tower. I think because they were parked right underneath it, maybe we're shooting over the diagonal. And maybe they destroyed one of the palisades that was in front of it. Yeah, the diagonal might do it. Not entirely sure though. Well, that's a good question. Do diagonal walls actually block fire? Yep, so fortified church workshop, that's exactly what you expect from the Armenians, and not investing as heavily into the fishing ships in the middle while still disrupting the fishing thanks to the towers has gotten Valas the faster uptiming, albeit with a much weaker economy, 30 villagers to 38. Did idle a tiny bit, and we'll have fewer villas while he's up. Lewis already stone walling, and we'll probably have to do a castle to try to stop this push. And thankfully for him, his gold is safe on the back, even though the churches might take out his stone production. Might need another lumber camp on this side of his base. And he has just about enough stone for a castle, so we should be able to get a castle up no problem. And then it feels like his win condition is keep control of the water while getting the castle up to stop a push. And we'll probably go up with a workshop and get a mangonel behind the castle to stop ram pushes. And then just try to get imp. And you can even just go cannon galleons and try to win from the water. That could be a way to do it. Or even just galleon, right? Galleon itself will take out the TC. The defense there then would be a defensive castle, but then you'd have to go cannon galleon. If there's no castle though, galleons themselves are probably even more effective because they'll stop monks better. Clutching only added damage to the main arrow? That is a great question. I definitely probably covered that in my projectiles video. I would need to revisit that though to recall the answer. I think fletching affects the secondary arrows, but then the question is, do the secondary arrows get enough of an effect to overcome the pierce armor? So maybe it depends on the target. That's what I like about AoE 2. There's so many interesting mechanics. I watched the Marcel Voss videos about Roller Coaster Tycoon, and it's lovely that AoE 2 has fun stuff that's not just simple. Not just one unit adds +1 arrow to the tower. You gotta come up with some convoluted formula. I like the nature of the convoluted formulas. And so here's the ram push. This is exactly what Lewis wanted, the defensive castle, but with 2 mangonels there, it might be a challenge to get the castle up in time. Might just need to YOLO Vills for it. TC is trying to kill Vills. Here comes the ram push, a couple of warrior priests there. There's the defensive mangonel. And Lewis is risky here. He could lose the TC, but he's gonna take out the ram. And as soon as that castle goes up, he'll take out the mangonels. So I think he's fine here. He'll lose some Vills, definitely lose some Vills, but he's ahead in Vills, has some pop space to spare, and also has fishing ships to make up for it. So that castle now keeps him safe. Might need bodkin. Oh yeah, it doesn't even need bodkin, it extends to the wood line. So he'll take out a ram and 2 mangonels, and now it feels like he's completely safe. He can just boom safely and eventually go up. And with the castle on the TC, that should be able to stop petard pushes too. Yeah, now the castle is up. Castle's up and Lewis feels absolutely fine and dandy. And he can even go back out here for gold instead of forcing the gold under the fortified church if he needs to. He can maybe go out to that stone, which okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Are cannon galleons just an I win condition? The thing about the cannon galleons is that monk defense can stop them. So you need more than just cannon galleons usually. Why didn't he shoot the Vills? I mean, it's complicated, right? The TC stops the mangonels from getting too close because if he garrisons the TCs, then he shoots the mangonels. And this wall also kind of make it awkward to shoot from this side. So it's definitely something you can question from out here, but it's a lot trickier to micro that in game than it looks. Armenians do get dromons, yes, so that could be even faster than cannon galleons, but hard when you haven't won the water. Although Cilician fleet demos in this narrow water would be insane. And here comes the Genoese crossbowman, already forward. Fire ships can keep this hole open. Double dock blocking off access to the TC for now. Now 5 petards in a transport. I mean, honestly, if Lewis sees how open this is, 5 petards doesn't even need the transport, can just walk there. And he's fine. Yeah, the double dock and the stone wall stop the petards. But again, fires can just help keep the palisades open. So it did get a bit risky for Lewis in this push. But I think this game has gone exactly as he wants as the Italians in the Civ matchup. win the water early, get a castle up in time to stop the Castle Age push with the churches, and then, well, I'd say he wants to go imp faster. Res Collected are still pretty similar though, and even with the fish, it's not just going to be a free click up for the Italians. They don't have Byzantine's imp. Rams there taking out towers in the middle. Petards don't fit in a siege tower, Yajur. They can't be put in a siege tower. Not in a ram, not in a siege tower. And not in a trade cart either, as fun as that would be. Do you need redemption to convert cannon galleons? No, you do not. No, you do not. You can convert them from range with monks without redemption. Man, those warrior priests are tanky. They only have 1 pierce armor. I guess that's the lack of bodkin there for all those arrows. Makes them feel tankier. Need to go back and watch the cooking stream. I was like, it is much harder to cook on stream. It's like on stream, I can't like take a break and think and figure stuff out. I just gotta keep going and YOLO it. No, it was good. It was good. It was just stressful. It's like doing math on stream, only with the potential to burn your house down. Which we thankfully didn't do. Yeah, you don't need redemption to convert any type of ship. Only for battering rams, the mangonel line, the scorpion line, siege towers, bombard cannons, and trebuchets. And then also organ guns and Hussite wagons. For the unique units. You don't need it for elephant rams, even though you have to be adjacent. So market will go down for Valas. Always awkward to lose that in these 1TC games. He'll need to rebuild it. Fires and war galleys are forward. Mangonels in that workshop could pop out and try to flatten some crossbows there. Genoese crossbowmen. Or could pop one out and deal with the mangonels, pop one out to try to deal with the crossbows. Oh, he's going double hit on the crossbow, kills his own vill instead. I think he needed separate attack rounds there, anticipating the split. But he will at least keep the genbows away. They do have bodkin now, but only 6 range. So they're shorter range than the mangonels have. Workshop coming up for Valas, still trying to defend. But there it is. There's the Imperial Age for Lewis. Vill count's still similar. Actually 4 extra vills for Valas, but we have a few fishing ships still left over for Lewis. And as I say that, they will be mangonelled down and rammed down. So at the very least, Valas clearing the water in the middle. But we could just have a dock at home for cannon galleons if that's the way Lewis wants to go. Just doesn't want to let them get converted, like I said. As he goes imp, I think he still has the play for going petards, but that is expensive, and you throw a bit if you lose the petards because they are pretty expensive. Now, a nice stone wall here actually protects the mangonel from the fires as long as you can't shoot over the diagonal. That'll take some testing from us. It's only 850, 680. Bloodless with the numbers for us. All I know is that's more expensive than Byzantine's imp. What's Byzantine's minus 33% for imp, and Italians are 15% each age. So in total, I think the Byzantines save more. But obviously you can go up faster and get more vills added in sooner from different eco standpoints. Mangonel goes down. Mangonel goes down. And a nice attack ground micro. Now Valas' TC is under pressure. And this is what I was talking about, the war galleys. They have 8 range. The TC only has 6 range. They can do a lot of damage to it. And especially once you get imp, if you then get bracer and galleon, you have... Does galleon add an extra range? I know bracer will. If Galleon then gives you 10 range total, then you outrange the Castle Age monks. So monks can't really stop you from hitting the TC then if you have enough Galleons out. Then you just do chemistry and a cannon Galleon, and then goodbye Valas. So there's Imp. Valas is nowhere close to Imp. And unless he can YOLO snipe the TC, this is over. He'll go for it at least, he'll go for it before Rams with a Mangonel defending should be stopped. Lewis redocking. And here come the Rams, but already the mangonel is there. Ram's not going to go through the opening. Lewis just needs to keep that mangonel alive, maybe pump out one more, fight with Vils. The castle deal with some of the warrior priests. Mangonel getting some more hits on the Rams. More Genoese crossbows on the way, Vils turning to fight. Oh, and a ram push from the other side, but that's walled off. It's walled off. Yeah, I don't think there's any way this succeeds. That Genbo's coming back. Vils can fight the Rams. And this will be the GG moment from Valas if he decides to call it. Otherwise, he'll just wait for Lewis to snipe off the TC. Which he's almost doing, and even has Vils for a forward castle, but can't get the castle up because of the mangonel micro. So Valas, I mean, he still has a good Vil lead, 55 to 43. It'll be a forward castle, but unless he can find a brief respite where he can go imp, he's just gonna have to play all in castle at this point. We're chemistry not clicked yet for Lewis. And I mean, they do have the, what is it? Docking University techs are cheaper, so chemistry is cheaper for the Italians. But here comes some Vils for a YOLO forward castle, that mining camp kind of in the way. But there it goes. Okay, well Lewis should be able to treb that down. Shouldn't be an issue to treb it down. We'll be able to hit the TC though. Maybe you should have waited for the castle before doing the ram push. And now Lewis just gonna do an extra layer of walls here to try to stop the Rams. Cellstone, click imp. I mean, Lewis's eco is at the limit right now. Valas has a much better eco, 56 to 41 Vils. Valas could still win this. He has a 15 Vil lead. And Lewis, as much as I'm saying just treb this down, he can't actually afford a treb right now. And here comes the ram push. You don't have a melee unique unit as the Italians, so it's actually kind of hard to just take the Rams out. You need to keep mangonels behind. And in fact, at this point, the mangonel is more important than the treb. That's going to give this castle more time to stay alive. Castle doesn't reach the TC though. Although Bodkin on the way, maybe then it will. We'll see if the wall's in the way or not. Don't know if it can hit the TC, but it can at least open up this wall. He just doesn't have a way to take out the mangonel though. That mangonel keeps everything safe. Italians do have condottieri, but you need a barracks to make them. And where is his barracks? Does Lewis have a barracks? Might not even have a barracks anymore. In fact, I don't think he does. If he might not have ever done one because he just did Genbos. I don't think this is going to work with the mangonel though. I think Valas needs more Rams against one mangonel. You could use the siege tower as cover for petards, but then it still is 2 petards to get through the wall. And petards for the TC. So there he goes, more petards on the way. And that ram needs to be repaired. There go the petards. And Vil's gonna try to block castle fire from the petards. They will get in. And now he can try to ram the TC. Those need to repair. Okay, Valas is going for it. Valas is going for it. Those Vils need to fight. Valas is gonna lose some Vils here though. I don't know if Valas actually knows how good of an eco advantage he has. Lewis gonna kill some of his own Vils with that mangonel. Valas gonna lose a lot of Vils to the castle though. Okay, Valas may be throwing here a bit, and he's gonna call the GG. Ooh, and Lewis wins at the same time as Lewis. Okay, Lewis is trebling the TC at the same time. Lewis is trebling the TC, so he's gonna win that. Valas, don't call. Don't look at how close that was. Don't call the GG then. Let it happen. Let it happen. Don't call the GG when you're this close from the TC going down. Okay, I was way focused on this push here, which almost kind of worked, but his TC was being trebbed at the same time. Maybe Valas was uber focused there, not repairing the TC properly. Oh, there's Lewis up 1-0. 77 to 59 KD. I mean, much better eco for Valas. Honestly, I'm thinking if he doesn't go for that all-in push and instead concentrates more on defending, maybe Rams or mangonels just to keep the treb away, maybe he actually wins eventually because of the eco. That was like that. What was that? Mihai Sorokuma on Arena, where the eco difference mattered in the long run. So 33-minute imp for Lewis, and he did win in imp, but a lot closer than it actually looked at the end. Anyway, nice job, Lewis. And hello, Peeled Banana on YouTube. And remember, we do have an announcement after this set, so stay tuned for an announcement. That's Camber 1 from Lewis. And that is Italians over the Armenians. And thank you very much, Jessica, for the follow. I have 3 arms. I need 3 arms to click all the buttons between the games. Restart capture age every time. And hello, Glitch Cloud. Greetings, salutations. And ooh, Jungle Rumble. Be the next map. And here we are. Yeah, the Bengalis have seemed very strong on this map. Has anyone beaten the Chinese in the tournament yet? I don't know the Civ matchups. That would be a fun thing to keep track of. You need to keep better track of that in the future, maybe. Make a stats page. And here we are on the Jungle Rumble. We will have Valas in the green to the west. He'll be playing as the Bohemians. And Lewis in the blue to the east. He'll be playing as the Bengalis. Chinese seem great with that Fire Lancer Monk Rocket Cart Rush. The key to picking the Chinese is picking a map where you're using their +3 vills properly. And that's why we saw them on Stranded so much during the last WWC, because you had that fishing ship and you kept the TC running. Or that's why we see them on African Clearing / Bedouins, because you can do the mill with 3 of your vills and keep the TC running right away. You not even need loom. So we see instant loom, or not instant, but very quick loom. Players are going to have to struggle to keep the TCs producing. And Bengalis Bohemians, we've seen just how great the Bengalis are at going for a Castle Age push and keeping the eco running. You're going to have an extra 8 vills by the time you get to the Castle Age with their 2 per TC bonus. And then you're just booming on 2 TCs. If your opponent goes Imp, they're going to have to defend with Mangonels and then Treb Castles, all the while you're getting a huge Vill lead. At least that's how the Nikov Ganji set played out. That's where I'm interested as Portuguese as a counter to that, if you can do quick Vitorias. But that does mean you have to go Imp for the Vitorias, and maybe the push happens while you do that. Monk versus Monk. If that happens, Bohemians do have Heresy, whereas the Bengalis do not. So Monk versus Monk, I think we are going to favor Valas as the Bohemians. And it is tricky to go just pure monks against the elephant push, because monks still have to be adjacent to them to convert, even though they don't need redemption. That's what Sato did in his set on Wellsprings, Bengali monk defense against the Gujarat elephant push. And it actually was kind of stressful for him, I think, because of the pathfinding and the need for the monks to get close to the elephants. I guess you actually need fervor right away to go for that, so the monks are fast enough. Ooh, Lewis, forgetting about the Vil for a moment, but he has Loom, so he's safe. I've yet to see Huns on this map, as good as they are for 2 TC starts, but probably not going to see it based on the unit composition. Although I guess Cav Archers to stop a monk rush could be interesting. We already see the house wall going up for Valas. So he'll house wall the northeast of his TC, and then eventually send a Vil to the southwest to do another wall. How did the food trucks perform against Ellie Rams? We'll have to see when they come out if they have an attack bonus against Rams. I'm actually not sure if they do. Or against Siege. That would all come down to whether or not they have a good bonus attack. I guess the number of projectiles they shoot, even if they're doing 1 damage, would help. We'll need to see it though. Came for the game, stayed for the announcement. Hello, Pixel Juice. Well, the announcement will be after the games. Announcement hasn't happened yet, but I'm glad that you're staying. The Vils all grouping up under the TC. Dolphins eat a lot of food, so they should win. Next CEO of Microsoft, that is not the announcement. Imagine how much budget I would put into fixing the pathfinding if I were the CEO of Microsoft. Or fixing the lobby system. Already -1 Vil in idle time? He'll make up for that. More than enough by being the Bengalis, right? And I mean, one or 2 Vils on a 2 TC start, I think they're still pretty darn close to each other. Res collected, neck and neck still. All of it. Oh, Vil fight on the side, Vil fight on the side. Lewis lost the Vil. The scout and Vil came over for Valas. But now Valas has to be careful that Lewis is forward. Oh, no, never mind. He's not forward. For a second, I thought I was afraid he was going around the outside, but no, he is gonna lose the wall off war to Valas. Valas probably needs to wall the Relic in if he can. Yeah, there he goes. CSO. Will involve a C. So yeah, now Lewis going for the same wall off by the TC strategy. He'll have to send a Vil out here. And double Vils going, chased by a crocodile. Must really hurt to go for double Vils, but then get a loss and not get the wall. So crocodile will go down to the Vils. Indeed, Eric, you need to lose both TCs. Huns do get better Trebs. And I mean, I think they do have a decent matchup against Bohemians if you can go Cav Archer Treb, and the Trebs can snipe off the Hussite Wagon. I think Bohemians can struggle against Cav Archers. Mobile enough to avoid Halbs and snipe their Haufnitze. And they do have skirms, but at least the skirms do miss Thumbring. And here come the Vils for Lewis. And is he going to wall, or is he going to go more forward? I think he's going to go more forward and run into more crocodiles. Oh, he's going to run into another one. There he goes. Ozzy. Ozzy likes his predators. And down it goes. How a deathmatch would play out with the TC destruction. Deathmatch on Jungle Rumble with 2 TCs would certainly be a sight to behold. And double ranges for Lewis. Oh, all right, let's go. Not gonna play Jungle Rumble in the middle, gonna play along the sides. And we'll reinforce this side, push over here. Full house wall from Valas, but he is as of yet unaware of that. His Vil's fighting a crocodile. And I'm trying to find maybe Lewis's scout that's over here. Imagine he FCs and goes 2-range elephant archers. But yeah, it's just gonna be archers, and Valas will have to go for the full wall off before the archers can get around. What is that emote? That is so cute. A blankies emote. Aw. And outpost the vision box here for Valas. But he's not, still hasn't seen this. I don't know if that'll actually be enough vision to see the archery range. Let's see if it is. No, it's not. And he would need Town Watch from his main TC in the middle if he were to see that. So Scout needs to come out here. Maybe he can feel something based on how Lewis is moving the Scout, and now he'll see it. But a bit later, he's gonna have to speed wall to keep this up now. Here come the archers from Lewis, archers and Vills. And this is Lewis if he stays feudal. I guess we'll have a good eco if he stays feudal. More Vills pumped out. You've seen how staying castle gives you more Vills. Maybe staying feudal gives you the same thing. Perhaps even to a greater degree. Well, this feels like Valas just needs one workshop here and he can probably defend. Your workshop there, maybe a monastery in the middle. Lewis not even taking stone on the outside though. Just moving out now, so if he wants that castle drop, we'll be a bit late and there are archers in the middle, so that should stop a forward castle. All I had to do is click in. Well, I think this was up in time. I think this was up in time. And Valas could have definitely speed walled if he needed to with that outpost. He was going to go for a tower. Those two houses not going to allow a tower hop. They are staggered. No diagonal there. And there was a siege workshop for Valas. And forward castle from Valas. All right, forward castle in the middle. He himself had been mining stone. Oh, look at that lovely stone shape. Oh, that is perfect. Perfect stone shape. That's the idea I had. I wanted to do an analysis of mines and their shapes. A castle right in the face. So castle, kills the crocodile. And Hussite Wagon's on the way, so a few Hussite Wagons, then a Petard Snipe maybe in the cards. Taking the middle with all this gold, I think usually is better than taking the outside, even though the outside has the stone. So house will go down, but the defensive mangonel is here for Valas. Based on how close he walled, though, a siege workshop here could pressure the TC from the outside. He seems cooked. Well, he is now walling. Doing some more walls that will at least force 2 more petards to get through a wall, if that's what Valas wants to go for, but he's up to Imp. Valas clicking Imp. He won't be behind in Vills, as Lewis is just now up to the castle age. He stayed feudal for a while. Doesn't even have wheelbarrow yet. But Valas is up to Imp, and he's going to be trebbing. And I don't think there's any way Lewis stops Trebs in the middle. He has a score lead, but I think that is very deceptive. Hussite Wagon's on the way for Valas. Here come the wagons. A surprise Imp soon. No, don't know if it'll come as much of a surprise. And this will be a good defensive castle here from Valas. Maybe it should have been on that side, but nevertheless it'll defend the TC and the castle age for sure. And now all he needs are a couple of trebs, and honestly, he can just ignore the castle and treb from over here, and he'll be just fine to take out the TC. 2 trebs will probably be all he needs. Did Lewis cut to the middle? No, he did not. He's not there yet. And nor did Valas, although he's not too far away. In the back, neither of them have made it out either. Archer goes down. Does he even have to care about the castle in the middle? You can just shoot the TC regardless. Yeah, he doesn't have to care about the castle, right? He can treb. As long as he stays outside the castle range, which right now that's only, what, 9 range? I don't even think this castle is needed. I guess why not, but... I mean, this castle might even take up trebuchet space. But this castle will surely defend trebs over here, and they can just go for the TC. So Imp for Lewis on the outside TC. He at least is up to Imp. And, well, Valas is going to go for the castle. You know, I guess there's a point to be made that in the 2 TC map, you might care about taking out the castle first rather than going straight for the TC. Simply because you're not going to defeat them if you go for the TC. So triple monastery for Lewis. He's going to go try to clown in the middle. He is up by a few vills, but I don't think he has any momentum on the side anymore. Wants a mining camp out there, wants more stone. Does at least have triple stone control on the outside. But 2 trebs already. 1 treb for Lewis. And if you can get 4 trebs out right away, that's what the second castle will do for Valas. Okay, yes, that castle actually is very good for Valas. You get 4 trebs, you're going to overcome the repairs unless Lewis sends literally everyone there. He's trying to chop out and has a bunch of archers ready to head to the middle. Go some type of Arbalest monk play. That could be cute. Is there a treb hitting the TC? Oh yeah, treb hitting the TC too. But it's 1 treb for Lewis, and if 4 trebs go for the castle, and a bombard cannon, that's probably a castle down, and then you have the cannons to clear the rest of the trebs. Monk's there to convert cannons, keep them away. Has block printing. Does he have redemption yet? He has redemption and block printing. No sanctity though. You really will want a conversion on the cannon. Cannon has to get back. Bodkin for the castles to help keep the monks away. And next treb not going to come out in time. So down that goes, and the TC will go down now. One more treb shot, down it goes. So Lewis down only to the TC on the outside. And could the trebs then take out monasteries? They're going to go for the treb now. Takes 3 treb shots to destroy a treb if it's repaired, so hard to pull that off. Monks around the outside trying to convert cannons. They're just going to go maybe turn for the workshop if they can't get it. And buildings can be deleted for Valas. Vills going forward. Well, I guess it is valuable to convert Vills in this game mode. Vills near the treb are going to soak up treb shots. All those trebs missing. 15% accuracy and a big attack dispersion. There they go. That's better. The Vills need to repair. Another volley might do it. 1 shot is all it's needed, and down it goes. Now treb will go for the monks. That's a converted university. I'll go down right away though. Now Lewis still with a slight Vill lead. Embracer on the way there for Valas. No real way to clear all the Vills in the middle, though, for Valas. Or are they not using the new wall trick to protect the trebs? That's not really a new trick, that's been around for a while. And that's not all that effective. I think it looks a lot more effective in T90's video than it actually is. Also, stacking all the repair Vills by the treb essentially has the same effect, that if the missed shot hits the Vill instead of the wall, it kills the Vill instead of the treb. The old wall trick. Yeah, there are maybe new things you can do by stacking the treb right up against the wall to try to protect it. But it's definitely more nuanced in practice than it looks when you first look at it. It's not as simple as using the walls to protect from the fire galleys like we saw in that last game. You raged against that in 2018. You think is a cheat? Yeah, only learned about it recently. Yeah, that's the fun thing. There are lots of tricks in the game that you learn about. Some people know about them, but I don't know how public they are. The recent patch had very subtle changes to monks. There actually used to be a trick where you could basically infinitely charge a conversion by locking and unlocking different gates, and you kept the monk walking back and forth between them, and he would keep the conversion charge. I'd never seen anyone use it, but I was aware of it, and I talked to Phosphor about it, and he just happened to have an unlisted video about it. So yeah, that's part of the fun of the game. Lots of little stuff like that. It's so random. It's a lot of micro to pull off, but I think Survivalist probably knows about it too. I don't know if he'd ever actually tried to use it. So conversion on the outpost there, heresy on the way in for Valas, and that'll mean units die instead of being converted. That'll be great for him, especially against all the monks. And Lewis getting pushed a bit on the outside as the mangonels come forward. Still is going to be relying on his monk micro here. Valas thinks he's playing normal arena. Maybe. A couple of trebs from Lewis. And this does kind of make you worry about... If you have this spot on the outside, you could cut and try to hit the TC from out here. But I still don't know how Lewis ever makes a push on this outside TC. Remember, it is sudden death, so you have to lose both your TCs on the map. And that does always give you a win condition if you're down. But Lewis, I think, going to struggle a bit here. Now, the crossbows coming forward for Valas did find the feudal archers from Lewis, but with the monks back here, as they become Arbalests, they're all just going to have to go down. Go down to the archers. I think maybe Valas deleted, forgetting he had heresy. What is the score? That's the score of someone who lost DCs. Oh, the trebs hitting the monks. Trebs hitting the monks. Yeah. Well, one thing you do see in sudden death, which is kind of like the wall trick, is you put your Vils underneath the TC as it's getting trebbed, and then the treb shots hit the Vils instead of hitting the TC. That's basically the same thing as the wall trick. You're getting another unit to impact, or to take the impact of a missed treb shot instead of letting the missed shot still hit the TC. Yeah, ooh, what is this? Oh yeah, Lewis is gonna go around the back. And can he hit the TC from outside? I mean, he can treb cut a few trees and then go for the TC. Yeah, Vils with the Z-axis, the same as fortified walls. Yep, a lot of units have the same height. Siege towers actually are slightly taller. Yeah, corner castle over here, and Lewis is pumping trebs. Okay, Lewis is going to make trebs, and he's going to try to go for this TC from the outside. Okay, so trebs and bombard cannons pushing here from Valas. He's going to cut, and then he can just go straight for the TC. So Lewis is going to wall. He's going to try to keep everything alive here. What are these trebs? Oh, the trebs need to start cutting the trees. Like, there's nothing that actually stops these trebs from destroying this TC now, so Valas is going to lose that TC. And now he has to be extra aware of the fact there's a castle there. Has he scouted the castle? He has. He knows there's a castle there. That's going to be 3 trebs. Remember, it's 6 treb shots to destroy a TC. 6 treb shots. And if you have 4, you destroy it in 2 volleys pretty much, and it's almost impossible to repair against. So Lewis could just go with 3 trebs here on the outside, and he actually has a great TC. Oh gosh, Lewis might do this. Lewis might do this. Okay, he needs to get the timing right. Here come the bombard cannons and the arbs. There's nothing that stops this. Heresy's on the way, so it doesn't matter if they get converted. 4 trebs are going to come forward here from Valas. Lewis, what are you doing, Lewis? You need to go for this TC. You need to go for this TC. You're cutting the trees. Lewis is going to pull off the snipe on the outside TC. He's going to get that. But at the same time, he needs to repair, and he doesn't have enough Vils to repair. And he's going for it, but I think he's going to be a bit late. He has the trebs on the outside. He's repairing, but he's going to lose this TC in time. He's going to lose this. And down it goes. Ooh, he actually made that interesting at the end. He had trebs deployed on this TC. And if he had properly been cutting the trees here to go for this central TC, he would have had a chance to snipe both of them. But not in time, as Valas is too big of a lead, cuts through, and gets this TC. So GG. He was close, honestly. He was close. That's what makes all these sudden death games interesting. You're down, but you're not out. Where are his monks? He had a lot of monks out here defending these trebs. I think his mistake was not treb cutting the trees there. But, I mean, the timing itself is hard. Maybe he needed the monks back here, actually. It's hard to defend monks against that many arbs, though. Like 30 plus arbs with heresy, you're going to snipe off monks really easily. Can they build more TCs? Nope, it's sudden death, so they can't build more TCs. That's the game mode. You as soon as you lose all your TCs, you're defeated, and you can't build any additional TCs. So you've seen games where players have huge leads, but then 5 petards sneak in, take out your TC, and you have 15 vills left, and you're completely dead, but you still win. Kind of a bit of more of a meme game mode, but it's very intense nevertheless, as we see at the end of this game. Lewis was close to pulling off a win, despite being very far down to the point where in a normal game he'd be basically dead. It's very, very funny, though. Can be amazing. Alright, so we're going to have a win for Valas on the Jungle Rumble. And for Civs, that's a loss for the Bengalis and a win for the Bohemians. So we're both using their first picks. And the next map will be Arena. It'll be normal Arena. Here we go. And hello, Haranara. And hello, Ale on YouTube. And Kartik on YouTube. You just rush the other TC with just one Onager. Onager is expensive. Remember, on a 1 TC eco, even the 2 TCs of the Jungle Rumble, Onager is still a very expensive upgrade. And normal arena. Well, normal sudden death arena, the next map. And here we are. We will have Lewis playing as the blue Koreans to the south, and Valas as the green Portuguese to the north. It'll be a very deserty version of Arena, with, of course, the foxes in the middle that you can push to your TCs. 35 gold per fox. And I'm immediately going to see... Oh, it's not even chickens, it's hares! It's hares! I wonder if we'll see a funnel. And yeah, in the current patch, these are bugged. And they're not supposed to be pushable like this, but you can push them. You don't need to drop off for foxes, no, but you don't want to waste the villager time walking all the way out here to take the foxes. So if you have your scout push them to your TC, that's one less thing you need to move your vills out for in the Dark Age. So hare being pushed in. Hares only have 65 food on them, so I don't know if it's worth it to take it with that many vills. This is an interesting spot for a potential funnel. Yeah, so... Yeah, we see the hare running around the gold. Yeah, so this is the example of... Look how cute he is, scratching his ear. Your animals, of course, if you build a wall These things are not supposed to be able to be pushed to the TC, but players did figure out if they build a wall right in the middle of this patch, and then finish the wall all the way to the TC, when they do their random walks, and they go from one side of the wall to the other, if the shortest path is around the TC, you get your food funneled right to your TC. And boar hunt there from Lewis. Hope for some Roman action, interesting. Oh, hold on, let me alt-tab. My YouTube window is bugged out. There we are. Fix that. So, arena, we will have 5 relics, one over here to the west, as we see Lewis pushing the fox in. Yeah, this is a bug, too. They're not supposed to be pushable, but they are. So, 1 relic to the west, 2 in the middle, and then 2 more over in the east. And the foxes, as we talked about, you need 100 gold to click up to the Castle Age. Foxes have 35 each. If you take them with a single villager, the gold decays a bit. So you get 31 gold, and in that case you'd need 4 foxes. But if you take them with 3 vills at a time, you actually get 34 gold, so then you only need 3 foxes. So if you're a bit foxy with your vill micro, you can click up to the next stage while skipping a mining camp on your gold. And if you're just going to mine stone, maybe go for a castle drop, that could be an interesting build. But pretty much any unique unit you build, or any monk you want to build, will need gold, so it's hard to get away with skipping the mining camp if you're not just going to go for a pure 3TC boom, which of course you can't do on sudden death. I think it's a feature now. I mean, the pushing foxes, I think, have seemed to be pretty popular for arena. I know a lot of people don't really like the chickens. It feels like they maybe don't fit on arena, but at least you have the foxes now. And hello, Mateus on YouTube. Thank you for watching. So yeah, first fox there. Are there some blurry numbers? That's because Capture Age has a subscription service for unblurring the numbers, and unfortunately they are intrusive in their UI with how they advertise it. So some long distance hunt there from Lewis. You can also take a few more of the hares when he does a mining camp on the gold. I think it's tedious they have to do for optimal play, not because they like it. I think it would be tedious on maps other than arena. I feel like it's actually nice to have an animal that, like, you need to be able to interact with the animal some way. And if they just stand there in the middle of the map not really doing anything, it might as well just be another gold mine. Keeps you working in the Dark Age. Yeah, right. Like the opposite of the auto queue thing. It gives you more stuff to do. Okay, lion going for the vills. This version of arena, I think, has more lions on it than usual, or at least than have been in the past. Now, if you go for the tower rush, you can take the foxes, and if Valas knows anything about the way Lewis plays arena, and also knows anything about the civ pick, which I'm sure he does, then he's gonna know Valas is gonna, or he's gonna know that Lewis is gonna go for the trush. So how does Valas now defend the trush? Question is, does he try to fast castle behind this? He's gonna mine stone and go up himself. And trush for the Koreans gets extra scary when they hit the Castle Age, because they'll get that free and instant guard tower upgrade. And yeah, those foxes are great for this Winchester style trush where you do the archery range forward. You can do fletching, you can do a couple of archers, and don't even need to mine gold behind it. And you can even take the hares and then build the mining camp for gold. So the foxes now have made the trush a bit stronger, as it has allowed Lewis to avoid needing to do a mining camp on his gold so far. The Koreans will mine stone faster. What is their bonus? 20% faster. And of course, there used to be civ bonus, now team bonus. Villagers +3 line of sight, which, well, always is useful in the tower war. Get a bit more line of sight and see where to place your towers. Is it the same vision as a scout? Maybe even one tile more, because they're a tile back. And house wall up on the gold, so Valas is going to go for the semicircle of walls behind the tower and try to get up. So he can do market and the market and blacksmith as part of this wall, and use his feudal buildings. The other thing you can do is just do loom and then grab 4 vills and wall behind this. Okay, market and blacksmith kind of far back then. Being like that they're pushable. Yeah, and exactly like he's doing. Loom, and then you just get a bit of HP on the wall. You build walls much faster than you repair them. So you just place the wall behind it, and all of a sudden he has a bit of extra hit points there. He's going to try to swap the vills and grab some higher HP ones, though. You can kind of debate with the scout and the vills, and you can try to get it up. Yeah, you did confirm pushing isn't intended. I think pushing is what makes them kind of fun. If they're just out there in the middle, then I think they're a lot less interesting. He didn't address the Polish Vil bug. I'm actually surprised it's taken them so long to fix that stuff, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised with their normal pace. So yeah, another massive Vils going to build that stone wall. Keep this out. And even archers in the tower not going to stop the speed of construction of the stone wall, as these villagers keep trying to batter their way on through. Nope, that's a scout under the tower. Valas, don't lose your scout. Ooh, okay, he was clicking up. No, he was up to the castle age. Just managing his eco there. Didn't have his eye on the scout. Now he is up, and he has the stone for a castle. So we'll be dropping the castle at the front of his base, in a spot to clean up the tower. Where's he going to drop it? He's going to try to do a wall first. As long as he doesn't lose a vill here, he's all fine and dandy. And there goes the castle. That'll clean the tower and also keep the vills out. And as the Portuguese, it is organ gun time. It is organ gun time. And the other thing to mention, of course, as the Portuguese, if you want to go up to Imp fast, which you usually do in these 1TC plays, then you'll have access to the Fatoria. Every Fatoria you build is basically an extra 10 vills, and gives you an economy option you otherwise wouldn't have on sudden death, because you can't do more TCs. Towers. That's another video I need to make. Towers and range units in general are much less accurate in DE than they were in the original game. If you walk away in a straight line, usually you were hit in AOC, but you're not hit in DE. I mean, it makes ballistics much more important and makes raiding behind wood lines much less deadly without ballistics. These towers just kind of stop this forward gold eventually from being taken. And remember, Lewis is the Korean, so eventually when he goes up, these will become guard towers. So they give him a bit more map control than other civs would have here. And Almost T, thank you for the follow. How long does it last? It's until September 14th. Sunday the 14th will be the finals. And so it's been 128 players single elimination bracket and 1 per week. Until I think the semis and finals will be 1 weekend. And over Schnitzel Knight, thank you for the follow. Green can't trade with the blue from that market where the tower is there. Fair enough. Denying the trade. Well, glad to have you here, Almost T. Welcome to the stream. And ooh, Vil fighting the lion, Vil fighting the lion. Go lion, go lion. No, okay. Lewis using the market. He's using the market to try to click up, and he'll be up in any moment now. Tricky thing to fight the organ guns, though, because you need probably a cav unit rather than an archer unit. And this is what the towers also do. They keep the forward vills safe from organ guns. Give Lewis a chance to keep breaking in. Also, hello, Nico. Okay, as I say, they keep the villagers safe. They only keep them safe if Lewis pays attention. What is that? How did that organ gun not hit anything there? Should have a bonus regarding bills and lines. I guess the Magyars do. Okay, well, there goes everything I just said about the towers keeping the vills alive for Lewis. Never mind that. Here comes a petard. Remember, 2 petards to break through a wall. And there's only one. Oh, actually, never mind. That's in the Castle Age. In the Feudal Age, only 1 petard. Okay. So this will put some pressure on Lewis. At least he has a back gold. That 4 gold will be covered by the organ guns. Organs will have to be careful of the tower, and that tower becoming a guard tower will be rather nice. Another tower going up on the gold. Archers will deal with the lion. Okay, tower doesn't quite go up. Bodkin will have to come in on this tower, and still won't quite keep the organ guns away. Oh god, that projectile spread is massive. Look at how much they cover. How inaccurate they are. That time when inaccuracy is actually a feature. Fun is important when you're talking about a 25-year-old game. I agree. Monk grabs a relic. And monastery forward for Valas. So he's just going relics now. Oh, what is that? Petard gets sniped off in the middle of the map. Rocket cart defense now from Lewis. Rocket carts, a mangonel replacement. That's Lewis building in the southeast. There's some houses, it looks like. Going around the map with some outposts and an archer. Just getting some vision boxes up. And ooh, will that be denied? No, it won't. And he wants a guard tower. Well, guard tower will take out production from that monastery. Rams there taking out the forward towers that remained. Sanctity on the way for Valas. So eco count still neck and neck. And slightly more idle TC time for Valas. A couple more Vil kills for him, though, with those organ guns from earlier. And he's picking up relics now. That'll be his second relic. And organ gun out there. He should be able to grab a third. But these 2 relics... Ooh, sneaky monk. Outpost will see him grab the relic. And then go around the outside. And get to the safety of the organs. And that could be a sudden 4 relics for Valas. I think still would be hard to grab that one with how far forward it is. That ram just sitting under the castle, not ramming it. House deleted for more mining space on the gold. Nope, Organ's finding the archers, but scared of the rocket cart. Is redemption in? No redemption yet for Valas, so he can't convert the rocket cart. And the monk actually has to be careful of those archers. Unless the organ guns can save him. Can they save him in time? No, they can't. Oh, I mean, they can't hit anything. Until they hit everything. Yeah, they do not like fighting rocket carts. They don't do much damage against them. But you get enough organ guns, and I guess you do enough damage over time. Bill's attempting there to repair. Mangonel out. Doesn't hit with the attack round. Mangonels can't really use them under guard towers. Unless you have maybe like 4 of them, then you can start trying to besiege a guard tower. Here, Lewis just trying to micro and keep the rocket cart alive. Go for the Mangonel, try to get a lucky snipe. Now, looking at the economies, looks like Valas is a bit farther ahead. Yeah, 1.7k resources. And hello, Gabby. How are you doing today? Valas picking up the Relic. Needs to bring it in. I think we'll win today. I think Valas is in a good spot to go up 2-1 from this game. He's up to Imp now. I don't really see a way for Lewis to snipe the TC with how well walled Valas is. Not going to get petards in sneakily in the Castle Age. Lewis, though, at least does have a lot of map control, but that's 3 relics now. And where's the 4th relic? Yeah, 4th relic on the way for Valas. Done a great job picking up the relics. Best of 5, yes, best of 5. And hello, Swordsman. Castle now going up for Valas. Victoria to out eco? That's definitely a possibility. I mean, Victoria's and 4 relics, and now redemption for converting the rocket carts. He'll get block printing once he's up. And some trebs, then eventually cannons to take out towers. Ooh, rocket carts denying the castle for now. Should be OP on this game mode. The thing is, we don't really see Imp enough in this game mode to see Victorias. You'd think that, and maybe they still are in the right situation. But they're a lot more niche than I thought. Than I would have thought they'd be going into it. So conversion on the war wagon, but the monk goes down. 6 trebs go under the castles to shoot the TC. That could be a play, but hard with this many organ guns out. And now Valas more than 2k resources ahead. Hello, Adam. Yeah, right, in Victorias, they do take a while to pay off. And we saw that, I think, in the Nikov Ganji set, where Nikov went for the Victorias, but because of that, he gave Ganji time to snipe his TC. And they did not pay off for him in time. Under the side castle? I mean, wherever you go, you don't really care about castle fire with trebs, right? When you unpack them, it's 150 pierce armor. It's more about the organs or the monks or the vills fighting the trebs. If you have enough war wagons, maybe you tank castle fire and stop that. You have keeps now for Lewis. That'll help keep him safe. Tower goes down. Love devotion on the way from Lewis. I've never seen them be good. They've been really great on Rage Forest on the flank. And I know Andy has used them to great effect quite often. 1TC Imp into Victorias. Maybe harder to pull that off though, than just a 1v1 sudden death. Exactly, keep him safe, Mert. Keep him safe. How good is a keep if it doesn't help keep the puns coming? So chemistry on the way for Valas, still pushing this castle in the middle. Only 2 trebs from Lewis, so not the number you need to snipe a TC yet. I'll try to do another castle at home, where organ guns will start picking off the trebs. And now with this map control, could be the spot where Valas thinks about Victorias. 57 vills, add in 3 Victorias, and that basically puts you at 87. It's like 10 vills per Victoria. He has 5 trebs now, though, so maybe he's thinking I'm just going to go forward and snipe. Monk under the tower doesn't get the conversion. Keeps with Bracer now, 11 range. Unique tech will give them 13. Monk's trying to get conversions on the war wagons, conversions on the rocket carts. Miguel now comes forward for Valas. Well, those war wagons are very tanky, even in the presence of the organ guns. Treb fight now. Luce is just gonna keep on retreating with keeps to try to protect the Trebs, but 2 Trebs versus 5 is not a situation where you want to be in. And I was looking for the outpost there. And any blue on the minimap, anywhere. If Lewis tries to go for a sniper attempt, but nothing doing so far for that. And one Treb forward now as another comes back. He's looping around the side. Need for Fitoria, so he'll push and win. Well, he does have 1 Fitoria now, so an extra 10 vills all of a sudden puts him at 73. I think it's fair to count Fitoria as 20 pop space for 10 vills. Usually a good estimate. Yeah, that's true. Portuguese is good without Fitorias, and especially if you're killing vills now. Especially if he's killing vills. He has less idle time than Lewis. Yes, Lewis falling back. At least Lewis so far isn't resigning until his TC gets destroyed. He's playing the objective. And he's got 2 Trebs on the side. He is playing the objective for sure. Could maybe queue a 3rd. Problem is, I think he's gonna need... Oh, there's still a hole. There is still a hole in that wall. Don't go yet, Lewis. Don't go yet. One more... Oh, he's not gonna have time for one more Treb. He's not gonna have time for one more Treb. He just has to go and hope that 2 Trebs are enough. But he's gonna run right into the vills from Valas. And Valas will go for the Trebs with the vills. He sees them and he's not gonna let this happen. He sees them, he's not going to let this happen. Oh, valiant attempt from Lewis, making that hole in the wall. And he'll unpack the Trebs. He probably will even get a shot off here. That Treb goes down. Vills will go for the other one. Valas prepared to repair. At the same time, he's pushing on the front, deploying Trebs, trying to break through the wall. And that Treb will get 1 shot off on the TC, but then go down. And there's a GG from Lewis. This is sneak attempt fails, and Valas goes up 2-1. With a Portuguese win on Arena against the Tower Rush, well defended against the Trush. Pushed out with the organ guns, got some map control. Fended off Lewis's keeps. And found another victory. So that's 40-27 KD. But much better eco for Valas. What's that? 6 conversions for Valas, though, making up for some of that KD difference. And it's 2-1 now for Valas with a comeback on the way. Winning his home map, but Lewis's 2 home maps of Wellsprings and Koala are what remain. A win for the Portuguese and a loss for the Koreans. Lewis still does have Malay. Malay Aztecs or Malay Romans? Maybe the Civ? Or Koala? Georgians maybe could be a thing there. Don't know the Wellsprings Civ for Valas. I feel like maybe Romans for Wellsprings due to the shorefish. And it will be Wellsprings next. And thank you, Tushy, for the follow. And hello, Noda Duck in the Twitch chat. Or not a duck. Not a duck. Not a duck. And thank you very much for the follow. Alright, so Wellsprings. And launching now. And here we are. So Lewis will be playing as the blue Malay to the northwest and Valas as the green Malians to the east. Okay, I thought he would use Romans because the 5% faster gathering applies to the shorefish, but it will be the Malians. Wood discount so we can do the mill nice and early. It's not a duck. As I figured that out. Name reading is a challenge. So immediately Valas will go for the shorefish, not even going to take a single sheep. This is Wellsprings. You have 30,000 food on the shorefish underneath the aqueduct. The aqueduct cannot be attacked by Vils, it's actually repaired by Vils. It has 1,000 hit points. As soon as a single tile is destroyed, the entire aqueduct explodes. Thank you, Evan, for the large duck emote. And the entire aqueduct explodes and takes out the 2 adjacent wall pieces, so opens a hole into your opponent's base. I think one of the mind games I haven't really seen players catch up to on the map is destroying the aqueduct in order to stop your opponent from fishing if you get pushed off of your fish, or if you think they have the better food eco from the fish, you destroy it and you disrupt their eco. And keeping all of your sheep alive and keeping your boar around, you know, keeping your 2 boars, wherever the second one is for Valas. Oh, all the way in the back, look at that. That means that in the event the aqueduct is destroyed and your fish are removed, that you will have the boars to rely upon for food then. You can do 2 mills around this and really saturate it with Vils if you want. I think I would have liked that mill to be a tile over from Valas, just to give yourself more room for a mill on the other side. The very specifics of mill placement on the middle matter. You can fit 3 mills around this one, I think, for Lewis if he really wants to. I think I might prefer the diagonal. I think you can even go 4 mills around it if you want. I think it's just a bit easier to get a surround on it. Not that big of a difference, though. The Hunchbird of Notre Duck. Does that show up in the chat even? Wait, let me... It just shows up like a normal one. Stream Elements doesn't gigify the emote in the chat. Do you think a version without boars would be interesting? Better value to prepare farms? It might be. I know someone had mentioned that a while ago. Could put more strategy as to when and where you destroy the aqueduct. Though you haven't really seen anyone destroy it early. Well, it's hard to destroy it early, right? Because Vils can't attack it. But Epic Sea Dragon, thank you very much for your sub. Happy September. Oh yes, it is September. I would love to say how you can support the stream with sub discounts during September, but Twitch has now added so many paragraphs to their terms and conditions for it. I don't even know how it works anymore. I think you get a discount if you gift 5+ subs. Otherwise, I don't know if you even get a discount. Maybe for first-time subs. I think there was one game with a tower on the aqueduct. I guess the tower on the aqueduct could do it in feudal. It's kind of the weird thing, though. If you're going for the forward tower, then your goal is to keep your opponent off of their fish while you have fish yourself. So it's rare that I think a tower on the aqueduct would matter. So mill adjacent to the aqueduct. I think the aqueduct destroys this if it's destroyed. Let's go, Lewis. How much fish is there? 30,000, but it's destroyed. I can't. There's so many vills I can't click it. 30,000, but removed when the aqueduct is destroyed. If we ever get a game where all 30,000 of this is taken, or a game of Camber where all 30,000 of that fish is taken, we can all celebrate. So feudal first for Valas, and maybe he is thinking of the Trush. He's up on 19 vills. No vills going forward yet, though. Maybe he just wants the feudal boom with upgrades, then. Can't upgrade the shorefish vills, so you're only really getting double bidax with 4 vills on wood. Maybe he's just going to fast castle this with the discount on the market and the blacksmith could click up really quickly. I think you do put yourself at an eco disadvantage if you go up immediately, though. So Scat goes down in the middle. Yeah, right now they're both leaving it alone. I feel like this mill from Lewis could have been here, and the other initial mill could have been on the other side, and that might have made it a bit cleaner for the vills, and you could have done a third mill in this position eventually. You imagine the OG Indians on this map. And that would be very strong. I'm still kind of confused why Valas went Malians over Romans. Because I think the Romans gathering faster would be nice. And Lewis with more vills on the aqueduct fish. So he's going to have that eco-collected advantage, and will have the vill advantage by clicking up faster as the Malay. Or not by clicking up faster, but by aging up faster. Doing his market in blacksmith now, and he will catch up very quickly to Valas' uptime. Is super close mill lumberjack really significant? Absolutely. Absolutely. Less walk time for the vills, the more food you have collected. Lou's going out to stone now. And I think he's just going to have a huge eco advantage as the Malay, even doing town watch on his way up. Doesn't want to be surprised and might want to do outposts at some point. No town watch yet from Valas. I like that though, I like town watch, especially for sudden death. And, town watch is a very interesting technology because you do put yourself behind by a vill as you research it. And you might do it and get no value out of it, but the times you do get value out of it, oh, that's insane. See how big the line of sight on that outpost is now from Town Watch. And forward vill for another outpost. The vision boxes, someone in chat called them the other day. Going forward. Ooh, will be destroyed when the aqueduct gets destroyed, though. I try to put it a tile away. I'm pretty sure any building adjacent to the aqueduct gets destroyed as it goes down. Buildings and trees. So very similar uptiming, but we'll have a 5 to 6 villager advantage for Lewis. That's the Malay advantage on sudden death. Outposting all over. Oh, we'll have a couple of romantic outposts kissing each other over that wall there. From Valas and Lewis. And the workshop going up with some rams. So ram push from Valas' the Malians. And do another outpost over here. Lewis will see that. Very much in his line of sight now. Loom on the way for Lewis. Loom already for Valas. He's going to do the Louch house in front of the gate to block that off. If you build your castle directly adjacent to it, yes, I believe it would go down. I don't know how much HP damage it does, but at least enough to destroy a stone wall. And right now, before the menu mill comes out, Lewis could wall behind this. Lewis is going to go for a defensive castle of his own, though. Has enough stone, even using the market for the timing. And with 11 villas, should be able to get this up. Might still want to wall that. Very annoying walls from Valas outside the gates. Castle will probably take that out, especially when fletching comes in, though. And Castle should defend the push here. Might need a workshop and 1 mangonel to defend from rams. This is an official one, yes, Nico. It's an official A-tier World's Edge sponsored tournament. Although, to be fair, it's still basically a community tournament. Just has to use Nilly's Handbook now. So the F-tier graphics on this ugly Malay castle will at least help Lewis stay safe. Well, we'll need a Malay versus Inca match so we can see the 2 worst castles. So, ooh, this outpost mangonelled a bit. And here's the ram, going for the aqueduct, And, well, with how few vills Valas has on it, that could be good for him to destroy it. He's destroying the middle for some reason. Castle not close enough to the aqueduct where it would be destroyed, but he's going to go karambits. And I think now karambit warriors pouring in through an aqueduct hole would be very dangerous for Valas. And the castle here shoots and destroys the aqueduct whenever it wants. That's my favorite castle design. I'm a fan of the OG Central European one, the Teuton architecture. Oh, Valas actually going to destroy the ram. Oh, or destroy the aqueduct. Okay, that's going to look karambits in his base. Maybe he's just destroying it so he can wall preemptively? And there it goes. Yeah, adjacent outpost goes down. Everything goes down. No more shorefish, but in come the karambits. Valas just opened the wall for himself, and here come the karambits. Oh no, Valas. No. Disaster. He opened the floodgates for Lewis by destroying the aqueduct. And in come the karambits pouring in through the opening. And they'll take out the ram, be able to hit the mangonel. Yeah, the karambits paying off. Mangonel trying to keep the ram alive by getting some good hits in. Let's see, Knight will take out the karambits. Maybe if they stay walled out, though, this is actually just good for Lewis. Oh, he's going to try to lame some sheep. There you go, Valas will get them back. Be a water canal? I guess you could do that with the terrain underneath them. So, okay, maybe that actually backfired a bit for Lewis. He ran in, but karambits immediately got taken out. Lots of stone spent on quick gates from Valas, but that's about all the damage. Workshop on the way up. Would love to see a gate on those 4 tiles of walls. That'd be super cute. Why he destroyed it because he wanted to wall behind it, I think. Maybe he was aware Lewis was getting more benefit from the fish. So forward workshop and 2 petards. Petards will get through the wall. Karambits there helpful for the mangonel fight then. And the corner outpost's still up. Yep, when you destroy the aqueduct, you create the hole, and that let the karambits in. And I think Valas was thinking he destroys it and walls behind before Lewis gets in, but Lewis found the flaw in that plan by getting in as soon as it was destroyed. And he wasn't planning to be aggressive with it, but he's denying Lewis the fish. So good mangonel fight up here. Don't know how the mangonels are defended, though. If all the karambits rush in, you need a good attack ground, and as long as Lewis micros, he should be okay. Mangonel's coming back. Maybe they'll find the petard somewhere. Could go around the back with a lot of petards, maybe. It's going for the mangonel. And they do manage to pick it off. Now it's going to have to be good attack grounds from Valas. They'll probably have to try to stagger the attack grounds so the karambits don't just dodge once. Yeah, spread formation. Monk wants an oak. Converting the knight would be great. Yeah, staggering the attack grounds. Here comes a mangonel. Takes a good hit. Lewis has to keep running back and forth. One tile gap there. Makes it hard to run through karambits and dodge mangonels. I enjoy a lot of the maps. I do too. I feel like whenever there's a map, I'm hyped to cast it. It's not like some of those other tournaments, even ones I've worked on map for, where I see that Fire Galley and Small Pond map. I'm just like, nope, I want to skip this. Okay, karambit's running forward. Mangonel goes down. Okay, good mangonel micro from Valas. Good micro from Valas. He's staying alive. I thought for sure he was dead when those karambits were running in, but mangonel micro has kept him alive. Still down by 6 vills, and Lewis with over 1k more res collected. Has to find a way to take the right fight, though. If Valas ever gets a castle up, and he's on 6 vills on stone now. Yeah, 6 vills on stone. Then he gets Geppetto warriors, and Geppetto should be a nice counter to Karambits. So second castle at home for Lewis. He's doing squires. Maybe he needs attack upgrades on the Karambits too. Those are very valuable when you get enough Karambits out. I like the Burgundian castle. Alright. I think the new Celts castle is nice. Maybe needs some slight adjustments to its proportions. There's no res destroyed stat, although that does kind of bake itself into the score. As the military score depends on resources destroyed. Alright, here come the mangonels. They need more attack grounds. Oh, there's a scorpion too. Scorpion trying to hide behind the monastery.
Oh, is there a hole here? Is there a hole? Oh, there's a hole! There's always a hole. Lewis finds a hole.
Valas has no wood access now. If the Karambits are in the back of the base, and his eco will be shredded. And Lewis has a nice eco advantage here. At least these vills have loom. Karambit's getting quite a few kills there. Okay, an overchop. Valas never walled out in front of it. And here they come. The flimsy palisade gates, will they keep the Karambits out? Knights have to come back to clean this. I might be able to pick a couple more vills. There's always a hole. Maybe the Art of War campaign should teach you that. Ooh, another vill hiding behind the mining camp. Karambits will find him, though. And they're going to fight the knights. Is this enough knights? The Karambits have the hill. Redemption on the way, and the Karambits have foraging. Maybe this is enough knights. Karambits, they'll get a knight at least. They'll get maybe 2 knights? Close, but not enough. All right. But now it's an 11 vill lead for Lewis. I think I still do prefer his position in this game, despite the score lead for Valas. Valas starting to collect relics. Lewis has 1. That's a risk putting it in the central monastery. At least he'll get some gold income. You even see that hole? You click in, and you be aware of it because your vills are chopping, right? Now he probably just needs to get a wall up here, or walls over here, to keep himself safe. But tricky to get all this walled. Gotta make sure you're paying attention, because there are holes everywhere. I forget, was this one of Bazi's maps or Marintho's maps? Whoever made this, I'm sure, likes putting holes on the outside wood. Does make it fun. So, knights converted, deleted. Mangonel still looking for shots on the Karambits. Monk's going down. Ooh, Karambits, nice attack ground there, but the Mangonel goes down. And a repair vill or 2 could go down here. Ooh, nice attack ground there. Down goes that Mangonel. Monk and another vill should go down here. Karambit warrior is having a great fight. Mangonel hits its own Karambit there, and taking the monk. Karambits are just good because you get so many of them out right away. One-on-one, they're have horrible stats and they lose heavily to knights, but you need a lot of knights to fight them. With a lot of crossbows even. And half a pop space too, so you can get a lot of them. But one of the more interesting and I think well-designed unique units. That was a... Ooh, okay. Okay, there we go. Very fragile. And Mangonel deleted. And for a few Karambits, we'll at least get 2 Mangonels, and the knights look at their conversions targeted to the knights. Or the monks look at the conversions targeted to the knights. But despite that, Lewis able to pump them out. They're created very quickly too. And best siege unit in the game, the monk, converting the workshop, that'll be deleted. And Lewis now up by 14 vills. Nice folder messaging me on Steam. You need auto hole. I think that happens anyway. Inviting me to play games while I'm casting. Yeah, that's why I didn't like that relic in the middle monastery. It gets taken out right away. Okay, racing castle. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Valas with a ram right here. Lewis can't do the foundation while the ram's there. Doesn't want the ram to one-hit the foundation. He has to take it out first. There he goes. Okay, there he goes. And doing his own castle here. Ooh, Valas, could he sell and go imp? It would be astonishing were he to go imp first. And now repaired gate. Oh, the petard's a bit too late though for opening the wall. I guess he's gonna let the castle open the wall and then go for petards on the TC. Has to get through the houses though, and I don't think the castle will open that. It would be nice to do the petards than the castle in the middle somewhere. Don't mangonel your own Karam. It's okay. Yeah, he's attack rounding the back of the wall. That's what you gotta do. Attack around the back. Make sure you don't just right click it, because then the explosion, or then the hit is the front part of the wall, and you splash damage your own units. So 5 petards, enough to get through, or to destroy TC. And I guess you just need 1 for the house, and then you go for the TC, so maybe 7 is all you need. Nope, okay, waste of a petard there. But he's through. He is through, and now it's a struggle here as we have Wheelbarrow on the way for Valas. Don't know how Valas defends, and I don't think he has a chance of pulling off a snipe in time. He's doing rams in the workshop. But this is looking better and better for Lewis. Some Gebettos are on their way. Monks want a conversion on the Mangonel. That gets converted, and then Valas is basically dead. Monks trying to convert the houses, convert and delete, and then this army is through. Fills in the TC for shooting down petards. Mangonel in the back for splashing petards. And Lewis almost there. Still up 73 to 56 Vils at the same time. And at the front, nothing really putting his TC at risk. Has 2 castles defending it. So the Karambits are through. They are taking a good Mangonel hit though. But I don't think they're stopping 6 petards now. Okay, Mangonel doesn't destroy them, and down goes the TC, and Lewis ties 2-2. We're gonna go to a game 5. We're gonna go to a game 5. All right, Lewis ties it up. 59 to 27 KD, but that's what happens when you're against Karambits. They're half a unit each, so Lewis is happy to pump them out, lose them, and win the game. GG. And that means we have 1 game left in this set. Final game of the round of 32. And then we'll have an announcement after the game. Announcement. Hey, 2-2. Everyone's won their home map so far, and Koala's the last map. It's Malay over the Malians. So Romans or Aztecs against Poles or Georgians. And while we're casting, let's also just give a good shout out to John Slow, who is co-hosting the event with me. So go give him a follow if you're not already. On Twitch and on YouTube. I think he's streaming on YouTube too. And indeed, Koala, the final map. This has been a good set. It's gone for a good 2 hours, 10 minutes already. I'm gonna get a 5th game out of it. So, as programming note, we do this, then we do the announcement, and then we're gonna have another set to cast, a team game set. That was played in Australia time. early this morning. The Blues Cubed tournament. I haven't really watched much of it up until this point, but it is the finals, and they asked me to cast it, so we'll be doing that next. And then maybe tomorrow we'll do more Cartographers community event games. So, still in the lobby, choosing their civs, agonizing over the civ picks here. What would you do, chat? Aztecs and Romans, the options for Valas. Poles and Georgians, the options for Lewis. I mean, Aztecs, faster working ranges for more skirms in what could be a very skirm-heavy map. I think Georgians versus Romans. Aztecs for sure. I don't think anyone covered the DuDuZhu games. Maybe I'll actually do those before the Aussie games, because then I think the later I delay that, the earlier, or the later in the morning it gets, and the more people who are awake. Excited for the announce? I am too. What is the chicken cosplay bar? Ivan, if we hit 500 subs during the event, I will cast the finals in a chicken cosplay. That's what that is. So they are launching, and I can see the civs. The civs shall be Georgians for Lewis and Aztecs for Valas. Georgians and Aztecs. There's another game after this. I will be casting more. I'll figure out what I'm casting after the announcement. Oh, look at that big chicken emote. Immediately resubbed. It is September. There is some way you get discounts on subs on Twitch. I need to figure out if I can make YouTube members apply to the bar too. That it's just a Stream Elements bar that counts my Twitch subs. I probably need to do some custom programming for that. And Marintho. Ooh, Marintho knows what the announcement is. He knows what the announcement is. Yes, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do announcement, then the DuDuZhu set, and then the Aussie games. I think that makes sense from a programming standpoint. Programming meaning TV scheduling. Not necessarily programming, although you can give me some insights onto my web design for the handbook of the announcement when we announce it. And here we are. Koala, game number 5, and Valas will be the green Aztecs to the northwest, and Lewis the blue Georgians to the southeast. So 3 relics in the middle for everyone. Great for the Aztecs if they collect them. This will be the snowy, cold version of the map. As does it get cold in Mexico for the Aztecs? Do they have to deal with snow? All that much? I'd imagine not that much. Immediately picking up all the sheep here is Lewis. Lewis and the Georgians. I'm sure he's used to the cold. Valas in Finland has to be used to the cold too. Anyway, this is a map where your boars are pretty far forward, so you can see some laming. Everyone picks up their pigs right away. And I think Lewis at least has scouted both of his boars quickly. Sending the mule cart forward for scouting. Oh, look at that. Immediately taking the boar is Valas. And Valas coming forward with his eagle. We'll try to find a boar, but Avil will get out there at just about the same time. And he'll see it, but see it being taken. So seeing that being taken gives him free reign now to scout the other side and try to grab a boar. And will Lewis see the scout? No, he won't. We'll know it's there when the boar gets taken. And there's the boar. Valas is going to be laming. Good old classic Aztecs Eagle Warrior taking the boar. And nice advantage of the eagle is that it is slower than the scout, so easier to micro and stay within the line of sight of the boar. You also run by the bear and have a huge line of sight. And here comes Lewis's scout though, and Lewis is going to try to block. And here, when you have scout versus eagle, you try to get in front of the eagle and block the eagle. And this is where we might need to see a Vil come forward from Valas to hunt the boar. Eagle zigzagging, trying to get away. And Scout gonna try to block the boar, but the eagle will just stand still while that happens. Lewis trying to go for the steal. Where's the Vil? Is Valas just gonna bring the eagle back? Did the boar stop? No, the boar's still going. Okay, Valas, right at the edge of the boar's line of sight. I think he really does need to send a Vil. Yeah, there's the villager. No loom, but the closer that gets to the TC, the less loom is needed. And now the eagle can just run back to the safety of the TC, and the Vil can take the boar. Or it doesn't even need to do that. Lewis will have to run the scout back. And, oh, don't kill it that far from the TC. And there he goes, alright. Now, Lewis could counter lame here. He could counter lame. That'll cost a bit of HP on his scout, but nothing to stop that. And maybe a downside for Valas is he didn't take his boar while he was pulling that off. He could be 3 boars to 1 with a bit of decay. But didn't quite have the APM to micro another boar, maybe? Or at least the thought process to go for that. I think that is really what you want to do, though, if you're laming. Make sure you take both of your boars so you can't be counter-lamed. So pro-lame, but all in all, I think maybe a bit more HP left on the scout for Lewis. The eagle, of course, can heal, but then if you're healing, you're not scouting. Also, this map has a little bonfire under the TC, which I think is really cute. It's there for some scenery. You can also have vases under the TC. I wonder what happened to those. It's a bonfire now. And there's the steal from Lewis, so you can just garrison, kill it with the TC, no problem. There he goes. The chili koala. And hello, pokering again. Yep, there is a Silver League for this going on, but it was not officially run by us. There's some community people who put it together. There's Feudal Age on the way for Lewis. Oh! Doesn't get the gates down. One into the trap. Valas trying to channel his inner Viper. Doesn't quite work. Deer kind of away from the TC. Forward Vil from Lewis. Wants to lame a deer, but only 1 deer left. He could actually just not lame it and push it back. He's not going to steal it, though. That's something that's kind of cute. Stealing the deer on this map. So loom on the way for Valas, then he'll be up, but Lewis up much, much faster. Thinking of walling the relics, but barracks will be up for Valas right there anyway. I mean, walling him in with palisades, I don't know if that does much. Palisades will go down quickly in the next stage anyway. Especially if you're Georgians do a fortified church, you can just shoot the walls down. Yeah, you'll delete the walls there. Or add them back. Okay, well, trying to do something here. I think they can be grabbed through diagonals, too. So I think he actually needs to go a tile back to wall them. And oh, Vil's gonna long distance take that deer. Maybe they could work on a wall out there while they're out there. Not much wood, though, for Valas. And he's up slower. I do wonder if on 20 Vils he might fast castle. Oh, he did lose the eagle somewhere. He did lose the eagle. Didn't see where that happened, but he lost it. Only scouts now, trying to do militia. You're trying to fight that Vil with the militia. It's the wood. Maybe a waste of Vil time. He's not even going to get that fully walled. The militia will get some hits on the scout. That's a low HP Vil. Remember, the militia is faster than the villager, so Lewis has to quick wall. Keep the Vil safe. Diagonal-ish hit. Cameo kit. And we'll escape with the scout on 2 HP and keep that Vil walled in with 8 HP forward. So Feudal on the way for Valas. Definitely does not have the eco to FC this. As the barracks will do a spear. Now just going to wall himself up. Could maybe defend with a few spears, go for a bit of a Feudal boom, then go eagles. Only 1 militia made for him. Only 1 militia. That bill will have to go back. Bill with 8 HP. More scouts forward and hoovering a bit. No HP on that scout. They're gonna pick the spear first and then the militia. Low HP scout runs away. Spear gets the full HP scout though. They will get more HP down off the militia. Run from the other spear. So that's always the tricky thing about choosing to engage spears with your scouts. The hidden spear is the one you fear, and the second one comes as a reinforcing unit, and then gets some pokes, just like there. I don't know if it's been worth it so far. So market going up for Valas. And probably gonna sell stone, then go up. I never realized how well the barracks blends in with the stone walls of the Mesoamerican architecture. There it does. Funny to everything. Do we have loomless vills? No, we have loom on all the vills now. So scouts for Lewis. I guess at least he stopped the relics from being inside the Aztec player walls right away. And Aztecs with the relic bonus, 33% extra gold, is great. You see I'm streaming, you hear monk noises. Monk noises are the best noises. I hear a lot of them in the announcement, too. Eagle, or scouting the wall. Second barracks, alright, so it will be 2 if not triple barracks eagles. Or double if not triple barracks eagles for Valas. Let's be parallel in our barracks description. Scouts, well, scouts at least have stopped the walls and being more forward. And he's only done 3 scouts, so it's not like Lewis invested too much into this. And he will have some healing Georgian scouts for later. Yeah, so there are the triple barracks eagles, and then you'll probably see the monastery behind that to deal with knights. You can also go pikemen in addition to the eagles. Armor on the way. Maybe we'll see forging on the way up too. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just see that saved for the eagle warrior upgrade and squires. Is squires in feudal now? I always forget that. Did they move this to feudal? I can't tell from that tech tree. You hear the Turks complaining about Ornlu the Wolf. Are they still the Turks, or did they change them to a different civ? The Turks were the Uyghurs in that scenario. Okay, Eagles going for the vision box. Playing William Wallace knocking down the outpost. I guess the Karakitai should probably be the Khitans now. So I'd imagine we get a forward monastery here to pick up the relics. I guess the monastery back here would have interfered with the pathing of the eagles there. Yeah, there's the shadow not in the right place compared to the other shadows on those flags. We've noticed that. They are without honor. Good old Rick May voice acting. Okay, this is one of Lewis's palisade walls, so Valas needs to be aware of that. He's not fully walled at this point. That mining camp will block his own gate. Valas? Okay, something here is going to be deleted at some point. Something there will be deleted. Oh, that Bill can't get out. Valas, what are you doing? No, Valas. The eagles can't get out. Valas. Not like this. I'll get the relics. There we go. We might go 20 Cav Archer groups. So I think it's going to be Cav Archers from Lewis, and usually Cav Archers are the answer to Eagles. They have a lot of mobility, and also they have one more attack than crossbows, so it'll be a total of 8 attack against 5 Pierce Armor when all the upgrades come in. So Eagle Scouts, we'll see Eagle Warrior and the Armor. Maybe the trouble with Cav Archers is Aztecs can pump out skirms at a really good clip. Cav Archers also usually effective against monks, but Aztec monks with more HP might be able to tank enough damage to get conversions better than other monks would. So Valas walling up. So Valas is gonna try to stay walled on this side, and then play Eagles to the south. A bit risky if Lewis ever can drop a castle over there. And the fortified churches should be able to fend this off fairly well. So 3 relics to 3 relics on both sides. Here come the Aztec monks, no upgrades yet. Sanctity on the way. That'll put them straight to 50 hit points. You're liking Valas' spot. Alright, I am liking the Cav Archer play from the Georgians. Husbandry on the way. And now maybe we'll see some Scorpions from the Aztecs. Does their military production apply to Scorpions? I never thought about that. Doesn't apply to monks anymore, even though it used to. Remember, Georgians do not have atonement, so it's hard for them to deal with a monk rush usually. There's 1 conversion, but 2 monks go down. Another conversion attempt on a knight. Scouts pick the monk. Alright, the monk's down right away. Eagles pushing forward, but they will be pushing under a fortified church. Do the relics shoot arrows as the Georgians too? Yeah, it looks like they do. 3 relics shooting arrows. Takes off the Cav Archer. More Cav Archers on the way. Eagles still without the final armor upgrade, but they are warriors now. Scorpions on the way. And a workshop on the way for Lewis. And that's Town Watch and Padded Archer armor. Scorpions, ooh, getting some nice shots on the Cav Archers. Might force more of a different unit composition from Lewis. That might be mangonels for himself. And remember, these Cav Archers do heal over time, so if you don't kill them right away, they will heal up. More monks for the Georgians. Again, no atonement. Can't convert enemy monks. Tricky fight with the Cav Archers. Eagles pushing. That's better and better Cav Archer numbers now. 21 to 8 KD for Lewis, and as long as he doesn't lose Cav Archers, which the Eagles have to force a big fight to get kills, as long as he doesn't lose them, he's probably able just to amass more and more. Cav Archers brought down Hera in a 1v1 earlier. Cav Archers are strong. Like Rage Forest Enjoyers, Valas definitely is one of those. Monks healing up the Cav Archers now, adding to their natural healing of 8 HP per minute. Mangonel wants a hit on the Eagles. Monks hit by the Cav Archers. And down they go. Cav Archers have to run. Mangonel hits the Scorpions. Lots of Scorpions going down. Mangonel's getting some nice hits, and Lewis is winning this fight. And winning it hard. Oh, Aztecs. A shell of their former selves in 1v1s. Cav Archer is an eagle. Converted eagle picks the Scorpion. And now build number is still similar, and I guess with the relic bonus so far for the Aztecs, more res collected for Valas. Lewis hasn't really been able to add the fortified churches all over his eco like he might want to as the Georgians. An amazing fight for Lewis. Agreed there. Clearing the Scorpions. And eagle number is not quite what they need to be. 4th barracks on the way for Valas. Can he actually keep 3 barracks running already? He already has 0 food with 13 farmers. I don't know if this barracks really adds much for him. So no opportunity to add pikemen here. Those who just die straight to the Cav Archers has to be pure eagle. And that requires a lot of gold. So if this gold runs out, this gold's almost out in the back of his base. Valas needs to get to the back of the map for more gold. And that's going to require either chopping through his wood line or sneaking out one of these sides to get to the back. Cav archers have mobility that they can scout that. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea for Lewis to try to send one cav archer to the back just to stop that. Have some good map awareness. Infantry versus cav archers, I mean, they are eagle warriors. They do need that final armor upgrade desperately. And 8 eagles out and about, but he needs more before he can even think about taking a fight. Those mangonels devastating to the scorpions. Redemption Monk's not really an option with that many cav archers. Redemption Monk's going to be an option though for Lewis. Oh, you're right. The green blending with the minimap. Didn't see that. 2 vills out there though. Only 2. Gonna go for more out there. Sneaking vills. Needs to replace that wall. And he will with a house there. So good awareness from Valas to get out. And extend the eco. Go for the clandestine economy. And Lewis not quite patrolling down there, even though maybe he could have. Tricky fight here. I don't feel like there are enough eagles to defend the scorpions from the mangonels now. Especially as other eagles run forward. This could be another amazing fight for Lewis if he can force it. Conversion on the knight. Getting his own knight back. And that workshop can be denied. Cav archers need to hit the Vil. 98% doubt workshop. Doubt workshop. And he's going to need more scorpions to fight this. How does he get scorpions, though? The workshop a bit too far forward. Another Vil. That Vil could go down. Lewis targets her. Nope, finishes the workshop. Okay, so scorpion production still in queue. Eagles peppered by cav archer arrows. No ballistics yet for Lewis. That's letting the eagles dance a bit. Although, if they dance, they might show the cav archers where the golds are. Trying to take the hill. Lewis flank formation. We'll have more workshops in the back for Valas, as he has to wall up behind this now. Mangonel goes for that workshop. 49 HP left. Lewis probably needs to finish that off with a couple of cav archer volleys. Oh, look at that. The scout from Lewis looking for Valas to come out the back, but actually is there at a point where he missed scouting the golds. Went there a bit too early. And Lewis not thinking that Valas would go right out there for golds. If he finds that the cav archers kill the Vils, and Valas is completely dead. Still now a slight Vil lead for Lewis, too. I guess that's a wheelbarrow difference, though. Wheelbarrow in. And a 5th barracks, 6th barracks. How does Valas produce from 6 barracks? That's going to be the key if he can produce from 6 barracks, but he needs to get his foot on the gas for the production now. He's got 28 eagles. Where are all of them? 14 there. 14 there. Castle drop on the way. Castle drop on the way. That's going to force a fight. That'll force a fight. Workshop is converted. Oh, that's why I didn't destroy it. Converted it. And now eagles coming from all sides. Coming from all sides. Cav archers need to be microed back. Eagles can go for the workshop. They can maybe kill the Vils. They don't even need to kill the cav archers. They can just go for the Vils and then try to get a huge eco lead for Valas. Yeah, those Vils are caught dead. Cav archers will not protect them. Especially not with the Scorpion there. Ooh, and all of a sudden that's a doubt castle from Lewis. He had the army advantage for the moment, but now the Aztecs maybe not caught out just yet. Maybe there's a bit of life still left in this civ. Now it's a nice Vil lead for Valas. Much better KD still for Lewis. But the economy for Valas is pulling ahead. Still has the Aztec relics. The Eagles want to force a fight. If you look at the economy for Lewis, still doesn't have any fortified churches added, just that one forward. He really wants to get that castle up. The church there to fend off the scorpions. Valas has 10 Vils on stone, could maybe do his own defensive castle. I think Lewis might have been able to do the castle over here. I guess maybe not. That forced a delete on walls and eagles going forward. Wouldn't have had his own army there. He's going to make another run at it. Only 17 eagles left, but 7 more in the queue. Suddenly going to pop out and also 4 scorpions in the back. Scorpions can try to take the hill. No ballistics for the scorpions. Ballistics is in for the cav archers. That's 28 cav archers. The scorpions there looming large. He's not going for the foundation just yet. Eagles trying to dance. More eagles coming forward. It's a lot of eagles. Eagles also sniping the monks. More cav archers. One scorpion converted, but that'll go down right away. Vils have to go back. Nice church position for the Vils to hop in and out. And Valas almost at the spot where he can do his own castle, buying stone. He can just castle right there. Even if that goes up, not going to threaten him all that much. Could even think of a ram here from Valas to go for the castle, but probably better just to keep more scorpions on the way. And still on that gold on the outside, 9 Vils there. Really needs to chop to the outside and I think get another mining camp. He's got 16k wood. This is not a balanced eco because he doesn't have gold access. He needs to grab like 12 vills and take the gold back there. There'll be a castle race here, but he's lost all of his army, and without enough gold, he can't produce eagles. So this could be a doubt castle from Valas too, as the cav archers come in. Battering ram on the way, and Lewis deletes the foundation. He's just gonna put it somewhere else? Where's he gonna put it? He doesn't know about that gold mine yet. He deletes it thinking that this isn't gonna be stopped. And yeah, Valas is there, Valas is there. Lewis still, he's seen that gold. Hasn't scouted the gold on the outside. Where are these vills going? Lewis has good scouting down here, but if he doesn't pay attention on the minimap, he won't see that Valas is sending vills to that gold. And I mean, he's microing in the middle, he might not see it. He might not see it, trying to do his own houses. Here comes a bear, and he might not know that Valas is down there. Valas, he's walling in the back. I mean, I feel like this is the safest spot for Valas to take gold right now. And now Lewis wants the castle on the other side. As long as Valas has gold, he will have eagles. He has 6 barracks to produce eagles. He has the castle up, that'll protect him in the south. Valas doesn't switch to skirms, he loses. I mean, he could have it ladle skirms. Ladle is his castle age tech. Don't want to have single-minded avoidance of Aztec skirms any more than Mayan skirms. So ram coming forward. And looks like the vills have not been spotted. The vills have not been spotted. Still think Valas wall here, take the back golds is the play for him. But now a defensive castle for Valas. He can YOLO up his own castle right behind Lewis's forward one. And should be able to defend behind this. 69 to 65 vills, so actually he's up by around 3 to 4k res collected. Cleans the forward. And horrible KD for him, but much better economy. If any player can go imp, and they're both floating a ton of wood, I think both need to do the same thing of taking their back golds. And meal cart back there. Cav archer's still in the back. Okay, Valas gonna go around the back of the back, maybe try to disrupt the wood eco. That's where walling would have been necessary. What does Lewis do? Does he try to castle the back, go imp, and then treb? I mean, he will get that. That is an outpost wall. The cav archers can break through that. Valas needs maybe walls in the back. Ooh, he's going for rams, though. He's going for a big ram push. And to be honest, there's nothing to stop a ram push if he goes straight for the castle. Question is, does he go for the castle or for the TC? Okay, cav archers is going to be in the back. Oh gosh, where are those vills going? What's he going to do when he breaks in through the back? Loses the huge score lead thanks to the KD. Here come the cav archers. Here come the cav archers. There's no defense here from Valas. He's down. He has 25 military, but 44 cav archers. Where are those rams going? Where are the rams going? You know, he could just YOLO push this. I mean, stone walls everywhere from Valas, but if some petards come forward with the rams... I mean, stone walls everywhere from Lewis. If petards come with the rams... I mean, how do you stop eagles with the rams? Cav archers probably won't do it. Villas were hiding in there. They can go back to mine gold. Here comes the push. Lewis well aware of it. Can Lewis send 19 vills to destroy a TC? Probably not when it's fully garrisoned like that. Here comes the push. Here comes the push. Vills and cav archers jumping. Lewis is going to lose this fight here. All of his cav archers are trapped in the back of Valas' base. Oh, if Valas were walled here, that would have been insane. Cav archers have to run through the castle fire. Through the castle fire to get forward. This is a great fight for Valas. A great fight for Valas. He's going to go for the church. He's going to go for the church. The cav archer is dying to the scorpions in the back. He could do this. He could do this. Right now, castle trap from Lewis. Castle trap, though, from Lewis. And these vills will have to repair from Valas. He has 300 wood, though, to repair his TC. There he goes. Nothing to stop the rams, though. Quick Mangonel being forced up. Forward tower there from Valas. He's going to keep pushing. No ranged unit yet to push through the walls, but the tower will help him. The tower will help him. Mangonel on the way at home. He needs a monk to convert the Mangonel. And okay, Vill's here. Vill's fighting the TC. Cav archers in the castle. The castle is targeting a house instead of the TC. And if Lewis doesn't right-click the TC, the castle will then probably target the lumber camps and the mining camp next. There he goes. Those Vills going down to the castle fire. The castle will hit repair Vills. They will hit repair Vills. So Valas is on a timer here. Valas is on a timer. Lewis is walling up. The Rams will take the workshop. Attempted repairs, but those will go down to the castle fire. Valas 50 Vills to 34. Could he go petards and rams at home to destroy this castle? It's only cav archers, but petards are from the castle, and I think Lewis will do it. I think he'll do this behind more stone walls. Nothing to stop the walling, but the ram push continues. This TC, 3 petards will do it. And down it goes. And Lewis does it. He does it. That house almost went down. And he did it. GG. Congrats to Lewis. That was a crazy final game. Yeah, maybe if Valas had just walled himself in the back a bit with some stone. He prevents that. Well, that was a crazy castle drop through the back of the woodline. Maybe if he had stonewalled the woodline a couple more tiles, that doesn't happen. Oh, man, that's the thing. In sudden death, sometimes little things like that, you think, oh, if only I had done one or two other things, it changes everything. And I mean, there's nothing stopping this push. If this push could have had a couple of monks accompanying it to convert mangonels, eventually Lewis loses the TC. Because Lewis isn't stopping that. And at this point, the army advantage is there for Valas. Man, maybe there were a way for Valas to turn around and hit the castle. Wow. Yeah, walling with an outpost was a disaster. Needed some stone walls. Yeah, the armies stopped mattering in the end. Eagles walled out. Cav archers, well, they mattered. They were in the castle. You shoot 11 extra arrows from the castle. So what are the stats there? So we have a KD of 150 to 126. Valas brought that KD back at the end. Look at that fight. He had more military at the end when Lewis was forced to lose all the Cav archers. 3k more res collected. And a great sudden death game played with a sudden death ending. And GG's there. So I guess it's announcement time, right? I just put announcement in the title. And then we just play an ad so we make sure we don't have an ad during the announcement. So 3-2 for Lewis. Everyone wins their home map there. And the first game there mattered. It's Georgians over Aztecs. That was a crazy game. Interview probably for later rounds. I'm not going to do interviews for the round of 32. Lewis, he's queuing right now. He's queuing. Start streaming in queues. Here's the announcement. The announcement you did. We're going to do the announcement in a moment. Who's ready for the announcement? Any guesses in the chat at what the announcement is? The announcement. Marintho knows the announcement. Wait for the ad break to end. Monkey Mania. Who won? Well, it is Lewis who won. I was waiting for the ad to end to answer that, so I was afraid you might not see it, or might not hear it. So there is Lewis, up 3-2. 3-2. So are y'all ready? Are y'all ready for the announcement? For the announcement, are you ready? Ready on YouTube? It is announcement time. I think I just need to swap my scenes and it should work. So hopefully this actually works. I turn my volume up my headphones so I can hear the trailer when I switch to it. Alright, let's go. It'll be a black screen for a moment, but that's because the beginning of the trailer is black.
Once upon a time, in a peaceful, palisaded village, a young monk heard the elder bards singing about great castles and mighty fortresses that guarded treasures in distant lands. Longing for these riches, the monk set off, gathering a party of friends and acquaintances and converting more followers along the way. Few became many, and many became a crowd. However, the distant lands were dangerous, and as the battlements were besieged, disputes broke out among the parties. Quickly, the situation devolved into a frenzy, a stronghold frenzy. The fighting raged on land and sea, The clergy had their hands full keeping the rebels under control, and weeks passed before the opposing side finally shook hands. But peace is deceptive and oaths are fragile. It's only a matter of time before the flames of conflict are fanned again.
All right, that's the announcement. So that was Who's Unknown Player. He narrated that. This is he and the clown admin group, I'll call them, Rintho and Rapture and everyone, ran Stronghold Frenzy last year, and they asked me to help out with it this year. So we're helping out for it. And that especially means we have a handbook time. I should spam the handbook link. Handbook time. Cartographers 3, not quite yet. Not quite yet. So all the clowns will have another clown tournament coming up. And there will indeed be community versions of that tournament. We'll have a league for everyone who signs up. So if you want to play in it, you can go ahead and sign up. And we would love to have as many players as possible. And we can take a quick look at the handbook, I guess. Why not? Get some web design. There we are. So, timeline, you can sign up until October 3rd, and finals will be November 16th. So throughout October and November, we'll be running this. It is the best C-tier tournament of 2024, according to Paradox, was Stronghold Frenzy 1. So right now, it's a $500 prize pool. We'll add to that over time through donations and whatnot. It'll be basically a 32-player tournament, and Lyle Kale, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you very much. And hope you're hyped. So you'll have extra clown points for people who sign up from previous events for the seeding. And we'll have 9 new maps made by new or returning maps from the previous edition. We'll have D Zimbabwe. You might have seen that before. Kolo, Narak, Ngome, Cerdis, Todai G, Treasure Beach, Tulo, and Veldshans. So some walled clowny maps for everyone who likes that playstyle. And then just some handbook general rules. We all know those. But the fun part is it's another clown tournament with some walled maps. No elo cap at all. We'll have a league for everyone who signs up. Unless we have exactly 33 signups and we only have 32 players for the top league. But we should get more than that. So it'll be throughout October and November. So you can work on your elo in September and sign up for October. So that is the announcement. That's the announcement. So I think what I'll do is I will cast the sets from earlier. So DuDuZhu versus ceepki, Sudden Disaster, and then we will go to the Aussie tournament after this. And y'all can give me ideas for web design for future things to add to the handbook to make it more interactive or pretty. Originally, it was just a Google Doc that I uploaded to my website because Google didn't render it. And now I'm trying to make it more fancy with calendars and tables and stuff. Anyway, let's maybe grab the Rex from this other set, and we'll cast this set. Oh, we have a sign up already. Ola Dushik already signing up. Oh, and John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. So we're going to cast the set from earlier, the ceepki and DuDuZhu set. So I'm just going to grab the Rex for that, and grab the drafts, and get everything set up in a moment. So I take it you showed the trailer too. So I hope you're excited for some more clown tournaments. And again, everyone, I shouted you out earlier. I don't know if I can do that again. A sign up link. It will be in the handbook. If you look at the handbook, you'll find a sign up section there. Let me reset the scoreboard. and get our next two players ready. There we are. And ceepki apparently uses a lowercase c, so I'll maintain the stylization there. I have a few words about it. It is a walled tournament for the clowns. It is the sequel to Stronghold Frenzy 1, which was, as Paradox's awards called it, the best C-tier tournament of 2024. So they asked me to help out with it, and I figured it'd be a very fun event, because I love the clown events. So DuDuZhu versus ceepki, let me download the Rex. Do we have the Rex posted? Yes, we do. Perfect. And a RAR file. Time to get 7-zip to unzip this. Extract the files. Okay, admins need to tell DuDuZhu to use the rec uploader. And fix his rec post. That's okay. Just copy and paste these into my save game folder. And that should all be good. Clear out my downloads. And did I update my title to DuDuZhu versus ceepki? Yes. And again, thank you, John Slow, for the raid. And this was played earlier, and after this, we'll do the Aussie set. How can people donate to the prize pool? Open the handbook, and there's a link to donate. It's just the same. I'll collect the donations for it, because I'm going to do the payments. It's the same donation link as my Twitch stream will have. Let me just grab the handbook link again, twastaoe.net, and grab the handbook. There you go. There'll be a link in there in the prize pool section. And if you do donate, just leave a note on the donation that's for the prize pool, and we shall apply it. All right, so next set on the way. Let's start with game number 1. It'll be Ring of Reeds, DuDuZhu versus ceepki. There we go. Click the buttons around, get my chats visible. There we go. Are there balanced symmetrical maps in the Steam Workshop? So I guess the first thing is DE doesn't use the Steam Workshop, unfortunately, unlike the HD edition. It uses its own mod center, but same thing, I guess, for purposes of the question. Are there balanced/symmetrical maps? Depends on exactly what you mean. Age 2 really doesn't have exactly like the same thing in the same exact spot. A couple people have made them over the years. Never really got much play, though. It definitely is possible if you want to do random map scripting and script them yourself. But alright, DuDuZhu and ceepki, both simple names that I don't need to change. I love seeing that. SH2, what is HH2? Like SH2. You have SF, FSD, and FSH. Wonderful commands. Sudden Hamster 2, what is that? That's just Arabia sudden death? What are these guys' ratings? That is a great question. Marintho, do you know the ratings of these two players right now? ceepki is definitely the underdog. General Patton George, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it. That's Partner Plus helping sub. Appreciate the support. And I'll help towards our chicken goal. Where are they from? DuDuZhu is Chinese. ceepki, I'm not sure about. Was ceepki... I don't want to say country and get it wrong. ceepki is 2k. He's like 1k9, I think. He did upset, who was it, a Thunderbolt earlier, so that was a huge upset, and has now made it forward through DuDuZhu. So ceepki has been very well prepared for the sudden death settings. As we've seen, early round upsets are a thing in this tournament. Struggling a bit with the boar, but that's okay. He's Croatia. Yeah, Croatia. Okay. I was going to say Croatia, but wanted to be sure. Where's that boar going? Is the boar going to walk in through that gate? Oh no, the Vil going for the boar, but the boar has other ideas. Vil's just going to do the house. Okay, not the cleanest dark. Oh, the boar's walking back. That boar can't decide where to go with the gates opening and closing and opening and closing. Oh, poor ceepki. Isn't that a Drush FC map? Arabia? Sudden death? I have no idea what that is. Did I cast Viper? Yes, I did cast Viper set. We did. John Slow and I casted that yesterday. So the gate is not 4x4. That's just a capture age bug. And if you click on this gate, capture age shows a huge selection area. If you click on this gate, it actually, I think, just shows a 2x1 selection area. So that's just a weird capture age thing for some reason. It's not actually like that in game. Oh, Ring of Reeds? Ring of Reeds sudden death? I haven't really seen Drush FC that much. I have seen tower rushes to mixed effectiveness. I have seen huge Vil fights. I mean, maybe Drush FC is completely viable. Maybe the Drush would probably have to go harass fish on the outside, though. Biggest upset. Yeah, I mean, Nia's definitely pulled a big upset. But I mean, he went for Licks and then for Vipers, so he is very much competent and well-practiced on these sudden death settings. I think he's only 20 years old, or at least that's what the dashboard told me. So he's maybe a young, up-and-coming player to add to our youth movement. Like StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2. Yeah, I've never actually played StarCraft 1 and 2, but I don't think anyone's really made maps that are to that level of symmetry. I know I did make an Arabia map for Dragonstar. He wanted a very well-balanced Arabia that I had done. I could probably make some improvements to that now with some of the math features that were added. But it is possible to make stuff like that, but as far as I know, no one has ever really done it. Eliminating Viper. I mean, Nia's got himself into the money round at least. He got himself into the top 16, so I will be collecting his bank information and making a payment to him, or his PayPal information, whatever he prefers. And then, okay, we'll have Tree Reeds overchopped here a bit for ceepki after the wall delete. DuDuZhu will go in, but then get trapped, so that might have just been not what he wanted to do there, especially as Loom comes in, so now I'll have a trapped scout. Bit of a difference in uptiming. Dock is wild, so Dock on the outside for both players here. No one Dock in the middle, but it will be a middle in the middle for DuDuZhu. Yeah, StarCraft uses set maps. Very, very different than AoE 2. Actually younger than the game itself. Certainly he doesn't feel the pain in the knees that I do in my 30s. So Militia coming forward as a Vil comes around, so DuDuZhu going for the outside. Is this going to be a forward Dock? Well, someone suggested the Drush. Here we are, 3 Militia. And more Militias coming around. There, barracks on the outside. Yeah, like I said, I did make something like that for Arabia. But even when I made that, it was still a circle where you could randomly spawn in the circle. Oh, I've used landline phones. I remember waking up at like 5 a.m. because I was afraid someone would call me if I used the internet during the day, and the phone call would break my internet connection. Lower back pain does hit hard. I get that if I squat and I take a break from squatting, then get back into it and don't get back into it slowly enough. Running definitely helps with the back pain, I've found. But then running is horrible for my right knee now. I have tons of knee pain. So Men-at-Arms, teaching the fishing ships a lesson, keeping them away from the dock. We'll have a demo raft out, but the damage might have been done. CP getting a demo on the Men-at-Arms would be great. And so far, no forward dock, going to be a forward archery range, actually. Okay, that demo could be crucial now, as we also have a tower rush at the front, so DuDuZhu doing damage on both sides. CP needing to wall up tower rush, or tower defense at the front. And that could put both of his golds, this one out here. Oh, interesting, the gold spawned on the beach. Maybe needs one more max distance to other zones to prevent that. It's restricted there, but if it's in the group will override the terrain restriction with tight placement. That's some map trivia there. Try swimming. It's a bit too cold to try swimming for most of the year here, though. I mean, it's the end of August and I already feel cold. Used to do it competitively. I used to do running competitively, so like cycling and swimming are things I could consider picking up. Yeah, need to move somewhere warmer for, for year-round swimming, though. So the spear pokes the fish, men-at-arms going for the gate. Spear wants to poke the Vil, tower will hit the Vil. Oh, why did we lose the game volume? Thank you. That's because I was getting double volume for the trailer, so I turned my desktop sound off and forgot to turn it on for the game. Thought it would be different for different scenes, but thank you for reminding me. Or heated pools? I mean, if I'm gonna swim, I feel like I want to do outside rather than inside. Just like with running. Running is so much better outside. No treadmills for me. You use the sauna in Finland, okay. Calling? Do you mean cycling? With autocomplete? So this is now a very tricky situation for DuDuZhu, as men-at-arms breaking through the back, and he had to go for a ceepki, he had to go 3 tower defense, running out of space for putting down his own market. That demo's still in the dock. Ooh, yeah, not an opportunity to use it there, they cross so quickly. DuDuZhu just sends the archers one at a time, the demo's never going to have a tempting, juicy target. So you do like a pyramid by Elu. Shower, sauna, swimming, sauna, shower. That sounds like a lot of work to go swimming. And so outpost dock on the way. Forward tower now from ceepki. Gonna try to control the dock in the middle, but Castle Age is on the way for DuDuZhu. And up by 500 res collected. He has had a much smoother economy without the harassment on the outside dock. He still has a fishing ship added in on his side, and he's been fishing with the mill out there, so everything's smooth with the shorefish for him. Smooth sailing. Are we live? These games are rec. They were played at 7 a.m. my time, so I didn't cast them live. Thank you, JDubsXL, for the extra large follow. I mean, I am live. I'm not a robot, but this game is a wreck. YW, I will translate that as you're welcome. So scout cav running around, tower might go for the fire. And good night, Marine, though. Hope you enjoyed the announcement. They're a lovely trailer. And after the stream, I'll share that around on my socials, too. Maybe make a Reddit post about it. So Vil's fighting the men-at-arms. Vil's fighting the men-at-arms in the middle. We'll have a demo there. Castle far enough away that the demo won't affect it. Tower to deny the castle from DuDuZhu. That's 11 Vils, though. And it will be successful. He will deny the castle. The ceepki will be forced back. We'll be doing the castle a bit farther behind. Need some HP on it. Demo not going to hit the Vils. One knight coming forward. The Vils trying to quick wall. And ooh, we can't get the quick wall up. The knight gets in. Nice blocking from DuDuZhu on the Vils. And ceepki will doubt the castle. Actually has a Vil lead now, but not going to last long. Why is there a spear on the inside? I don't know. Will be a back castle. Hasn't lost a Vil in that forward yet. But the knight now is in. Knight is in. Lots of low HP Vils. We'll be going for that Vil. I don't think she'll survive. But the castle can go up. The Vils need to run. Where are the Vils going? Oh, he's going to decide he's not going to do that castle. He's going to go around the side and try to castle back here. Okay, DuDuZhu will have line of sight of that. He just needs to make sure he notices it. Okay, ceepki, he's playing sudden death. He's got 10 vills around that side. Why is there a castle in the back? He's not sure whether to defend the front or the back of the TC with the castle. Monastery there. I mean, he needs more stone for a castle. He's just gonna buy it when he's up. 0 on food, and we've seen so many times that no food equals no petards. Okay. Castle here in the middle. Want to delete the TC and build the castle there? Good idea, Max. We saw in our community games the other day, the Persian player got overzealous, thinking that if they deleted their own TC, it wouldn't defeat them in sudden death. And they were very mistaken. Okay, so DuDuZhu, it's in your line of sight. ceepki sees the barracks and he's like, nope, I'm committed. I have to go for this. I can't stop now. I just have to hope he doesn't notice. And I got a micro at the front. So he has the stone. He has the stone for a castle. And he will have the food to buy petards. But the vills are going to fight. Can he get the quick wall up? Can he get the quick wall up? No, he can't. The tower's going up. And that castle does not hit the TC. Vills trying to wall themselves. That's a lot of vills going for the tower. Gonna be a big vill fight here. But DuDuZhu is aware. He is aware. And man-at-arms from the back. Archers and knights come forward. And this is going to be another doubt castle. He needed more vills forward. 11 was not enough. Remember, it takes a village to raise a castle, and DuDuZhu will win game number 1. 10 to 10 KD, but that was about to be a massacre of vills. Res Collected weren't that far away. Maybe ceepki actually wasn't as far behind as he felt, and instead of going YOLO forward, could have played a more standard game. But 2 denied castles is going to be 2 GGs. We just keep the ads between the games still. And that's 1-0 for DuDuZhu. And that'll be a win on Ring of Reeds. Also, the first picked Bohemians against the last picked Japanese. Yeah, ceepki's earlier sets were great. And again, the farther he goes, gonna run into not just good players, but players who are more familiar with sudden death. Oop. Wrong hotkey there. The game 2 will be on Camber. And here we are, we'll have ceepki as the Red Vikings to the south-southwest, and DuDuZhu as the Blue Persians to the north-northeast. The map will be Camber. We'll have this lovely river running between the players with the 30,000 food perch in the middle. Vikings, Persians, longboats could be the master plan then for ceepki here. Cheaper docks could give him a decent dark age. Cheaper galleys. You're not going to have fires though. No fire galleys could be tricky here. I mean, discount on the demo ships could be nice. Minus 15% demo ships. Extra infantry HP if he wants to go men-at-arms behind this. Longboats could win the water. The Red Vikings, yes, even the campaign color appropriate for Vinland Saga. Vikings versus Persians, what a Civ matchup. Persians then will have the faster working dock, the faster working TC, and the plus 50 wood and food at the start. Oh, and DuDuZhu, thank you very much. The glory and majesty of T. West and friends. Also helping us towards the chicken cosplay goal. We had so many subs this month. Thank you very much. Hopefully it's an indication we're actually growing as the stream. That and the YouTube members too. Yep, 500 subs for a chicken cosplay. Or casting the end of Sudden Disaster, casting the finals. Ooh, the deer are going to walk back for ceepki. Going to walk back. That is unfortunate. It is a long deer push, and messing it up can really mess up your Dark Age. Could ceepki fast castle here? Could you just dock the middle, FC with a couple of demos? Like you do maybe 2 fishing ships, FC, demo your opponent's fishing ships, and then go up. That could be a play. He's gonna dock over there. And see, I never really like these docks. I prefer the docks 1 tile forward, and then you palisade to keep your ville safe. Unless he wants to do a double dock and go for the dock block. Which maybe he does. Loom on the way. Maybe that's just to protect the outside ville. It doesn't look like he's clicking feudal anytime soon. Got 7 food. Hasn't taken the boars, and yeah, this has to be a fast castle boom for him then. Fast castle longboats. He's gonna hope DuDuZhu doesn't have a counter for it then. House out there, and maybe this is just gonna be another dock. Loom on the ville, so he can take the fight against the scout if he needs to. We'll be pushing a deer over here. No loom yet for DuDuZhu. And doesn't want to be housed. And even if the Vil would get enough HP on the scout, he'll finish the house. Probably wall himself up, and then look to do a Borlor with the Vil. And again, after this, we're going to cast the Blues Cubed Finals. And I figured if I delay the casting a tiny bit more, that'll give the Aussies more time to click to wake up. To click up, too, to wake up. And get to their morning. And I guess tomorrow's streams will be a whole bunch of cartographer sets from the community event. I'll probably be off Tuesday. And then probably midweek madness and more cartographers on Wednesday. And hello, Jaeger AoE. How are you doing? Barracks on the way for DuDuZhu. And deer here being pushed for ceepki. Cycled 75 km and now chilling. Oh, that sounds like a good cycle. I guess that's got to be the fun thing about cycling. You can go much farther in a day than you can through just running. Especially on knees like mine. If he converted the petard? I mean, if he converts it, then the petard shouldn't explode. And if it explodes, then the conversion doesn't come in. Depends on lag. Okay, forward tower. And ceepki is deciding, I'm just going to YOLO fight this with my Vils. Yeah, you might have men-at-arms, but I'm going to make sure you don't have a tower. And he's going to fight this as well as he can before the men-at-arms upgrade comes in. Down it goes, but there's enough stone there that the DuDuZhu will be able to get a tower again. And can he wall this now? Can he wall it? Ooh, yes, he gets the walls in time. Men-at-arms will try to break in, but at least that will force a second tower and delay the Trush. Now, the next wall probably has to be back a bit, and it might even have to be stone walls, although if he doesn't sell the stone, I don't know how he's going up. Ooh, he went for the dock block. Not going to get it, though, because he wanted to save the fish. And, yeah, this doesn't feel like the greatest build for ceepki here. They wanted to try something fancy with the Vikings. Doesn't look like it's working out against the more standard play here of DuDuZhu. And yeah, here come the men-at-arms. So DuDuZhu probably recognized what ceepki tried to do right from the get-go and decided men-at-arms trust with a range behind it was the answer. And so far that answer is working out. Palisades providing a very false sense of security. Standard play versus the masterpiece, yes. Well, he's gonna wall this in. That's always very nice against the forward vills, walling them in and trapping them. He ran 32 kilometers, nice. I'd love to get back into distance running someday. I need to be healthy for it. And I want to deal with my shoulder injury first. And Villa's killing a Vill as the fire comes in. Oh, they're trying to break out, but huge eco advantage for DuDuZhu. And still no way to go up for ceepki. No way for him to go up. I get that from carrying Ornlu. No, I did not. There's the GG, and DuDuZhu goes up 2-0. So ceepki tried something fancy, but fancy did not work out. DuDuZhu came up, probably sniffed it out right away. Figured out what the strategy was. Look at those up timings. 9 minutes, 9 seconds, and 11 minutes, 11 seconds. That's fun. Yeah, game. And that'll be 2-0 for DuDuZhu. And for the maps, that was ceepki losing on Camber. And we'll see what map he goes for the next game. Acra has always been fun. So loss for the Vikings, win for the Persians. And what do we have here? Burmese feel like by far the best civ were Acra the pick for DuDuZhu. So maybe he goes for another map, maybe something like Hideout or Koala. Koala, I think, should be a great advantage for DuDuZhu, though. I've never done a marathon myself. Maybe one day. That's 26.2 miles, as we'd say in the US. Right, and game number 3 will be on Acra. My hotkey's set up. There we go. We'll be on Acra. The Cuans still get their second TC on sudden death? No, they do not. The only thing they have then is the ram push, but that is usually very obvious. So DuDuZhu very clearly knows how to play Acra. He is not building a house, he's just capturing the castle. ceepki doing the same, sending a Vill for one castle. He did do the houses though. And sending a Vill for the other castle, and immediately sending the scout forward. Ooh, okay, good thing DuDuZhu went for both castles. That scout's going for it. The ceepki tried to pull off a quick castle grab. And what is this? It's not the Arambai, it's the Magyars. Magyars. Okay, he's going to see the wall being destroyed. And then he'll see the volley of arrows. And have to get out while the getting's good. Alright, so I've not seen Magyars yet, but Magyar Hussars against organ guns. They should have an attack bonus against siege. That could be interesting. I think organ guns maybe still slaughter them if there's like a meat shield in front of them, but probably not enough time to make a meat shield on this map. And back when I was in shape, I would go for like 15-mile training runs occasionally, but that was like the longest distance I'd go. I never tried to go for a race more than 5K though. I'd want to be doing longer runs, but then that takes even more time. And I feel like I need to be in shape that I'm actually still getting back to my like 6-ish minute per mile pace to do those. I think that's going to take a while for me. Vill's being pumped from the TCs. And board now being lured in from ceepki. Okay, Vill's just gonna stand by the wood line. Oh no, the horror. Slacking on the job. There she goes. slacking on the job for a moment as the Cybex gets pushed in. Maybe back you ran 10k races one year and would run 5k in training. Yeah, well, 5 to 10k are definitely doable training runs. I mean, 5k is actually kind of short for a training run. But it depends on the intensity, too. You can use it more as a threshold run. These days, people use terms like Zone 2 training a lot. That wasn't a thing back in my day. I'm used to thresholds, intervals, and repeats. And as the ELO here, ceepki is around 1900. DuDuZhu is somewhere in the 2Ks. Has been I guess a pretty exciting Chinese player to watch recently. One of the many Chinese 2K plus players, I'd say. Has anyone tried? Yeah, we've had a couple of games, 3v1. But we did have the situation where Antagonist forgot about one of his castles for several minutes. And Vinch almost came and stole it, but was afraid of running into Castle Fire and didn't go for it. Namaste, hello, in Green Heaven. Thank you very much for using your Prime sub on the stream. Appreciate the support. That'll help us towards our chicken cosplay goal. Lots of subs today. It's been wonderful. It's only August and we're already getting ready for September. So we'll have Loom on the way for ceepki. There's another Ibex being pushed in. And taken by the Vills. So Feudal on the way, Villager and Loom on the way. For DuDuZhu. Followed by Sober October. I don't know how that follows September. Oh, and Twitch user 2015, thank you very much for using a normal sub. Tier 1 sub, thank you very much.
Estou pronto.
So Loom on the way for DuDuZhu. Long distance mining stone. Okay, long distance mining 10 stone. Is that just for some outposts? So he sold the stone to go up. Yeah, now it has to be 2 outposts, giving him some vision in case petards come in. He'll be farming in the back. Gives him more space to wall in the front, but not in the back in case the petards loop around. No one going for a dock. No dock in the north, no dock in the south. And blacksmith market on the way for ceepki. And there's Castle Age on the way for DuDuZhu. Didn't finish that farm. Let's plop the farm down. I'm sure he'll finish it later. He'll be up first. And does he go Magyar Hussar with or without Corvinian army? As that replaces the gold cost by food cost. But I guess gold is probably cheaper here than food. You're not going to have many farms. Waiting for a horse collar? Not quite. Finishing the farms. Is this just it's Magyar Hussars? Which I guess have an attack bonus against the siege that is organ guns. Is this just a masterpiece Civ matchup here? Yeah, so it's +5 against Siege, and also +0 against Siege. That's weird. 10 - 10 latest attack. Wait, what? Why do they have latest attack that's 10 - 10? Why would they ever have that attack class? What is going on with these stats? 1 against Ram, and 5 against Siege. I don't think the games on this map last long enough for Horse Collar to matter. Oh my gosh, look at how many of these things he has. He's got 7 of them already. ceepki isn't even Castle Age. Oh, this is insane. He can hoover around, stop the berries, stop all the res. Gold has to be walled. And again, organ guns are not going to be here in time to stop this. Oh my gosh, this is a complete masterpiece from DuDuZhu. This is a masterpiece. We hadn't seen Magyars on this map, but he figured something out. Okay, his dock attempt from ceepki. He might want relics, but that's not going to be in time. He's going to lose the market. He's not going to have wood to rebuild the market. And the, yeah, 0 siege armor there, so that should be +5 attack. Oh, and that organ gun goes right down. Now, at some point, these things can just jump the TC. Only 6 fills inside. They're doing their armor. They have their free +2 attack. I'll pick a Vil here. Alright, and he has outposts up. He has the vision in case petards come in. And he has the house back here for vision too in case petards come this way. Maybe need some vision down there, but he has at least the mill. Oh, and he breaks into the lumber camp. He's gonna get the Vils there. Oh gosh, this is insane. This is an absolute slaughter. ceepki's getting masterpieced by DuDuZhu. Alright, all the organs going down. Vils going down to the Hussars too. All these things massacre the organs. Here's the GG. There's the well played. He is appreciative of that masterpiece. Dang. Alright, 12 to 5 KD. And slightly more res collected, but dang. That was fast. And that was furious. Ooh. Alright. Give me a moment. Just gonna manage my save game folder here. Clean out some of my old Rex. And then we'll have something else to cast. So thank you all for watching. We're going to have one more set today from a different tournament, though, from the Blues Cube tournament. So I'll just get an ad, and then we'll get that going. Let's just finish this. How does the bracket for the round of 16 look? You know, we'll take a look at the bracket first. We'll take a look at the bracket, and then we'll swap to the other tournament. All right. That was a masterpiece. I'd never seen Magyars on Acra before, but they're brilliant. Took them at the end of the draft, too. Bracket. Open it up in Firefox so we don't get ads. And let's look at the bracket. Plate capture, there we go. So, round of 16. Yo versus Kapach. Hart versus Kingstone. Arles versus Lewis. Sebastian versus Valesa. Margugu versus Sorakuma. Nika versus Classic Pro. Antagonist versus DuDuZhu. And Niaz versus freaking Andy. We'll see if Niaz can keep his streak up. First against Geisenjung, then against Lix, then against Viper, and now Andy. I mean, if he gets past Andy, antagonist to DuDuZhu actually would be a fairly close matchup. He'd actually be favored against DuDuZhu. Surprised DuDuZhu is actually such a low seed, but he did upset Lucho after Dave took a win off of Lucho. Upper part of the bracket had some upsets, but probably nothing of the Niaz nature. Yo and Kapach both have gone through without an upset, and Yo probably still the heavy favorite in this tournament now. Yeah, what a weird round of 16 with all the upsets we've had. Sato. ECCM. Winchester. Viper, all being upset. And even the other sets were close. Like Mihai over Sorokuma. That would have been close, though. Jordan could have been an upset over Sebastian. Doubt Yo, even. Was pretty interesting. When Kapach, they need to schedule. They need to schedule. So they'll be scheduling during the week. These games will be, I guess, broadcast Thursday through Sunday over the weekend. I know, we'll have Niaz making his way to the finals. That would be a story. So, alright. I'm going to change my titles. Oh, never changed my Lewis versus... More new lines in my YouTube description. And then Blues Cubed Finals. Boom. Alright, so you have to bear with me for a moment because I don't have an overlay set up for this just yet. Need to grab the team names. So this is another tournament I'm going to be casting called Blues Cubed. It's going to be best of 7. This is going to be the finals. Let's put finals over there. There we are. And clear the scoreboard. Not the cubed mod, no. Not the cubed mod. I need to go through my Discord messages and get a whole bunch of messages. I got 7 games individually downloaded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Don't know if they're fake or not. Need to find the drafts. These are huge drafts. And we'll get the team names up. And we'll become familiar with the players, I think, as we get into the games. It should be easy to set up on an overlay, so just give me a moment here. Get this, so browser. All right, get the draft. Get the custom CSS to get the draft properly on the screen. There we are. Do some quick overlay management. There we go. That nice and centered. I'll make that bigger in a moment. Let me get the civs first. Oh, I'll need to make that even bigger. There we go. Oh, even bigger. That's a bit too big. I can get this nice and even. There we go. All right, center that. Corrupt. Move it up just a bit. Try to keep them lined up. Group. And the group. And... Nope. Group as a whole larger. And here we go. Look at those overlay skills. Boom. Okay, I don't know how game 1 is decided. We'll figure that out as we go along. And again, this is a tournament from the Aussie players they asked me to cast. And I have some recs that I now will paste into my save game folder for my downloads. And up to 7 games. Boom. Where can I rewatch Viper Neos? On my YouTube. That was yesterday's stream. Alright, let me update my title. Blues Cubed Finals. Game 1 was frontline for the whole tournament. There we are. Hello, Tricky Mickey. And you can give me insights into the players. As you played in this, so you'll probably know them better than I do. So, alright. Let's get things started. Let's get the Sudden Disaster logo off of Capture Age. And we are good to go. And here we are, game number 1 on Frontline. Voted by team captains before the draft. All right, let's make this red versus blue. Okay, blue is playing the cyan. Lovely. So, teams. Let me know which team is which name actually, Tricky Mickey. Because one of them is going to be blue, the other will be the other name. Is blue's team actually the blue team? That would make sense. So this is not sudden death, I think. This is the actual game non-sudden death, I think. Let me actually get the title up. So this will be Blues Cubed. This will be the finals. And I'm gonna guess this is blue. And that the other team, let me grab the name, be the other team. Boom. Alright, so the Plecator is over here to the west. We're gonna have immediate laming, right? Immediate drush. The map is frontline. Immediate drush here from some humble pie. Immediately they're drushing. So there they go. They're gonna try to kill the hunt in the middle. The map is frontline, so you have a line of players. This is a 3v3 tournament. And one last thing on the settings, best of 7. There we go. As militia start to lame the hunt. Remember, the hunt still has food on it in this patch when it's lamed. And gonna get off to a fast start here with the laming. Set off reactions when you saw a second TC. I know, same for me. We might see several TCs here. So you have a flank, a middle pocket, and a super pocket here. So it'll be Shu on the flank, Saracens is the pocket, and Franks is the super pocket. Usually you see just basically YOLO, Vilfight, Drush from the flank, Archers from the pocket, and then Scouts from the super pocket on this map. On the other side it'll be Wu, Portuguese, and Slavs set up perfectly for that. Wu getting the food as they build the barracks, plus 55, so they can do the early drush. And that's exactly what we saw there, going, ooh, almost getting on the lumber camp, but going for the lames. Could be disruptive if that boar comes in, or braids. Boar out there in the middle. Oh, the quick walls on the lumber camp, trapping the militia in the house. The masterpiece. Braids in the yellow, Dune's best Viper impression. Hello, Full Metal Zim. Doing his best Viper impression. Look at that. I guess some hype in the chat for the quick wall. More taken easily there. Taken easily. You have that, oh, the TC horror when swapping between midweek madness and sudden death, yeah. Hopefully this Wednesday I'll be able to cast some midweek madness. Maybe also a bit on Thursday too. Morning Full Metal Zim. I've been having a good weekend. So is it now morning time enough that the Aussies can wake up and there'll be a decent time for watching these games? I hope it is. I casted both those sets back to back, so I think we bought enough time. They can kill the boars safely now. Yes, 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 they can, unfortunately. Raises the highest rated player in the tournament around 1900. Okay. I'm guessing everyone here is around like 16 to 1900 then. Correct me if I'm wrong about that though. I know I've casted a lot of games, so there's a ton of Aussie players. Still drinking coffee, it's the morning. Hello, no shoes. I didn't need more coffee. 4 p.m. and I need more coffee. Okay, well that drush is trapped back there. I'll have Loom on the way, and then Feudal Age here from Blue. Our Cyan player Blue. What is this monstrosity of a map? Well, this is Frontline. It's actually just one of the default maps in the game. I think it's a special map. And I guess you need custom versions for different sizes. Could be fun to make a different version of this, maybe make the outline a bit more wibbly, give it a couple themes. What are these rocks doing out here? Why are there rocks out there? Why are they only there? Wait, what? Oh, why are there rocks on this side? Oh, I guess that's just a thing the map has, some rocks on the trees? Okay. Well, everyone's up to feudal, but there are rocks out here. Good old rocks. Pioneers used to drive those for miles. Braids needs a second. His elo's too high. Oh, deer push gave up, but the deer didn't even walk back. The deer just walked to the side. Can he funnel the deer around the barracks, maybe? There's a barracks funnel. South team has the rock advantage for the map hacks. So that's what we're seeing. They're stable from the super pocket, stable from the super pocket. Range going. Oh, more militia coming to try to save the militia. Oh my gosh, Braids, if you get a gate and a wall here and get another masterpiece, he's thinking of it, he's thinking of it. He's thinking of it. He's gonna range up now and get a range in a good spot. Militia gonna block the range spot? Just gonna stand there, be annoying. Gonna have to swap it to the other side of the barracks. Maybe it's a better spot anyway, protects the gold a bit better. Militia hitting the repair vills, not enough vills in the TC. This is still trapped. But forcing Braids to repair at least. That's a lot of idle time on the vills, so still doing damage thanks to the follow-up militia. Flank harassing the pocket is what you want on this map. Yeah, double range archers and blacksmith there from Tricky Mickey. That's the build you usually expect from that pocket. So some humble pie up to feudal. Scout going down. Ooh, double kill. Vill gets the kill. So double ranges now in the spot they wanted to be all along. Militia getting sniped. That scout will go down too. Archers. No fletching yet. There's some Xing here. Scouts are running around. Archers coming forward. Fletching already for Tricky Mickey. Feels like that build is maybe a bit cleaner without having to clean up a drush. So, oh, red here. Pablution adding in some ranges of his own. And ranges just as Humble Pie is adding in some ranges. FC. Oddly enough, the FC player is not fast castling on the flanks. Just like fully exposed woodlines, not quite living up to their names. All the time. Maybe we'll see some FCs later on from them, though. No one FCing on this map, even from the super pockets, so just lots of scouts. 4v4, I think we can maybe see FC from the super duper pocket. Pumpkin pie? As an American, I like apple pie. But I guess it is maybe the time of year for pumpkin pie soon. Labor Day will be tomorrow. I guess that's really the start of fall, Labor Day. And got time to break out all the fall fashion items. It's almost pumpkin season. Almost pumpkin spice latte season at Starbucks. I've never actually had one of those. Only way I drink my coffee is black. So big fight here between the pocket and the flank of Blue's team. A lot of scouts from Pleco being cleaned up. And not going to do too much damage beyond that. Hard for the Franks player to go too heavy into scouts because of the lack of bloodlines. Early feudal more HP, late feudal less HP. That's how bloodlines and the lack thereof works. Labor Day, yep, first Monday in September usually. It so happens to be September 1st this year. And work till Saturday, you are lucky. Our Labor Day is one day off and maybe a barbecue. Or a parade. I don't even know if barbecues for Labor Day are a thing. It's more of a July 4th celebration. It's cold now. Labor Day is like the start of cold and the day when you can't wear white anymore. So Xing in the middle. Score is still close. Vil counts, our army counts exactly the same between the two teams. Maybe a moment for Archer Micro here though. As Braids can show off his elo with his micro. And that's going to be two big groups of archers though. And where archer numbers might be the key here. Archers from the back, though. Nice fight from Braids. He has the brief numbers advantage before Tricky Mickey comes over. And Tricky fights take now with the gold in the middle. Scouts from Blue closing in. Scouts from Pleco have to engage there. And now it's a big mass of archers from Mickey. And the two groups of archers here still from this team. Portuguese should have a much easier time amassing archers with the gold discount? That's a good point. Braids will have the very scary Saracens archers and Saracens team bonus, though. Shu should get their archers amassed pretty quickly, too. It should be an easy upgrade path if we ever get Castle Age, but so far, everyone feudal, everyone investing fully into feudal. And I feel like that's probably good for the team that's not the Franks player. Slavs kind of want to have that late castle, early Imperial push with their farming eco, and they're fine to play late feudal with their farms. What they don't want to do is end up going to a point where there's a paladin transition, and they get stuck with cavaliers when they're trying to make boyars and have to fight Frankish paladins. And boyars would be great if they get to them, but then Saracens, maybe Mamluks, could even carry the game later on. And the camel option there from the pocket feels great. So different walling strategies from the teams. We have Humble Pie going all the way to the edge. And maybe we're going to see the same from Evolution, but his team, his Pleco teammate, is already walled up the side. So a nice column of walls here, kind of like we had been seeing in those 2v2 outcrop games. Yeah, Franks have a nice eco bonus too, with the berry and the berry bonus and free farming upgrades. But Slav eco overall, I think, a bit more impactful as the game goes on. Frank Slavs has always been, I think, an interesting matchup. Thank you, Major Crabble, for the follow. I think that's an L and not an I, although my eyes are in need of an eye doctor. Or Major Krabby, maybe it is. I upped my font size and I still can't read. Anyway, players starting to go up to the Castle Age. Pleco will be the first one up. That's usually what you expect as the Franks. At the same time, though, Tricky Mickey has an exposed wood line. Not fully exposed, though, as his teammates are here to bail him out. Take out some archers. I mean, Chivalry Paladins from the Franks are no joke. It's an eye. Thank you very much, Major Krabby. Thank you very much for helping my poor old eyes see the eye. And let's Pleco up to the Castle Age. And Castle Age from this entire team, though. Evolution still stuck in feudal. Oh, Tricky Mickey, are there sling rules for this tournament? That's a good question. Because you could definitely see some slinging on this map, trying to help your teammates click up. There's Evolution clicking up. But maybe it's prohibited by rules. Okay, that stone wall not finished, but close enough the Vil could quick wall. Could quick wall And Hobolution needs to do some speed walling. There he goes, there he goes. Will he wall before the scouts get in? You can see the scouts, he's tapping the foundations, and he gets some HP on all of them. And now needs to play a game of whack-a-mole and stop the scouts from hitting low HP walls. There he goes, he's safe. And no archers in the vicinity, so we'll get the wall up. Crabble also sounds funny. L's at the end, skipping syllables, are actually pronounceable for an English speaker, so I wouldn't mind that. But Krabby definitely sounds like a more natural to pronounce name. Knights there are gonna say, hey, you don't overchop, come to your back, lumber camp, and that's exactly what Hobolution will do. Yeah, whack a wall. That gate not locked. Ooh, that is a scary archer army coming forward. And better numbers for Blue's team here. Krabby Patty and Crabble Patty.
Sim.
Crossbows forward. House goes down. And there goes ballistics on the way from Tricky Mickey. So 3 ranges on the way, thumb ring on the way too from Hobolution.
Ao seu dispor.
Houses deleted, crossbows forward.
Quais são? Sim.
Oh, big crossbow fight here. Where are the knights? Where are the Frankish knights? Not engaging, they have their +2, but they're just sitting in the eco. Grades wants to push though, wants to push. These units getting back. Have to be careful though with Saracens and their team bonus. These archers now can melt these buildings. And I worry about the Shu getting a fast imp with their eco and then quick arbs, then melting buildings with the Saracens bonus. Palisade Gate. Saracens laugh at the Palisade Gates. Yeah, I mean, archer players selling stone is common. Pocket players will want TCs. It'll be 1, 2, 3 TCs there for blue. Only 2 so far for Pleco. Adding them in maybe a bit earlier. Blue not really adding too many knights, at least not in the middle fight. Dealing with Pleco on the side. The knight players doing some hoovering. Foraging for Hobolution, that has to be a misclick. No reason to do foraging there when you're the archer player, just slowing down your imp time. No discount for foraging too for the Shu, that's a normal tech. Yeah, the Frankish Knights, that's not how their farm bonus is applied. You don't have to stay with knights on your ally's farm to get your farm discount, or to get your free farm techs. So, okay, big fight here. Tricky Mickey wants to engage, but he's engaging without his teammates. No ballistics in for anyone other than Tricky Mickey right here, so that could actually make this a good fight for this team if they micro it properly and they realize the ballistics situation. Archer range and castle there going up for Humble Pie. So crossbows all going down. $78 to $78 military is very, very close in military pop. The Plecator is slowly pulling ahead in Vills. Castle there from Humble Pie as the Woo. Could he potentially make fire archers in this fight? Don't think they'll be good against all those crossbows. It's just more of a defensive castle to hold. Hold and help that maybe Blue and Mickey can get up in time. And get up faster. Thumb ring on the way there for Mickey, trying to get all the upgrades. Portuguese, again, the discounted crossbows. Good to amass them quickly. More Vills for Pleco as the pocket, though. Market goes down. Crossbows pouring their way forward. And quick walls from Humble Pie. Lots of quick walling this game with stone walls to keep enemies out. Saracen crossbows might make short work of those walls, though. Still no ballistics for this team. And ballistics over here. Oh, is that... Wait, which player has ballistics there? Is that just blue with ballistics? Wait, does Cyan have... What is that saying? That looks to me like Cyan has ballistics. Maybe that's just my eyes playing tricks on me with the colors. Has to be. Okay, yeah, that is green. The green just looks cyan there by itself with the faded cyan above it. Okay, yeah, so all archer players have ballistics on this team. No ballistics over here. Just now being clicked from Hovolution. In the back, couple scouts still wandering around. And full walls off across the entire map here from Humble Pie. He's staying humble and not taking any risks. Not being greedy by being unwalled. Like Hovolution is. Hovolution might need to mirror those walls too. Okay, so if this goes imp, really short trade lines on both sides. Really short trade lines. Okay, it's just as my eyesight then. Okay. Full Metal Zin can agree with me. It's only the one who's colorblind. So I'm hoping maybe I just gotta go see my eye doctor even more urgently than I thought. So imp on the way for green and for cyan. So that'll be quick cavaliers from the Slavs and arbalests from Tricky Mickey. Saracens though don't care about gates. They're through on this side, they're through, but at least they know they're through. I'll see an outpost there. Got some vision around here. And a couple of stables in the back for blue. That's a risky spot to do stables though with all those crossbows. We'll have imp on the way for the shoe. Shoe on the way to imp. That's going to be a smooth transition to arbs. But maybe not the numbers here that Mickey has. Switching to contacts? I don't think I could ever wear contacts. I don't think I'd ever be comfortable putting them in and taking them out of my eyes. This is a big fight. You don't want to take the fight on your way up to imp and lose everything. Humble Pie coming around, though. 3 armies versus 3 armies. Yeah, those stables not going up. Those crossbows need to pull back. Yeah, they need to stay humble. Need to wait for imp and try not to take too much eco upgrade. More stables on the way. It's going to have to be cavalier and armor for blue, and I'm sure you'd want the attack upgrade on the way up, too. Ooh, this is an aggressive push. This is an aggressive push. The walls did not hold out the Saracens. And the Saracens' crossbows can start hammering away at the TC. At least that's not the imp TC. Where is the imp TC? Over here. So there's a castle, but this is not what you want when you're the Slavs player. You do not want your farms to be devastated. I think they'd much rather this fight have come into Tricky Mickey's base. The Arbalest player really doesn't need the eco that the Cav player does. And there's the castle, but this is going to now be imp on the way for Pleco. And probably a smooth transition to paladins when the Cavalier Boyar swap would need to come in for blue. You'd need the Detonitz tech for the cheaper castles, and then a bunch of castles for Boyars. I don't think you can get that. Knights fighting before the paladin upgrade here, but these crossbows can just explode TCs now. Why is nobody getting any siege? There are too many knights on the field in team games. Knights tend to snipe off siege. That would be why. Siege is more if you're behind walls defending them here. And Arbalest in for Hovolution. Arbalest in. He's in Imp TC now. These Arbs still need upgrades. Lean Bracer and Chemistry. They have less Pierce Armor? It's the same Pierce Armor but less HP, I think. Might be wrong about that though. I'm forgetting the details. So Tricky Mickey with a huge score lead. But what can you do as the archer player here? Not all that much. His army's gonna run away. Bracer on the way. For Hovolution. Even if Tricky Mickey tries to get this, the pocket's taking damage. And now 109 vills to 86. 111 vills. A laughably high number. And lead for the pocket. His army's just gonna try to Ooh, they're gonna slip through. Go around the back, maybe. Oh, they have a tunnel to walk through. Nice avenue between the houses. You have Saracen archers, do you even need siege? Maybe you don't. Those farms will be cleaned. Oh, it is annoying to lose all your farms. To the Saracens. Now, Tricky Mickey doesn't even know how to engage. Can't take the fight against the Arbs. The micro from Hopolution is too good. And Tricky Mickey's score is insanely high, but I think that'll change as soon as the Frankish Paladins come in. 15 knights on the field, 13 in the queue. That's a player with an eco to start pumping. Not quite the 140 vills you want at the maximum to pump, but getting there. Crossbows could even go through the house and the palisade if they want to escape, maybe. That's the Saracens. He's just going to turn and fight, though. He'll take out a few Arbs. We'll go down, though. Ooh, I worry about that TC. Blue at least is imp, though, so the TC is the full armor. Raids... Not in a great spot, though. I mean, eco-wise, I think the score is just not reflecting the reality of how good the eco and the boom is for Pleco. And Tricky Mickey with the huge archer numbers could suddenly find the scores swapping. The Frankish Paladins running in. Another castle in the back there for Pleco. Castle going up for blue. $85 Arbs. But here come the Frankish Cavaliers. They will need Paladin, they will need Chivalry, and Conscription still, so a lot of upgrades still to go. But the Cav Flood is started. Cav Flood is started. And Mickey's gonna have to be really tricky here if he wants to pull off a win for his team. I think this is a deceptive score. Especially if Cavaliers can raid around the sides, keep hitting his eco. There's Caravan on the way, they're starting to add in markets. We'll need markets over here too. Yeah, more military than the other team combined. He needs to take a fight soon. Those purple pocket paladins. Pumped by Pleco. Nothing more on the way. You can get to like 50 plus paladins, get them upgraded. Get production. You can take a great fight. Tricky's gonna have to micro to a small area, make sure the paladins don't just surround him. Maybe even get some halbs out. Maybe one of them should go halbs, knowing the looking at the score and seeing where the Frank player is. That could be maybe Humble Pie's role then to go halb. Is you have good halbs? Looks like they have upgrades. No Gambesons, but that doesn't apply to halbs. They have Fire Lancers? It doesn't look like it. Okay, Paladin 40 seconds away. And again, it's your Archer player taking the brunt of the fight. There's the Siege that someone wanted earlier. Imperial Age. There are Onagers there. There are Onagers in that workshop. Oh no, there go the ARB numbers. Okay, the Onagers all went down. But that is a big loss. There goes some of Mickey's ARBs. He has pop space to add more ARBs now. And at least they took the Onagers out. Paladin just now in 45 Frankish Paladins. Let's see, purple just about at full pop, adding in trade carts too. Markets on the back there. This is where you need the markets on both sides. Or you need to onager cut your way to the corner for trade. I think shift queuing on trees is broken now. But, okay. Now we see the Cav player with a higher score than the Arb player. This is now 2 Arbalest armies, 50 Arbs, 69 Arbs. Yeah, they maybe missed the timing on the Paladins as Boyars are starting to come through. And there's not going to be any reinforcement from the Arb players on this team. No, there aren't. And full pop for Paladins, but without support, it's just going to be skirms here. Skirms will be shredded by Boyars. Everyone imp, but okay, Tricky Mickey able to carry. Help the elite boyars get here. We'll dodge that onager shot. Oh, a decent shot there. Did they fix the shift Q on the trees thing? Okay, who knows what pathing state is in right now. Again, the boyars, and Pleco's still being maybe a bit too humble with his paladins. Coinage on the way. Just feels like maybe his teammates don't have the army for taking the fight. And I mean, they're down by 50 military. And then we can do the comparison now. Yes, so boyars, 3 plus 4 pierce armor. Yes, so the same pierce armor, but much less HP than the paladins. So arbs will be better against the boyars. But 5 melee armor compared to 11 melee armor. And boyars with the same attack. So boyars, I think, win against the paladins, but lose against the arbs harder. So it depends on the composition. Either way, considering that the Cavaliers have, what, 140 hit points and Elite Boyars 150, they are still the better unit. Too many arbs. Is Skirmisher the answer, though? Can we get skirms? Yeah, not that many arbs. Red's been trying to add them in, but hasn't had the eco. Look at the paladins. Is this enough paladins to take the fight? Frankish paladins. What about no conscription, no chivalry, so can't really pump them out. And not really many bills on gold yet. 15 trade carts, and that's the gold income for the Franks. And I think the Arb push here is going to be enough. How late this game is going. Yeah, full hamster map, but finally going an hour plus. It's fun when you get to an Arabia-esque game that goes this late. Yeah, he just never felt like he could take the fight, and maybe just missed the timing. Maybe he needed to go at the same time as those onager shots, and just hope that the Arbs were fighting the Paladins and couldn't clear the onagers earlier on. That might have been the timing to go, and having missed that timing, he just can't take the fight. So, banking on the way. Banking on the way, and Boyar is thinking of running through. No quick walls behind that. Yeah, had a nice push around the back, disrupted the Slav player eco, but then Mickey kept the army numbers alive despite the eco damage. And they were never quite able to punish them the way they wanted to, even with splitting the Arbs up. Alright, more pushing now. Castles up on the sides. What is the prize pool? That's a good question, Tricky Mickey. What is the prize pool for this? Aren't there like 100 skirms on the other side? I guess the boyars are stopping that, and just the eco damage is stopping that. You need a lot of farms if you're going to do 100 skirms. I think the real problem is just 7 military now from Red. Not trying to recover. Finally, they're diving. Maybe the Treb's forcing a fight. Paladins could maybe snipe Trebs, but that's going to be a big loss here. The purple. At the end of this fight, the result will be Buckle's Purple Pocket Paladins. Painfully pitiful. Compared to the mighty Arbs of Humble Pie and Tricky Mickey. Oh, 2K prize pool, alright. That's why I miss when the Persians had Paladins. Gave you an extra P ward. For the alliteration. So Blue's team pushing, Plecators do not have the eco. Bombard cannon's out now. And they're holding on. And here comes some boyars around the side. Tower goes up. Arbs go down. And Skirm Archer armor on the way. Ribs going for castle. That castle goes down. Power goes down. Castle comes forward. I mean, and they did a lot of damage too, but it was damage that Blue was able to recover from. And Tricky Mickey's been 1 TC this whole game. What's that, 60 villagers? He doesn't need villagers. And looking at the trade counts now, 48 trade for Blue. 39 for Pleco. But still red, no military. No military to speak of, and red's population is just so far behind. Ram push continuing, and I think this team is dead. I think they're fairly dead. I think I'm going to speed this up a bit. I think they are quite dead at this point. Iron Paladins can come forward. A bit of speed casting as the Bowyears come forward. But not enough to push into the Arbs. They're basically playing 2v3 at this point. Lots of skirms, lots of sling being sent to try to get Havolution back in the game. On 76 Vils, not much of an eco there. And Havolution somehow needs to get not just Vils, but also Arb numbers. And Arb numbers without much trade. And you can trade Reboom. Trying to get military now, but now Purple's out of military. Pleco's out of Paladins. And the Rams just continue, some cannons behind them, the siege pushing through the buildings. Bowyears even going for this castle. Like, Frank's castle is really nice in terms of all the new castles they've added. Yeah, that's a nice one. We'll kind of miss them having the classic one, but I guess same as the Britons, and the Britons keep it. So Blue will win. Blue will win. Back and forth game 1. Blue will take the win there. 400 kills for Tricky Mickey. And our Pocket Paladin player could not pull equal or find the timing for the fight. GG, interesting game. Felt like they had momentum at different parts, but never quite could turn it around. There, GG. Alright, let's check off the civs real quick. And I'm just going to play an ad. I'll have to do maybe longer ads for the pre-rolls between the team games, so I apologize for that. And let's check off the civs. A win for Blue. The map isn't there. Game 1 isn't there. It's the same map every time, but the civs. That was losses for the Shu, the Saracens, and the Franks. High civ picks, and then wins for the Wu, the Slavs, and the Portuguese. Alright. I need to run to the bathroom after that. I'll be right back, and then we'll do game number 2.
Evet.
Oh, thank you very much. I was muted. I muted when I ran away and forgot to unmute myself. I swapped my scene but didn't unmute myself. Okay, let me do the introduction again. Plecators, Bohemians, Goths, and Lithuanians against Way, Gujars, and Turks. Thank you for pointing that out. I would have casted an entire game muted. I once, when the first time I got my COVID vaccine, I came back and titled it Vaccinated Stream. And I was muted the entire stream, and no one in the chat pointed it out because they thought I was just not feeling well after the vaccine and was muted intentionally when I wasn't. I was talking the entire time and didn't realize I was muted. Anyway, linear arena. It's okay to be muted in the Dark Age. We'll get up to the action soon enough. Everyone up to feudal. And you can play this like arena. You can also go very aggressive for feudal. So stable market there from Amo as the way. And more farms from blue on the side. This could be houselight wagons, could be lechai, could just be a boom for the Goths, could be scouts and castle drops. Turks could go Janissaries, although maybe they, oh yeah, Turks could go Janissaries. There we have some vills, lots of wolves in the middle. And let's see, Braids will find this. Wolf going for the vill. I think you need more than 4 vills to castle drop though. These vills have loom. No loom, and a vill goes down. Wolf and scout combine. There are a ton of wolves on this map. You really need loom if you're gonna do this. Oh gosh, Tricky Mickey might have out-tricked himself here. Now the scouts can come hoovering. Amo's trying to go some scouts. So feudal age scouts, oh no, castle age scouts. Wheelbarrow very early, just trying to get that extra eco boost is the way. Free vill for every upgrade. TC in the back. There's the castle. Only 2 vills though. I think Tricky Mickey needs to learn that it takes a village to raise a castle. And Braids could just tower that and probably stop it. Hovolution could probably tower that and stop it. Yeah, maybe Justin's behind slightly in the VOD. I think I'm unmuted, or I'm just behind reading the YouTube chat. So what is this castle? I don't know. That's a light cav. This team should... Oh, how do they not see it? They don't see it. Oh, it's a clandestine castle. They somehow don't see it. And if their scouts were there, they'd stop it, but their scouts aren't there. How... Okay, Mickey's being very tricky here, placing it perfectly. He'll be able to hit both walls just outside the line of sight, 1 tile. And suddenly it's an amazing castle, and they can't react to it because there's a Gujar elephant push on the other side. Well, you see Gujars on an arena map, this is what you get. Elephant pushes, and here are the Huiguang cavalry. And the Hovolution's not going to have time to get a castle to stop this. Hovolution's going to have to run and castle somewhere else. Ooh, that castle's not going to go up. I'm calling it, that castle's not going up. The elephants from blue are getting through. No way that goes up. No way. Hovolution has to keep walling. Has to send the entire village. The cat has to send the opposite of what Mickey did with the vills. So Janissary is on the way. Scouts healing inside. Does that go up? Is that? Oh, that's a lot of walling. It's a lot of walling. The elephants are almost through. Here comes a mangonel. Here comes a mangonel. It's only 2 elephants so far. Only 2 elephants. The monk isn't there in time. The monk is key because you stop some of the walling. But okay, it goes up. I'm wrong. It does go up. And 3 elephants push back. As the mangonel comes over, but now the elephants can go this way. Mangonel has to loop back around. But the workshop's up in time. Should be able to stop this, but redemption monks would be the counter to the mangonels. So you can keep amassing elephants and do redemption monks here. Oh, on the other side, here comes some Janissaries and scouts. Will be a defensive castle from Braids, and some houses going up. But remember, Goths cannot stone walls, so hard to stop this push. Goths don't like fighting gunpowder, even if it is Janissaries and they don't have the attack bonus against infantry that the hand cannoneers would. Yeah, it has to be redemption monks now. As more elephants come out, I mean, elephants can maybe turn around here, but it is indeed a defensive mangonel. So this team, aware of the need for mangonels against the Gujars. You definitely need mangonels against them. Wall's going to appear for Hovolution. And we'll have Town Watch on the way for ammo. Hello, mixed fruit. This is a wreck, so we're not going to get the stats, unfortunately. It would be nice if maybe I could just run my own server and parse rec stats locally and pump them into the chat if people go for that command. That'll be something I think of. Ooh, Janissaries. Is there loom? There is loom. What? These are Janissaries? They could just walk through the walls. What is okay. Some weird pathing there. But they are in. Gujar elephants turned around from the castle. This is not walled up in time. Actually, not even the elephants, just the castle pushing through. So much for Evolution to wall. Oh, so much. What is that mangonel? Walled in to keep it safe from the elephants, but we'll die to the Janissaries. And the monks are coming forward. Evolution in a lot of trouble. And running the vills, I think smartly running the vills. As the elephants can take the blacksmith, take some buildings here. Oh, there's one Hussite wagon there. What does Hussite wagon do against the wagons? It has 10 pierce attack. But all the projectiles it shoots, plus 3 against rams too. Okay, so we'll do some damage to the 0 ram armored elephants. But just some. Elephants will get through the houses, and this push has been absolutely brilliant from this team so far. And Huiguang cavalry running around in the back. Blue selling wood. And Monk wants a conversion. Will it get the scout? Will it get the scout? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. And heal it up. And then Imperial Age on the way for Tricky Mickey. So that'll be Treb time soon. Meanwhile, though, Braids, the highest elo player in the set, I've been told, is just booming away. 4 TC boom as the Goths. So far, so good. And I think when Tricky Mickey goes up, it just wants to be cannons and trebs on that castle as fast as possible. Could even consider, I guess, ranges for hand cannoneers over Janissaries against the Goths. Warning, hello, hello. Of course Tricky Mickey's here. Just arrived, how are the elos? I've been told Braids is the highest at 1900. I think everyone else is 1600 plus at least. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, though. The elephant's still destroying a lot of buildings. Only 3 low HP elephants. They need a monk to heal them up. They gotta be playing that monk. I need a monk taunt. Okay, here are the more the real elephant push now. 4 on the way. Is there redemption? No redemption yet for the monks. So the mangonel should be able to stop this. 3 mangonels. And the elephants are through, though. Through, but no military support. Where's the military? Okay, they'll just die to mangonels, and this will be rewalled. 1400 to 1900, alright. Mangonel is going down to the elephants. Elephants getting some mangonel shots on the other side. And yeah, this is walled out now. Bills can kill the elephants too. Oh no, not walled out. Mangonel down the wall he was placing. Mangonel down his own wall, but there it goes. Camel in might destroy Mangonel, but Vil should get the camel eventually. Maybe they need to repair a bit. There is a repairable going. They have Repairville from the other side as the camel's now trapped and dies to the Vils. Meanwhile, Janissary and Mangonel push on the Goth player. Defensive Rams thinking of pushing the castle. Janissaries will be decent though. +2 against Ram, actually destroying Rams. Have they swapped players? I guess they brought Iceman on. In for Pleco. As we also have Amo on. Coming in from the player who is the pocket. So both pockets from last game being swapped out. So feels like the push was held a bit now, but everyone on Blue's team now up to Imp. The Trebs are popping, and there are Petards, Rams, and Huskarls ready to push this. I feel like Janissary should stop this. And if this fails, that's probably going to be the game. There's just full-on Castle Age from Brids here, and then his eco will be exposed and he'll die. So 5 Rams, Petards behind this. Janissaries can snipe the Petards no problem. Or they can snipe the Rams no problem. Here come the Huiguang cavalry. Where are those Petards going? And yeah, this is gonna fail. This is gonna fail, and I think Blue's team's gonna go up 2-0. Where are those Petards going? They're going to their deaths at the hands of the Janissaries. Oh, the Cav abandoning the Rams, but just for a moment. Yeah, your Blue is actually Blue this game. That's it, Mickey's cyan. Yeah, Evolution's yellow, Braids is red. Lots of color swaps. And okay, Huiguang Cav finding the petards. There are the GGs, and blue goes up 2-0. Oh, fun game of linear arena. Your jar elephants once again proving to be a force to be reckoned with on any type of arena map. GG. And yeah, faster up times here and there. And Evolution, the slowest player up, and that will hurt if the castle goes forward. And somehow this castle just outside the line of sight got dropped. Oh, I feel like that should have been denied 10 million different ways, but it wasn't because of the elephant push on the other side. Right, and add as I update the scoreboard. We'll get into the next game, game number 3. So let's check off the civs. Oh, we can check off the map too. That was a... Gosh, my overlay's too small. I guess arena means linear arena, so I'll check that off. And for the civs, that was Gajurs. Ooh, very late pick, and the way, and oh, very late picks, and they won. Against Goths, Bohemians, and Lithuanians. So based just on the civs so far, and the score, I think Blue's team is pretty far ahead, as they're up 2-0. Game number 3 will be next. I have another player swap. Oh gosh, Compass! Compass is the map for game number 3. Hopefully this is the right game, right? I clicked the right button. As we'll have red versus blue on the scoreboard. There you go. Correct me if I somehow clicked the wrong game. Somehow. I clicked the one that labeled 3. So we will have some player swaps now. Will be... teams swapped their colors. Hold on. I need to swap these colors back, okay. Blue's gonna be blue. Tricky Mickey will be green, and Humble Pie will be cyan. Plucko will be again purple, Braids again yellow, and Quiet Professional will be red for the Vikings. Okay, whew. That is better. Okay, this is the correct game. So blue, as the Chinese, immediately does the TC, going to the outside. The map is Compass, so you start with your villas on an island with a transport ship. Nice little bonfire for them. Keeps them warm as they build the dock and board the transport. 2 relics out there. You do need houses rather quickly with all the population you have, but the Chinese with the housing space on the TC can skip that. So dock and house in the middle for most players, or house when you get to the mainland. Always tricky where you build the TCs. And we're going to have Quiet Professional and Pleco with TCs all to themselves down here. Enemy players Braids and Humble Pie to the north, and then teammates Blue and Tricky Mickey here to the west. Now, of my experience playing this map, I usually do like TCing the south if possible because there are elephants there rather than boars on the other sides. But I guess this map has 3 boars to make up for that. Maybe that was balanced. Could be a different version. And I've learned that the more you practice the build on this, the better you get. And if you have a very practiced build, this is what I usually do. TC on the first wood line you see, just like blue is done. And then you click up, use your fishing ships right away. Chinese will be insane with +3 vills and fishing ships at the start. And now even housing space on the TC so they can skip the house. So beautiful civ pick here. Roman, Spanish, and Vikings feel great. Vikings team bonus here applying to the docks. This could even be like a double Vikings Dravidians map if you can get them in the civ draft, even though it does double up a lot. Best map, you like this map. Okay, when I played it for a 2v2, it felt like you win the water and you win the game right away. I remember I played a 2v2 with this with ACCM against Nadia and Zupi. And we won it pretty handily. And that just came because I practiced the starting build and was smooth. And thank you, Fico1 for the follow, and hello, Don Patopesto. No Burgundians in this game for you, unfortunately. And maybe Jeremy can answer if you know what the actual prize pool for the event is. Did I not change the colors on the scoreboard? I could have sworn I clicked that as I went in. Hold on. Oh, I did click it, but then I had to change the colors and it changed. All right, there we go. So blue versus red. More transporting. You can do some teammate transporting. You move your Vil from the middle at some point. 2K, all right, $2,000 is the prize pool. Oh, the laming, yeah. So you run out of stuff to do with your transport ships once you scout, so you just park them in front of the dock and try to block the enemy fishing ships. But this is the new patch where they nearly fixed the pathfinding, so maybe this isn't quite as possible as it was before. We have blue here with a goat scouting the south. Oh, what is that? 4 elephants. And never mind what I said about the elephant numbers being corrected. Yeah, you're always going to TC near the coast, though. Never you're going to go back down here at the start. Maybe in the Castle Age, though. You get TCs. I feel like this is usually just a race for feudal to get galleys out. Maybe some shenanigans between Braids and Humble Pie up here, but I feel like it's just galleys win the water and fish. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that is my experience on the map. Galleys, water, and fish. It's an interesting map, but very, very water heavy. And often decided by water. Elo. Everyone here, I think the answer was 1400 to 1900. And so, kind of a mid-level tournament, I guess. So there's Loom on the way for Quiet Professional. Vils will move out to the Ibex. And house going up for Braids. And transport could block some fish too. Ooh, there it goes. And we'll have Feudal Age on the way against Humble Pie. Or from Humble Pie. So Humble Pie, our first player clicking up, and his teammate Blue also up. The very fast builds from them. I wonder if the Quiet Professional ever would be tempted to FC longboats, but I think that's too slow for this map. I think you have to open galleys. 2 docks already, so that's maybe a big fishing investment, though. Looking at the fish numbers, 9, 7, 5 against 7, 6, and 7. Lots of fishing ships from everyone. The golds are pretty far inland, so you actually do have to make a big commitment to them. And Tricky Mickey going for stone. Looks like he might go for a castle drop then? Maybe FC castle drop? Okay, we'll see if that works if he loses water then. Longbow, no, longboat. No Britons in this matchup. Maybe we'll see Britons at some point, but not here. A dock there for Blue. And continuing to grab more fish. There's the perch. And Humble Pie up to Feudal. And you have galleys. So is this, yeah, very slow up from Pleco. Can they give up the water and do something by playing Castle Age? So far, I feel like I'm preferring the builds from Blue's team. Although maybe the meta's adapted a bit. And stone walling. Okay, win the water, you're safer there. I wouldn't even mind seeing stone walling over here, too. Now he's taking out the fishing ships. And transport going for another dock there, so Plucker going for lots of docks. Using that Viking team bonus. What is this? 4 docks. How do you maintain 4 dock galley production? And Feudal, well, maybe it's going to be just FC for 4 docks. Now, Plucker has good wood. Not really the food for. Braids could FC with that food. I mean, Braids may be in the best FC position, just maybe to castle drop here. I mean, Humble Pie should be aware that Braids is mining stone for oh gosh, what is this? Should be aware that Braids is mining stone for a castle drop. I spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon. Braids with the most forward clandestine mining camp you'll ever see. And maybe that castle drop won't be spotted. Remember, the Spanish do build the castles faster. Here comes some galleys from blue, though. These vills do not have loom. Blue could snipe them off. Ooh, those are gonna be dead vills. I guess 5 arrows for a loomless vill. Let's see if they can hit the vills as they're running. Gotta get behind them. Need to run in a line. Okay, one vill goes down, another severely injured. And now here are the exposed fishing ships for Quiet Professional. We do, though, have Braids up. And where's Blue turning around? Blue's turning around to fight galleys from Pleco. Try to keep his own team's fish alive. And Cyan also doing galleys. Where are they? They're over here. They're going to go for the fish, maybe in the transport ship. And Green, Tricky Mickey, again being tricky. He'll be going up. Yeah, being on their own island must feel nice. I mean, these two, at least, they're sharing resources, but they're the same team. Okay, that is the mining camp that now is scouted, as Humble Pie has done an outpost. But I don't think there's a way to stop the Spanish castle drop. That's 12 vills. Vill right there. So castle goes right here. Oh gosh. Castle right there would be insane. What's the scouting? He doesn't see the gold, doesn't quite see the TC. That vill needs an outpost ASAP. Oh, they'll see the TC. He'll see the TC. He needs an outpost ASAP. What is this? Oh, it doesn't have the stone for the castle just yet. Doesn't have the stone for a castle right here would be amazing. I hope Braid does it right there. Especially against a player who's microing galleys and might not react in time. So much attention to the galleys from Humble Pie. Has not had a chance to deal with those stone miners. I mean, what does he do even? Tower that? Probably a bit late. Braid's 500 stone. No gold though. Selling, buying stone, 650. There's a gate. There's Scout. Oh, he sees the gold. He's doing it! Oh, yes. Perfect castle. Hits the TC, the wood line, the gold mine, even the berries slightly. More vills yellowing that up. Okay, it determines they're unnecessary. We'll go back to chopping wood. Oh, it is beautiful. Walls the back even. Houses can be deleted for a vill fight. That is horrible for Humble Pie. Same time, though, Tricky Mickey doing a defensive castle. Conquistadors, I think, are better than Arambai. That's just my humble opinion. Humble Pie's in a lot of trouble. Maybe though they still win the water, but Quiet Professional as the Vikings has quite a few galleys out. Losing with the score it leads so far. I think they've done a better job keeping their fish alive for now, but maybe this castle drop takes Cyan out of the game, and maybe gives Quiet Professional a chance to go up and go longboat. Maybe they win with longboats. A wheelbarrow on the way for Humble Pie as the vills keep chasing, but here come the conks. And Humble Pie. Gonna make some villager pie for the conks. Oh, the micro. From Braids individually to target every vill. Chase with his own vill. Oh, that conk missed somehow. Thanks to E accuracy. Okay, going for the vills. Taking them out, missing. Gotta be at point blank range to hit there. Oh, hello, fishing ships. Hello, transport. Not in time to save vills. They will make it to the castle, though. 3 vills should survive. Ooh, gets the conch. Alright, Pleco here with a lot of galleys. Okay, Pleco with a lot of galleys. Keeping some fish alive, but blew up to the castle age. Vill count's roughly the same because of how far behind Humble Pie is. And it's not walled, but at least the castle's there. That should keep the conchs out. But no need for a lot of conchs here. Petards. What are the petards for Braids as he does the second TC? This isn't sudden death. What is he gonna petard? Could he put 5 petards on a transport and go for this TC? He probably could. Or this TC. Is there nerf for Rampai? I don't think so. I think they're just like they always have been since they originally had their attack against buildings nerfed. Okay, so fish going down there, but Quiet Professional quietly amassing a large number of galleys. Look at that, 19 galleys. The Vikings OP. And I think Quiet Professional's going to win the water, while at the same time Braids is taking out Humble Pie. And maybe things looking good for Plecators finally to get a win. And Donut, hello Donut. Donut cheering for the underdog now. Wanting a long set. Wanting the almost 5-hour stream to extend. Arambai now, hoovering around, Braids. I mean, Tricky Mickey should have better eco than Braids, I think. Yeah, Braids only 27 vils. And actually, as much damage as Braids has done to Humble Pie, Humble Pie actually has more vils and can reboom. Creating a War Galley for Blue. Blue's still fighting on water. At some point, you can try to transport and take relics, but it's so much micro. Okay, getting on the galleys now. No ballistics yet. But there's castle for the Viking player. Longboats do train faster. That's a lot of galleys, though. Not as good against galleys as they are against fire ships. And maybe just the galley line is the play. Oh, wait, no, that's the same team. That's the same team. Never mind. Actually, this team might have just won the water. 25 and 19. Yeah, they've won the water. Convincingly, I think. Might not even need the war galley upgrade. Hello, Fitzharmon. Yeah, pie and donuts. Getting hungry here. War galleys going down, they do train faster, so they will reinforce. That's a lot of galleys for Pleco, and you can just stay feudal and fight. Oh, what is this though? What is this? What is this? Blue with some outposts, some vision boxes. Adding in a sneak range as the Chinese. That could be a lot of crossbows suddenly getting into the eco of Pleco. Pleco defending with a tower. And Castle Age on the way now. Or Humble Pie. Maybe a bit worried about the eco for Braids with all the Rambai hoovering. But he does have 2 TCs, is booming pretty well. And should eventually get enough conks to fight the Arambai. That's a good Arambai lead, though, from Mickey. As a whole, Blue's team still ahead in Vils, despite having lost a lot of their water presence now. That's going to be Fires. Okay, Fires from Blue to try to deal with the Feudal Age galleys, but that'll be great if the Viking player then can go longboats to destroy the Fires. The dock goes down, maybe the Fires come out. Maybe there need to be a demo or 2 here. Enough galleys, they should sink the Fires. Fishing ship still back here. Fire's trying to get us around. Only 5 fires, though. I think the galleys just fight and win this, maybe. They want to run, though. Pleco on the land. Still doing a market. Hasn't had to deal with archers yet. There are more crossbows. And no real crossbow army yet for Blue, but they will be coming sooner rather than later. And Quiet Professional, his team takes the score lead with the galleys on the water. War galleys still fighting over here as the fire ships come forward. And the fire ships will be cleaned. Okay, Quiet Professional. And it feels like maybe it's 1.5 to 3 lands now for this team. Going around the compass. The Plecators. Oh, Plecators. There we go. Blue, and Plecators. Got it now. I was wondering where that team name came from. Now it makes sense to me. Over here, what is Braids Xing? Humble Pie up, but Braids has at least boomed now. Humble Pie took a while to get up and get more TCs. And this is just the perfect positioning for the Spanish player to grab the castle drop right away. And Konk's going to secure this for a wall up, then can transport with water control. And this TC in a bad spot. Oh, here come crossbows from Quiet Professional. Here come crossbows from blue, trying to disrupt Pleco's eco.
Tibi Serbio. Impera.
Pleco's still with a ton of galleys. Crossbows forward. And Gills on the farms. They go down. Oh, this is that selection bug again. Arambai coming back to clean crossbows. This is not a good fight for the Arambai. They don't have the numbers. Crossbows are going to pick them off. Okay, things are looking good. Looks like we're going to have a point on the scoreboard here for the Plecators. Over here, crossbows hitting Pleco, but that's okay, because Quiet Professional feels like he's loudly going to carry.
Salve.
And Skirm's best unit in the game. Skirmishers now for Pleco. Needs Elite Skirm, but has that queued along with Bodkin. And then he can deal with all the crossbows from blue. Huge Vil lead, though, from Blue's team. Maybe Blue can hold and boom, but they're booming on one land. It's definitely now 3-1. We're with a bit of a sneak here, but sneak is an eco. And eco here will be shared, and the gold will run out quickly for this team. Already moving into the deep forest, wood will run out quickly. Okay. Vils will run out quickly, too. This is a doubt TC. Oh, poor Blue. Okay, I don't know if rushing the TC up with Vils was the right call here. No ballistics even on those crossbows. They're massacring everything. Conquistadors! Oh no, poor Blue. Trying to get it up. That is a costly town center. Well, now the Vil difference is not a difference at all, really. Skirm is defending from Pleco, and I think this team has won. I think this team's won the game. Thumbering on the way for Blue. Blue can do only push now, as the armies at home weren't even cleaned after that. Minganel clears the rocket cart. Slowed on the crossbows, some micro there. Blue down to 37 Vils. Blue fewer Vils than Humble Pie. Humble Pie has the most Vils in the game now, rebooming. 5 TC reboom. 4 TCs from Braids. And Quiet Professional and Pleco still feel like they're in great spots. Pleco only 48 Vils, but at least defending this. Keeping a goat alive, and this team with water control now. They can grab the relics. How many relics are there? There are 12. Imagine they grab 12 relics. Do Romans get 5% faster relic gold? Should Pleco do a safe monastery and his teammates give him relics? That'd be cool. Never thought about that before. Is it faster relic gold for the Romans? Anyway, Bloodlines on the way for Humble Pie. And Humble Pie, as the Berbers, is going to have to go maybe camels against Conquistadors? Or Knights to clean up crossbows. Not enough Arambai, I think, to take this fight. Oh no, Blue not garrisoning the TC. Oh, Blue's Vils. Oh, the poor Vils. Down to 31 Vils now. Only Vils for the Rome, no faster fish, really. No faster trade. Okay, that's not what the crossbows wanted. I thought they'd lose to the Arambai, but if they don't patrol, then they'll go down. Okay. Nice to clean the conks. Imp on the way for Tricky Mickey. Conks will have to run into a TC. Not much hoovering space back here. Try to pick Vils if they can, but they all go down. Push here is still being held. What type of mangonel shot will we get? A good one. Okay, they were at least on spread formation. It's worded as Vils work faster. Let's check the wording. Villagers. So not relics, okay.
Tibi Serbio.
Now going for the workshop. Shot misses. Shots coming in. Ooh, down they go, down they go. Skirm's killing everything there. Alright, so this feels like the Pleco has repelled the Chinese raids. As the ram comes forward and the mangonel keeps shooting. But water control still firmly grasped by Pleco's team. I like the architecture on this castle. Nice staircase setup they got going on there. Quiet the precarious situation for Blue's team. Xing over here, more conquistador landings. I feel like they got one more shot to come back, but this is almost the point where I need to speed it up. More conks. I'm killing a Rambai. There's an elite Rambai. Oh, I never saw the elite Rambai before. He looks kind of fancy. Very detailed though. Hard to tell what it is with all the details, I think. Conks will pick Vills. Vills going down. Vills shot by the conquistadors in the back. Left to run, castle forward there for Quiet Professional, as they'll quietly be researching Arb and Ram, and get ready for a ram push on the castle. On the other side, a ram push, Castle Age ram push from Pleco, pushing this. There's still a 2 players Imp, but that should change pretty soon as Braids is up. And Pleco should have a decent eco eventually. I'm clicking up, so the Rambai push down here. That's going to be pushing though into skirmishers. As the knights come forward. Oh, split as the skirms try to fight. Mangonels go down. Arambai, ooh, Arambai destroying the tower. Old school Arambai, it looks like here. As the elite ones do okay enough. And, oh, Braids Oz, thank you for the follow. Following after you did a castle drop in a game, okay. That is what I call a large number of stables. That'll be 14 stables then for the Spanish player to go Paladins. And Pentaboy C, thank you for the follow. And DM deathmatch like stables. So Humble Pie doing some late raiding. Pleco and having some problems. We're just waiting for the ram push. Need some siege ram here from Quiet Professional. As Pleco needs to run Vills actually, only 72 Vills, and they're going to be taken out by some of these Cyan Cavaliers. Berbers won't have Paladins, but they will have fully upgraded and cheap Cavaliers. And it's Berber time down here. And I mean, look at the Vill counts actually. Blue's team coming back. They're going to have 2 lands for themselves now. And they were fighting down here the entire time. And now they're claiming this territory. Arambai going to take out the TC there. Not as fast as they used to, but still fairly quickly. But this push has to succeed now. This push under a lot of pressure to succeed. We don't have capped ram. We don't have siege ram, only capped ram. Paladin not in, only Cavalier. This team needs some good timing on their upgrades. And Blue now has the Chinese a chance to boom. And maybe it's actually a good save to reboom with the Chinese because you'll get Imp before doing your upgrades and they'll be super discounted. Only got to play Compass once, but you really liked the map. Well, you did a nice castle drop on it, that's for sure. Is anyone in the middle taking the relics? No. I mean, water control is still in favor of Pleco's team. But at least the water control didn't stop this team from going forward. Maybe a mistake not to have more ships down here early on. And this will be a redock attempt from Blue. Oh, Blue can go for the dragon ships as the Chinese. So Vikings need their siege ram. Ram Arb no longer with Thumb Ring. Do they have the unique tech? No Bogsvigar. The +1 attack for the archers and longboats. But this castle will fall. And now Braids, he has Paladin on the way. Siege Ram finally on the way. And I don't think there's stopping of this push. Berber player could spam camels, but that would die to the Arbs. Hello, why hello there. Jeremy likes this map. There are the Siege Rams on the way. And the push cannot continue over here thanks to the water control. That is a nice castle for the Vikings. Doesn't feel like it fits the Vikings, but I like it. I like that castle architecture. Maybe it kind of fits the Vikings. Maybe for another civ, I'd like it more. Okay, all Aussie is waking up in time for the tournament cast, at least. Even if it is a Monday morning. Blue's team still 340 vills to 279. These cav running into nothing though. They need blue to get up to imp and somehow retake the water. Going for demo. Oh, full demo. Something tells me dragon ship might have been better, but full demo. Okay, I can get behind that. Chinese no longer have extra HP on their demos. That has just been stripped from their tech tree for some reason. I'll miss that bonus. I don't know why that was reworked. I think it's kind of silly to remove that. 1st of September in the States, yes. Not the 1st of September, but the first Monday in September, which happens to be the 1st. So tomorrow. Run by here, trying to jump the Arbs. That could be a lot of dead Arbs. Run by jumping the Arbs. But also getting taken out by the Paladins. Arb numbers are dwindling. Lots of Cavaliers. I mean, the Arbs go down, then the Berber player can just go heavy camel and two of the Paladins. That might be what's going to happen. I mean, over here, what's that TC doing? Blue, sniping Pleco's vills. Pleco feels out of this game at this point. Only 42 vills. So it's a 2v2 over here, where Pleco will hold the water, but then eventually die to blue. Shipwright on the way. Dragon ship on the way. Is that the research? That's the research, okay. Oh no, that's the ship. Dragon ships. Where are the demo? Okay, demo's not going anywhere. Dragon ships on the water. Dragon ships can maybe hold this crossing now. Red is forward, but maybe in danger of being cleared. So around by Berbers. The combination seems to be doing well against Paladins and Arbalests. And this team who was trapped on the island. Maybe a mistake from Pleco not holding this crossing earlier. It's gonna have to be dragon ships to clear that crossing, but I think coming up here first is the play. Us Americans do our own things, everyone else is May 1st. Okay. Oh, that's right, that's when it was when I was in Germany, I'm remembering now. Okay, Berbers spamming. But here come the dragon ships to hold the crossing and stop the reinforcements. And that's going to mean these buildings can be cleared. Ram's still pushing. Oh, actually, Plecators now have more vills. What the hell is going on in this game? Maybe Braids and Quiet Professional are all that they need. A demo is needed to be here right now, just going boom. Dragon ships not enough. Are dragon ships better than fast fires? Every time I've seen them, I feel like they've been awful. But that's I guess the only other time I've seen them has been one game where Ornlu played them. And Raid's still pushing. That was premature if I thought to speed it up earlier. But now if we get 64 vills for Pleco, Pleco rebooming, 2 TCs can probably be slung back into the game. More barracks for the Romans, I guess that's eventual legions. 4 galleys here. They should be able to hold the crossing. If they can hold this crossing and reboom back here, gotta think this team can reboom faster. There's Dreadok. Than can Pleco. Arambai not as useful against the Paladins though. Too many Paladins. Mickey trying to go for another castle. Maybe Mickey needed elephants at some point instead of Arambai. That can be an expensive switch though, if you're constantly defending and don't have the eco for it. Have an eye on the southwest crossing. This is the southwest crossing, right? Oh boy. Oh boy. Blue. Here comes some demos, and there go the paladins. Okay. Well, that's what this team needed. They've cleared all the paladins. Braids, yes, that was sad. Well, maybe they have the crossings now and can stop this? A couple of cannon galleons maybe clear the buildings? Or do the Chinese get the cannon galleon now, or do they get the Luchen? I like the Luchen. They've lost one of their gunpowder units. Everyone complained about the Chinese not getting gunpowder, and they took away their gunpowder bonus for the demos and the fact they had cannon galleons. Okay, well, Hussar raid's continuing. Raid's, his economy still is untouched behind this. Tricky Mickey needed to move down here, and oh, what is that? Pleco trying for some sneaky barracks, but getting found out by Humble Pie. And getting served a slice of some Hussar pie. 100 paladins in the queue. Total of 100 paladins between being trained and in the queue. Remember, raids did not skimp on the stables. That's 14 stables there. 24 stables there. And this push still continuing. The Rams unstoppable. And this team might actually just be rotating around the map. Yeah, now they're all on the southern island. I mean, at least they'll have more wood access. But again, restricted to 3 islands. How's Pleco doing? Pleco on 70 vills. Pleco on 46 military. Maybe Pleco should have just focused on the boom instead of the military at this point. Castle Age military isn't really going to do too much. What is the military anyway? War galleys? Fire ships? Maybe not. Maybe they're just left over though. Not going to do anything against this Imperial Age Chinese military. With Lu Cheng going to go for the castle. Maybe try to clear the crossing again. Abandoning the crossing though. I mean, Braids would have needed at least to just hotkey these stables and queue from them, instead of the ones in the back. Did any trade on this map? I feel like there's a lot of gold. Oh, Pleco, why is Imp in this TC? What are you doing with Imp in this TC? It's just a gamble that he'll have a better economy if he trains the vills over here while doing Imp here. What the heck? Pikeman, okay, Pikeman defending the Imp TC. Does he go up in time? Everything over here just being rammed and devastated. No more presence here for Blue's team in the west. Vill's desperately repairing. As the Pikeman will do it, the Pleco Pikeman. Protecting the Imp TC. Yeah, no one would expect Imp there. Only Doubt would expect it there. Oh, and looks like my internet had a brief bit of a drop there. Hopefully everything's still okay. Dropped a couple of frames. Hopefully we're all still good. Select all TC, click Imp. Profit. Well, if it stays up, it is the better option. Just a gamble. I don't know why we don't see almost other maps that like the different biomes. I guess most maps have one theme, and there's no good way of putting biomes on different locations specifically, unless you have a very fixed map. But yeah, it's kind of nice to have the different biomes. It's kind of similar to how I did Four Seasons, maybe a bit less randomness. Here's Pleco up to Imp finally. The Imp TC just in time before the Arambai come over. Oh, Tricky Mickey, if only you were here a minute earlier. Perfectly calculated from Pleco. Not a single extra vill down here, trained from the TC, just up to Imp. As everything here dies, he'll have his economy safe on the right. Perfectly calculated. Alright, so now... what's going on? Pleco no longer there, but Pleco has halbs. Pleco with halbs, 61 vills for pumping halbs. Don't know if that's the right number. Is there a chance the Chinese just win the water again? Okay. This time aware of the demos. Is awareness enough? There's a demo trapped behind the dock. Hussars are there. Just need to find a moment when Quiet Professional isn't microing and then go boom. Ooh, there are Hussars on both sides. Here come more demos, here come more demos. Okay, they're focusing on the Hussars. Here they come, here they come, here they come. Oh, they're doing it, they're doing it. Boom. There go the Arbalest and the Rams. Blue not over yet. Another demo going straight for the war galleys. Boom. Full Chinese demo. It's working. Oh, here come the fires. Well, that's what this team needed. Somehow have to reboom, though, with a very tight space. I'll need to regain control over here. That's a lot of military buildings that are already up there. Man, Pleco needs another TC out here, and Pleco needs more vills. I feel like Pleco needed 4 to 5 TCs out here, but Blue, after the demos, will call the GG. Whew. And instead of a comeback, Plecators get a point on the scoreboard. 461 kills for Braids, 231 for Blue, most of which were probably those demos. GG, that was crazy. Well, Braids with the castle drop basically just gives his team the win, and they hold on from there as they win the water and then keep pushing the entire game. Maybe some comeback opportunities, but very nicely done from the Plecators. Alright, so let me just do an ad while I update the scoreboard, and we'll be right back. I need to refresh the stream too. Looks like we had a brief drop, but should be good to go. Interact 1 to 2. Maps did win Compass there. And for the Civs, that was a win for the Vikings. Win for the very first picked Spanish. And a win for the Romans. Over there, last picked Romans, first and last Civs there. For the other team, that was Chinese, Berbers, and Burmese, losing there. Still more of the top row Civs for Blue. The map has all the colors everywhere. Ooh, let me grab a drink of water as we get ready for the next game. That's intense. Oof. Alright, streamer rehydrated. And game 4. Looks like it'll be Chaos Pit for game 4. Alright, I need to get the colors set up. It was Blue's team in the cool colors. Filling the bourbon flask, filling the water. And here we are, gotta swap the colors again. Blue is going to be blue. And ammo will be cyan. And then we'll have green for, oh no, humble pie will be cyan again. And then ammo will be green. And then I'll have red, yellow, and purple over here. Alright, that will do it. Oh, and it's red versus blue on the scoreboard. Perfect. Water. We just played a water map. Gotta do water. Alright. Chaos Pit. Maybe we fast forward until we get to some douches. How many douches are we gonna have? Where are the Persians? Why are they not here for the douche map? Teutons have a good douche. Extra arrows and garrison space on the TC. There's Loom, and when's the first TC gonna be deleted? This is not sudden death. Sudden death is a setting that makes Chaos Pit more boring. You need to be able to delete your TC here. That is the meta. We have a bit of a Vil fight down here. Just gonna wait for the TCs to be deleted. When are they gonna be deleted? Scout getting chased. Well, yellow will lose the scout. Or no, Iceman gets back to the TC. Okay, nice that you can heal the scout. As the Inca. So Inca, Bulgarians, Khitans. Bulgarians feel like a Krepost civ. Inca, a castle drop civ. Khitans, a pasture civ. So Khitans can lose their TC and just reboot in the back. Wait, douching is banned? How is douching banned? For Chaos Pit. That'd explain why no Persians. Alright, everyone just pushing deer then. I feel like I should swap the colors and put green in the pocket, but not gonna do that. And blue will be blue. I love the map. Hello, Bernard Mason. I love it too. What type of rule set bans douching on Chaos Pit? Anyway, deer being pushed in. And deer being pushed on the other side too from Humble Pie. So, Plicator is on the western side, blue team on the eastern side. And outside lumber camps for all three players here. Outside lumber camps for blue and green, but not for... Oh, no lumber camp at all yet for Humble Pie. Going for the berries first. Berries and the hunt and the stragglers just now doing the lumber camp. Should have a nice wall off there. Mixed Elo tournament needs it? I guess so. But it's Chaos Pit. I guess we can do a circle now instead of an oval if we really wanted to on the map. Could be interesting. So scouts hitting the gate. Mixing over here. We'll have some repairs on the gate as it's locked. Well done locking the gate. Players clicking up to feudal. Slower age up though for Humble Pie. Maybe not having quite the build, or instead having an insane build if he wants to FC on 22 pop. Looks like it's going to be a tower rush, though. Looks like a good old tower rush. Sudden death 10 times. 10 times HP for Persians plus Byzantines. Or even more than 10 times HP. HP plus building bonus. Okay, there we go. Range for Iceman. As a scout chasing over here. Well, ranges for everyone. I'll just go to normal speed in just a moment as the buildings go up. And I'll wait at least their domestication as Humble Pie goes up. I learned, was it transhumanance? Something like that. As the final tech for the Khitans on their farms. So domestication, pastoralism, transhumance. Or transhumance. Whatever it is. I've almost learned it. So scouts from the flank, scout plus range. Interesting build from the flank there. How do you afford all that? So scout plus skirm maybe. Skirms are an important part of this map for sure. And it's probably double range skirms. That's why the Inca are on the flank here. Byzantines for flank skirms could be nice here. Teutons want a trush, but Inca just want a skirm. Transhumanance, okay. Transhumanance. Transhumanism is something else entirely. Okay, transhumanance. I've never actually seen it researched, but I did see someone write the name in the chat. So now I can try to remember it. Archery range going up for Humble Pie. And then, ooh, lots of walling here from ammo. So some more players swapping around. Nice to see teams swapping their players. Probably some ELO requirements for swapping players. As I see Braids isn't in this game. Means moving herds of sheep from valleys to mountain pastures in the summer and opposite in the winters. Okay, so it's like migration. Transhumance? Okay. I am adding extra syllable still. Transhumance. There we go. Now we will all be educated in the ways of properly raising our livestock. So it means sheep migration between valley and mountain based on the season. Humus equals soil. Transhumus equals moving to fresh soil. Transhumance, okay. Sheep herder is more or less alone with the sheep. That sounds like the life. Easy way to go to sleep every time. Okay. Look at this. We got a Vilford from Hobolution. Vilford, could that be a wall and a tower here to trap ammo in the map? Ooh, maybe that could be. Skirms here. Moving around still. Scouts hoovering around. Hello, Hovolution. Do you work or watch this? That's a good question. It depends on the nature of the work. Okay, scouts pushing in. Blue is the pocket, Georgian, so healing Georgian scouts against Catan pastures, which do we prefer? Fortified churches should be an insane eco boost when they get up. I had seen a lot of pole pockets on this map for Schlachta privileges in the past. And transhumanism is cyberpunk. Oh, who knows what ideas they'll have for future DLCs. It might be a cyberpunk collab. I mean, that game was more complete on release than AoE 4 was. You prefer grazing in the valley in the winter? Perfect. The scale boarding armor on the way from Pleco. As blue runs forward. Oh, look at those pastures. Look at those pastures. Look at how well they're placed. Oh, double clicking doesn't select the unbuilt one. Interesting. It normally selects... Yeah, normally it selects all of them, but double clicking doesn't select the unbuilt one. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, so there's lots of skirms, lots of skirms. Skirms and scouts is this map because your gold is only on the outside. And wait a minute, Hovolution, where'd your Vil go? Oh, where'd your Vil go? You have the Vil on the outside. You're walling up. No, be greedy, be greedy. Walgreen in. Walgreen in. Go to the pharmacy. Go to Walgreens. "10x Persians Byzantines" means you can't build a dock because it has too much HP. That is cute. Add Malay Harbors on top of that for something with even more HP. Or actually, if you do a harbor, would you lose the Persian bonus for the HP? Because it's not a dock anymore? I need to experiment with that. So, Scout's still running around in the back from Pleco. I'm still disappointed that Amo might be able to chop out. It's a lot of skirms from Amo, but they're trying to be very defensive now as Pleco's still running around. Pleco's team takes the score lead. That's a lot of scouts. And now I'm worried about the Catan economy. Pleco unharassed pastures the whole game. You did have melee? 10 times treadmill crane. That's not a civ bonus though, it's just a tech. I don't think techs are 10 times in the mod. So scouts jumping the skirms, skirms phasing through. Pleco can dive the TC maybe. We also have Iceman up to castle. Things are looking maybe good for this team. Oh, the other team's a score lead though. The score's flipping back and forth. Cyber Goths. Oh, now that is a scary flood. Ten times Spanish bonus, that'll build them faster. Okay, so there's the tower there. And we're gonna make sure that they can chop out. We'll head to the outside, to the mountains. Lovely snow-covered peaks next to some less snowy mountains. Scout fight in the back over here. Machine gun cannon galleons, alright. Okay, Vils here getting slaughtered from blue, not enough garrison space. Pleco just diving the TC with those extra attack scouts. TC will make short work of them because they don't have bloodlines, but that's a lot of dead Vils. So it's a 10 lead now for the Plecators. And Crossbow on the way now for Iceman as the Yinka. And Crossbows could be scary on this map, as he does indeed have some gold control with that TC on the outside. Hester, not a fan of that dive? There's a lot of scouts that went down. That's for sure. But more scouts on the way. Maybe Pleco's just being like, I'm double stable scout production with pastures. I'm gonna keep pumping them out. I can lose them and pump more. I guess he would have liked maybe an extra 10 scouts down here in this fight too, though. Maybe it's just a trade-off to kill Vils from the pocket. And, I mean, we do have the Castle Age on the way now from blue. And Georgian Pocket can be scary. Maybe even Castle for Manaspa at some point. Would need to mine stone, though. Need to get to the stone on the outside, but that's where we are now. Barracks on the outside. Mule carts feel great for this map. Mule cart's definitely a thing. Feels like the Pleco push is powerful. And the Pleco scouts are plentiful. Oh, the Knights. Oh, there's a hole. There's always a hole. Oh no, blue. We'll try to get the hole. 9 HP on the house. The Knight will just take that out. That's not a wall. Maybe now can wall, but all the Knights are in for blue. Blue being devastated now by Habelution's Knights. Knights from the flank working out. TC in the back for Habelution. And, I don't know, I think this is going to be a tied set after this game. Oh, it's still a lot of hoovering scouts. Castle Age on the way. Those are skirms. Are the scouts going to dive? That's all skirms. These scouts just... how many more scouts is he going to get on the way up that are going to turn to light cav with iron casting? Oh, those skirms are going to be devastated. I mean, 30 scouts with iron casting. Can that dive the TC? That's dive the TC territory, I think, especially just against skirms. Okay, that's going to be scary. Very scary. Bloodlines now for Habelution as the Knights are still doing some damage. Knights are going to come around and join the fight. Still just light cav. Probably don't want to fight Knights with light cav still. Husbandry on the way. House going down. Knights running around in the back. Taking out the Vils as the spears come forward. Knights will fight the spears. They'll go down. Knights getting more raids on the Vils. And armor, light cav, we're just going to need iron casting. Oh, it's going to be 30 plus light cav. What did I say, 30 plus to dive a TC? I think that's good. Okay, armor, wheelbarrow, light cav, and then just need iron casting. Only 55 Vils, with their 55 Vils on Catan pastures. 14 pastures, there's 28 Vils on the pastures. Yeah, this isn't Sudden Disaster often. YouTube makes me upload a thumbnail, and I don't want to make like 10 thumbnails per stream. The title should tell us what this is. And then of course I have to leave one thumbnail on the video afterwards, so I prefer just to leave one if I can. Well, poles have been power crept, I guess, indeed. Oh yeah, here they come, iron casting on the way. Castle drop forward for Iceman. Stone walls behind this. Will stone walls stop light cav from destroying houses and markets and getting in? Well, it won't matter because there's a hole and the Vil is dead. And they can just right-click the TC at this point, I think. I like this dive a lot more, I do too. Iron casting is there, and they can just go for the TC. That's 15 out of 25 vills. Humble Pie not taking full advantage of the Teutons bonus. 15 arrows from the TC. That's a lot. Trying to run the vills, but the light cav are in. And blue's gonna face some more damage on the outside. Walls over here. Evolution just looking what's over here. Just some walls, just some walls. Castle drop now from Pleco on the pocket. And the rules for blues cubed. It's the mixed ELO Australian team game tournament. Here we're around 14 to 1900. And this is the finals. It's a best of 7. So we're in a game 4 that looks like it's gonna... Oh gosh, could the light cap destroy the castle? It looks like it's gonna go at least 2-2. So at least 6 games. Fire Lancers now from ammo. Maybe the best unit in the game, even more than Skirms and Monks, but they could turn it around. I did have 7 games, so they might have given me a false wreck, so I don't have spoilers. Jumping the vills on the wood line, gonna turn around and hit the Fire Lancers again. Castle will go up, that Palisade 8 will go down. And there's the GG from blue, and we're tied 2-2. As it'll be a comeback this team's trying to do. $126 kills for Pleco, and the Catans are extra mighty. Alright. So again, I'll do an ad while I update the score, and then get to the next game. Alright. So 2-2. What was the map there? It was Chaos Pit. Loss for Blues team there, if I'm right. And then for the civs. That was obviously Catans. Bulgarians and Inca. So great place to use Bulgarians and get them out of the way. Against Teutons, Georgians, and Koreans. And Persians are the first pick, but sadly no douching. Byzantines for skirms could be a great flank save on that map too. And game number 5 looks like it is on Donut. Is Donut still in the chat? Donut will be the map. Okay, whoa, mixed colors. Okay, Pleco will be purple. Wait, no. Pleco will be purple. Grades will be yellow. Evolution will be red. These color changing. Okay, Mickey will be green. Ammo will be blue. And then cyan. Oh god, we have 2 red players. There. Alright, we're good. Let's go Pleco. Hello, Pleco. Most of your favorite old games only have 1 to 2 tourneys a year with fewer than 50 competitors, so it's nice to see AoE2 so popular. AoE2 is all over. So north will be the Plecators. South will be Blues team. And let me just set this red versus blue on the scoreboard. Looking forward to watching it all back. Yes, it's also on YouTube if you want to watch the YouTube VOD. That'll be in 4K. Alright, so Donut. This map could be long. I'm just going to speed up the Dark Age. How is this going to be a 2-hour game? Are you sending me a 2-hour game? Is this rock terrain that can't be walled? I've seen this map with water terrain before, like shallows, but I guess you could dock block that and wall. So I'm going to hope this is unwallable rock. I'm getting a yes from Hesture. Okay. I was going to say, if this is just a wall, this is like Oasis Black Forest combo. Donut can be real short. Okay. I was worried we'd get a 10-hour game. Oh, nice. Whoa! What is this lumber camp? This is so efficient. This ville, I don't think you can drop off the wood yet, and these are acacia trees. Takes a lot of chopping. Although, okay, this ville would have to probably turn around and go to that tree for efficiency. Maybe this ville can walk around. Can't be walled, okay. Can't wall the rock. Hello, Humble Pie in the chat. So, what is it? Armenians, Burgundians, and Vietnamese against Sicilians, Magyars, and Mongols. Alright, Mongols with elephants feel real nice, especially if they can push the ostriches. And we'll have fast feudal up from raids. What does the pocket do? Scouts, or is that like an FC build? I have no idea. Feels like a very tricky map to master. All that for the poor lumber camp efficiency. Oh, that's really chopped eventually. 6 wood left. Then the vills will probably be more efficient. But this vill could be diagonally chopping that one. Could have this vill on that tree, this vill on that tree, that one over there. Then you'd have a much better one. Like, this is such a beautifully placed lumber camp. Spoiled by the lack of villager efficiency. Where are these vills going? Is there a tree there? Okay, they can chop back there. Oh no, they can't reach there. You shouldn't have told me that I called it out, Hubvolution. You shouldn't have told me that I called it out. Now we're just seeing it for all the glory that it is. Yeah, drafting can definitely be hard. So mule cart feels great on this map, and I guess that's where you're picking Armenians for the edge here. So outside versus inside lumber camps, I think I like this one the most from Tricky Mickey, very far to the back. This side one, I guess, puts your vills in a better position and you can wall in front of it. Evolution should have stayed quiet. That's okay though. The more fun the lumber camp, the more fun the game. Okay, scout going down for Humble Pie, and this is tricky lumber camp, and a vill will go down, but at the cost of a scout. Don't know if that was worth it, but Hubvolution at least contributing to a vill on the other lumber camp. To be fair, the vills might have stopped, or the walls might have stopped the scouts earlier on this lumber camp. Hubvolution at least having the safer lumber camp so far. Scout going for the kill, dives the TC, doesn't get it. Raid's getting overzealously forward. And suffering the price for the greed. And he roasts, such an honor. That's what we get from the HelloFresh sponsorship, the roast. That's a nice food item. Blacksmith on the way up. More archers coming from the ranges. Archer's going for the scout. And blacksmith up. So double ranges, nothing out of the ordinary here as scouts and archers on the map. But I guess the pocket has to commit hard to one side of scouts. And it'll be really hard to support both. And so far we have a clockwise rotation around the map with pockets going to opposite sides. Scouts grouping up a bit. Middle on the berries now for Tricky Mickey. Sponsor Me is just one of the Stream Elements sponsorships on Twitch. And just a panel beneath the Twitch stream. And a cooking stream that they gave me food for. Also, you see the mixing of farm terrains with terrain masking over the unbuilt farms that shows up. Alright, one range archers from Humble Pie. And that maybe could be a situation where they'll die. As we do indeed have two range archers from Hubvolution. And, well, nice tower on that wood line. I wonder if the Armenians or Georgians just could mule cart back here and like run down the back. Oh, imagine you chop this tree and then get into this pocket. Or this would be a sick lumber camp with the mule cart there, like a couple of villas in there. Surround the outside with, oh yeah. The one-tile lumber camps give you some sick placements here. Anyway, scouts here and humble pie with 1 range. I think gonna find it hard to defend against a scout plus archer combination. On the other side, I think maybe a better defense here from Braids. Braids also the high elo player, better at defending 1v2, I'd say. And doing a good job of it so far. Fletching on the way. Or fletching in already. As these archers try to hug around the back. Now Pleco can send some scouts here. And as long as they stop this army from going to Pleco, they're gonna feel good as Humble Pie is in a tricky situation. And this is a good fight for Braids with the archer numbers. I feel like archer numbers matter much more than scout numbers here, and especially as armor's going to come in for Pleco, they can take a good fight here. The archers on the other side, going for the Vil. Getting the kill. Back there, some scouts give chase. The archers here for Mickey going to run back, try to regroup. Now, Braids has to be very careful with the ungarrisoned behavior that our singleton archers like that don't just walk in front and get picked off for free. Hello, Jack in all shades. Lons, hope you're doing well. And over here, a bit of walling now from Humble Pie. I guess you could circular wall yourself as the flank and as the pocket. Oh, maybe that's the play. Everyone could just do a circle wall. And then maybe the pocket could FC. But like FC Arambai. Could even maybe go a skirm save on the flank with how far away the pocket is. No idea what the meta would be on this map, but all I know is that if you're Humble Pie, you do not want Evolution hovering around in the back. Okay, archer group's gonna pass each other. Archer's gonna find respite in the woods. Harder to micro if you're there, but at least the scouts will have a harder jump. I think Humble Pie has the archer numbers to clean this now. Bloodlines on the way from Pleco. And this team pulling ahead in Vils by about 16. Our move for Evolution will be cleaned there, though. Evolution gonna do a market. And on the other side, Pleco coming forward. Ooh! Tricky Mickey under a lot of pressure here, especially as Bloodlines will come in. Amo has had to help the other side, but as Burgundians, Amo should have a good eco. Could potentially go Castle Age Cavaliers. That will be against Magyars, though, with the free attack upgrades, so that might just cancel out early on until upgrades come in on the Cavaliers. Castle Age clicked for Braids and for Tricky Mickey. Mickey up just a bit faster. Now the scouts from Ammo coming over here. This is maybe a situation, though, you want to hold for the Light Cav upgrades, and you're not going to get Light Cav, or you're not going to have Bloodlines on the scouts for Ammo. Maybe you just fight without Bloodlines, then. Maybe you go for it. And I think you just turn around and kill the scouts there. And getting under the TC a bit. Tricky Mickey losing some archers. And this could be devastating on the gold. Going for the archers first. That's definitely the more important thing to kill. But here go the gold vills. There go more archers. And the archer number is still there for Braids. And with Tricky Mickey being up first, I think Braids is happy to trade numbers until Castle Age. And get a smaller power spike there from Tricky Mickey. Oh, Disappointed Invader, hello. Hello, hello. Yep, these players are definitely in voice chat. Definitely in voice chat. Oh, there's a hole. There's always a hole. And there's going to be another hole up there. The scouts could just turn and fight here, and I think they'd win. And then if these scouts go down, how quickly will they go down? Bloodlines versus no bloodlines, so purple should win. And clean this. But clean it with enough to kill Vils? Fully upgraded scouts with bloodlines, if they get on that wood line, probably yes. Tricky with the spear coming though, that spear changes the equation. And will actually help clean the scouts. Same time though, that gold's still exposed. Tricky Mickey needing to go to his other gold, at least he has another gold. And crossbow on the way now. Crossbow horse collar for braids. And braids with a third range, Sicilian crossbows. You add in more TCs too. Thanks for giving the Aussies some love. I always love casting the Aussie games. Especially when I can do the Rex and I can do it at a time when it's like 5 PM for me and I'm awake. I guess this is when the Aussies start waking up though. Auto wall hole plugging? Nah, that's not an auto feature we want. Okay, better army from braids. Bodkin on the way, and we'll do the university and ballistics in lieu of TCs. On the other side, some pressure on the pocket. Pocket could be losing Vils here. Crossbows there for Humble Pie. But archers here from Havolution. They'll be condemned to die, but we'll get some Vils and idle time in doing so. And Black Shadow, thank you for the follow. Thank you for trading the A's in your name for a follow. Crossbows come forward, pick a Vil. And Tricky Mickey's in a tough spot. Now the only real player on his team that still has army left. Ballistics is on the way. But again, losing gold, needing to run to the other gold, so much idle time going back and forth. TC, only 2 Vils inside of it. And Braids is just gonna mercilessly pick off the farms. And an X over here is they want to go for the pocket. And if they go for the pocket, that means the Knights are going to have a much better engagement on the crossbows. And Tricky Mickey will be pulled away from the TC. And yeah, that's what they wanted, just pull the army away. Now the Knights can engage. Ballistics will pick off crossbows as they run. Perfectly done. And everything here going down for Mickey. And okay, as the crossbow numbers dwindle, then these crossbows just go for both golds, and Mickey's dead. Oh, he also has got a lumber camp down there that could die. At least it is so far clandestine. Maybe the team's got to be thinking, hey, we haven't seen the lumber camp yet. Where is it? And then 1 or 2 Knights come down here, and that will be 15 dead Vils. Cavaliers from the pocket, but I think Mickey's army has been killed enough that crossbows just deal with this. They need to fight together, but not the numbers yet. So Burgundians, they must be making Cavaliers, but coming to the western side, they're not going to the eastern side. And at least there's no ballistics on the crossbows from Havolution. But Humble Pie will have to run from that wood line. Okay, so Plecator is making a comeback in this series. Down 2-0, finding themselves now in a spot where they're looking to go up 3-2. Crossbows clearing everything here still from Braids. And Tricky Mickey is absolutely dead. Braids continues pumping military. 36-17, only 4 military left. 5 Cavaliers for ammo. I did not enjoy this game. I bet you would have preferred walling off here. Oh my gosh, you know what you need to do for this map? I just realized. Georgian and Armenian flanks. Mule cart wall on the rock terrain. And then you're completely safe. That's what you gotta do. Okay, so Tricky Mickey is dead here. Very dead. Yeah, Orlu and I did that in our show match against Hera that one day. It worked perfectly on Land Madness. And there are the GGs. And the Plecators, 3-2. What a comeback they've made. And Braid's dominating the KD. Pleco dominating the Eco, untouched as the Pocket. Braid's dominating the uptiming too, to the Feudal Age. GG. And let's see what we have in terms of numbers and checkoffs. So Plecator is up 3-2. For the maps, that was a loss for Blue on Donut, losing their home maps. Over here, and what were those civs again? That was Vietnamese, Burgundians, and Armenians. Losing to Sicilians, Magyars, and Mongols. Alright, so some better civ drafts still available for Blue on their top row. And that'll lead me to another hydration break, then we'll get to the next game. So Golden Lakes and Costa Mountain, the remaining games, and it looks like Game 6 is Golden Lakes. And here we are. Alright, once again, gotta make sure we get the colors. Okay, Braids will be consistently yellow. Quiet Professional, you were red last time, and Iceman can be purple? Is that how this works? And then Blue again is blue. Humble Pie, green and ammo cyan? Okay, blue, green, and cyan against yellow, purple, and red. Alright. That works. Blue's cubed. Hello, Agbitter. And let me also just set the civs here, so that will be red. Right. So, it'll be Golden Lakes. Oh, this is where Byzantines are used. That's why they weren't on Chaos, but they're saved for Golden Lakes. Golden Lakes, where each team has 2 pawns. So Byzantines, Malians, and Bengalis against Dravidians, Persians, and Italians. Like the civs for both teams, maybe I think Byzantines on the flank are probably the best flank civ, but then Dravidians, Italians, Persians, maybe as a combo, are the better civs. Bengali is like a good water flank, nothing really special for them though. And we'll have Iceman as the pocket. And oh yeah, this is... I really need to like get my own version of Golden Lakes out there because it fixes these little wibbles in the coastline. This is my map scripter point of view, where this is the type of thing that we have the power to fix these days. With proper map scripting and proper trigonometry for auto-placing the circles so we don't have to place them all ourselves. Anyway. Anyway. I think I still manually place them even when I did cartographers. And trigonometry for the middle circle, though, so we actually get a circle. This version of the map, lots of gold on the tops of the hills, so you can TC the top and don't need to go down to the middle. E4 is now flank instead of pocket. As long as the colors are right, I'm fine. This is actually the old school way. I don't know why DE changed it, but originally when people set up pocket flank civs and maps, you actually had the high numbers as the pockets and the low numbers as the flanks. So it would be 2 and 4 were the flanks, and then 6 and 8 were the pockets. Then on the other side it'd be 1 and 3 were the flanks, and 5 and 7 were the pockets. And I think that made more sense, and I don't know why DE changed it. Well, we'd all decided that that was the right way to do it, and not the way DE did it, and then they just came and changed it. I don't know why. You also didn't used to be able. Usually people didn't let you pick which pocket, which flank you were. That was still random. But anyway, ooh, Vil pick here, Vil pick there. Humble Pie gets one of Quiet Professional's Vils, so a loud start to the game from Humble Pie. Greedily picking a Vil. A drainage outlet. Let's see, you gotta watch for petards there. Oh, look how close the birds are to the vultures are to the sea there. Gonna pick some fish out of the water. Anyway, each team with 2 safe docks. I wonder if we'll see some forward docks. If we do, it might be a bit too late over here unless a Vil chops and Palisade hops through its straggler tree. And the Quiet Professional is walling up. So maybe we'll just speed the Dark Age up a bit. Looks like it's below the water table, going to flood eventually. I never thought about that on this map, but you were absolutely correct. Absolutely correct about that. Oh no. The unrealistic map design. Yeah, that's important then. The drain stops it from flowing into the middle. So some walls here from Braids not wanting a sneak dock. So no sneak docks from anyone. And we'll have a pocket docking each pot. Where is Quiet Professional? Quiet Professional's not docking. Oh, is Quiet Professional gonna want to go forward for a dock? Oh, that's a Boreville, not a Dockville. Okay, leaving a straggler as part of the wall. Scares me. And team walls, okay. Team walls here. Iceman probably should have gone there. Then you team wall around here with Quiet Professional. Would have been a bit shorter, but can also just do a right angle and go there. Oh, Humble Pie, looking to disrupt the wall. We'll hit the scout. And loom on the way. As well have some cyan walls coming up on the flank for ammo. And Xing here is saying, hey, we need to get this walled. And yeah, that's the right wall there from Iceman. So also lots of forests on this map, so you can get some very good team walls. And you're far enough apart that sometimes scouts and archers doesn't hit fast enough to stop that. And everyone just peacefully fish booming. There you go, Quiet Professional docking now. And lots of fish. There you have dolphins on this map, so 350 food each. Also the version with the relics on the sides. So you can grab some nice transport shallows if you want. 2 relics in the middle as well. Dam being destroyed, then it turns into a lake with pearls. I think that might actually be possible in some ways to swap terrain like that. I'll have to really cook a map someday, though, to experiment. So scouts wanting to break through. And we'll see when the archers come forward. Or if they come forward anywhere. So Market and Blacksmith, fast castle there from Quiet Professional. I mean, lots of walls and lots of booming. Looks like just a booming game. Walling, where are the archers? Where is the pressure? There are some archers finally over here. Alright. Now we might finally get some pressure. Or we're gonna have Castle Age click-ups. No deer, so you can struggle to fast castle sometimes if you don't have a great build for it. But Braids and Iceman both up. So fast castle here. Okay. So the camel pocket on this map I like. In the cases when you're aggressively fighting over water and the flanks don't have as many archers because they're investing into ships. Less good, I think, if you're going to have a lot of archers. Now, Persians and Malians can do both, but Persians in the long run would have Savars versus Firimba Cavaliers. Not actually sure who wins that. Maybe the Firimba Cavaliers. Firimba heavy camels are nice, but Savara is going to be much more useful against the flank archers. Hydrate, shame we aren't getting 3v3 of Aqueducts. We did an 8-player free-for-all of Aqueducts the other day on Wellsprings. We had a Kuman randomed ram push, though, that destroyed it in Feudal. So didn't get much out of the Aqueduct. I'm sure the Georgian player would have loved fortified church fishing. Alright, so Braids up to Castle, doing another TC. Okay, Archer is pushing through. House is deleted because why not? And doing a second TC? Gonna look to push that fish boom into a TC boom. Alright, but double pushed up the middle. Archers and Scouts, wheelbarrow coming in from Blue and Humble Pie. Let's see if they can push in. Stable needs to be repaired. Ville goes down. Archer is doing work here. Maybe they need to commit to rewalling behind this. Everyone's sending their vills there. This needs to be walled. This needs to be walled. Barracks there from Quiet Professional, who just fast castled as the Byzantines. No one going to the middle yet. This is a lot of pressure. That'll be a TC to reinforce the walls and take the stone? Okay, Braids going for the aggressive defensive TC. Aggressively defensive TC. Is that a phrase that makes sense? I think so. So archers want to push in through this wall. Market going up. Bills on the fish. That market's going to go down pretty quickly. Those archers breaking in. And could this be an overboom from Braids? I mean, 3 TCs, 0 military. Same thing on the other flank, 0 military, no archers from the flanks. This doesn't feel good. Market's down and this army will be in. Army will be in. Or no, it's building another market. If at first you don't succeed, order another market from macedymarket.com. Keeping the armies out simulator. I mean, Forward Workshop and Siege could be a play here. More scouts coming over. Blue and ammo. Both hitting this side. Blue with some light cav upgrades. Stable, 257 HP, almost went down. Walls going up over here. Knights from Iceman coming over. Let's see if we can clean this army. Xing over here. That's a lot of crossbows. I don't think the knights can fight that. Still no one going for the middle. But Imp on the way for some humble pie. That'll be a cheap Italian's Imp with crossbow and ballistics on the way. And then an Imp push. More vills from Plecators as they are booming. And their boom has to succeed by keeping this out. Man, I thought they were going to break in when that market was so low, but no. Braids gets the workshop up. So Imp for green, and what can green do with Imp? I mean, faster Imp against the Byzantines feels weird. But I guess Italians are maybe a civ that can do it. What was it with Byzantines, right? It's 33% cheaper Imp versus 15% cheaper every age. I think that's more resources saved in total for the Byzantines, has to be. Here's a castle for Braids. Very quick castle, with this army about to break in through the houses here. And then remember, this was a team wall. The wall's only as strong as its weakest hole. And army's gonna move in. Iceman will have to give chase. And counter Hoover with his own knights. Perhaps use the gate over here and try to head off the army at the pass. This Ville needs a house as a quick wall, perhaps. Or not. This is a 2-villager TC. That needs to go up faster. The house need to be there. There's Humble Pie up to Imp. And, okay, Stone Gate. Require Professional. And where is Humble Pie gonna go? Where is Humble Pie gonna go? Thing here collapsing. I have Arbalest, Bracer, Chemistry all on the way. In the back, army's hoovering around. And hoovering around the back of Iceman. And Placator is still with significantly more vills. But do they have the timing? As oh, there's a hole by the gate. There's a hole by the gate, and the Arbs are in for Humble Pie. That crossbow is not out in time. They're just gonna be picked off. Quiet Professional needs to garrison, but down by 700 score already. Doesn't have the timing. 76 vills to 55, but this is the Italians against 5 ranges. Arbs can just camp there. Pick off vills, move in. And the Imp for green, absolutely devastating, as Iceman's forced to fight, but fighting 1v2. As Braid still has 0 military, up to Imp. Bengalis are not a civ to have very quick army up to Imp. Elephants are expensive. Rothers require lots of castles. Also fall off a bit in Imp, compared to the force they are in the Castle Age. We're gonna get a game 7, aren't we? We're gonna get a game 7. This is gonna be a 7-hour stream. Arbs. Look at him go, look at the micro. So he's trying to wall them in to stop their running. And I guess that is successful for now. But does he even have the numbers? 19 to 20. Arbs just straight up take this fight. No ballistics for red. Okay, no ballistics for red. And this is a horrible fight for red. Oh, he thought he would have the numbers and take it, but no. Crossbow against Arb goes well for the Arbs. Oh no, the Wallvilles all die too. Down they go. Or at least 3 of the 4 will die. And this is looking game 7. This is looking game 7. So 99 more res for the Byzantines compared to the Italians. Maybe the Byzantines need an even bigger discount. Humble Pie also taking the middle. TC's in the middle for gold access. Blues team is gold access. Imp and crossbow for Braids. He's gonna try to go Arb right away. The downside is there wasn't a dock through this push. But now, I mean, red is basically out of the game. Fewer vills than Humble Pie, and Humble Pie's Imp. Humble Pie can even find more to pick off. And there's on the other side, that stable finally could go down. That knight took a volley of arrows and didn't die. All more vills in the back. Oh, these Arbs are gonna get in to Iceman. Iceman's gonna lose vills. And Imp on the way for Cyan for ammo. Palisade Gate will be like paper to the Arbs. Huge mess in the back. Even the fishing ship's going down now. No mercy shown from this team. As they're going to take the middle now. Bills move forward. Crossbows going down. Knights come in. Health is trying to help out, but what are they doing? Xing over here. Here come elephant archers. That is expensive, and it's only 96 vills. Not like he has 140 vills. I guess they're honestly not as expensive as they seem. You can amass them, not that with that much difficulty. But everyone here moving to the middle. Every score on this team is higher than all of the scores on the other team. 50 vil lead. Light cav rating. And quiet professional dying from units of everyone. Here, more forward ranges from Humble Pie. And Genoese crossbowman on the way from the castle. And well, they're just gonna give one chance for Braids to carry with the Elephant Archers, but the Persian player basically just needs to go Savar Camel then. And with all the gold they'll have, they can do that easily. Blew up to 112 vils, and in a great spot now to carry, with the gold in the middle, gold everywhere. Rough game for Braids. I can enjoy the Elephant Archers for a bit. They are killing crossbows. Both flanks fighting on the opposite side of the map. Can't chase the crossbows fast enough though, and they're gonna kill more vils. Oof. Oof. Red's numbers dropping. X over here is the Trebs are popping. And they can go straight for the TCs. Red not even up to Imp yet as the Byzantines, that doesn't feel good. At least Braids has 108 vils, but now the victim of night raids. With the final armor on the way. Twitch chat has an automated calculator? What? Not that I see. Unless you're trying to debate us. Oh, that'd be cool if it did. It'd be cool if you could, like, type LaTeX. I mean, oh, maybe it's your tablet then. You might have some keyboard input that transforms it. I would love to have LaTeX in the Twitch chat. That's a needed addition. Can we do a browser extension for that? LaTeX Twitch chat? Like their emote extensions? We'd have LaTeX extensions. That'd be lovely. Okay, well, Humble Pie, I don't think this push is being stopped. Here come the Arbs, here come the Trebs. And Trebs can hit 2 TCs there from different players. Okay, Arbs need to fight the crossbows, but fight them they will. And now Night Raid from Blue getting into Braids' base. Braids gonna be losing everything here. It's throwing up some panic TCs for garrisoning Vils. But even if those go up, now the Savar upgrade is in and the Cavaliers are coming to the pocket. Wait, is there an autocomplete in Twitch chat for math? There is, we need to learn about that. Oh, freaking Andy, thank you very much for the raid. We're here casting a GG. We're about to get into game number 7 of this 3v3 tournament. This is hosted by the Australian community. And it's a mix of elos from around 15 to 1900. Raids, I think, around 1900, the highest rated player. And we're about to go to game 7. We'll be on Coast to Mountain, I think, the next map. So Quiet Professional doesn't want to call the GG, wants to send all of the Vils to get the Treb, but won't get it with the Arbs. Ooh, and there we are. So game 7 on the way. 164 kills for our fast Imp, our battalion player. One hole in the wall for Quiet Professional. Open the floodgates. There's a GG. Didn't I say you were 1900? I meant to say 1900. Did I say 17? I misspoke if I did. Alright, so now, Coast to Mountain. Thank you for the raid, Andy. And that puts us 3-3. And let me just check off those maps. So there was lots of home map losses throughout this set. And what were the civs there? There's Bengalis, Byzantines, and Malians against Persians, Italians, Dravidians. Great. So that leaves game number 7 to be now on coast to mountain. Game 7, all tied up 3-3. Getting rated to a decider in the finals. All right. Wow. Let me set up the colors so it's the same colors. So blue is going to be blue. Ammo can be then green, and humble pie maybe cyan. Okay. On this side we'll have braids on the flank can be in red. Pleco in the pocket can be yellow, and then the other pocket can be purple. All right, I'll get team colors set up, and then let me just get the scoreboard to say red versus blue. Right. All right, so the Pleco's team, and then Blue's team. It will be coast to mountain, and Huns in the middle, Tatars in the mountain, and Malay on the flank near the coast down here to the southwest for the Plecators. And then for Blue's team, we'll have a Hindustani pocket, a Camber player going to the mountains, and a Japanese player going to the coast. So game 7 on coast to mountain. And elephant lore, killing the elephant with the... Oh, not with the TC, finishing it with the Vils. Felt like a TC volley there at the end from ammo. But nope. Alright, some docks coming up. Maybe speed the Dark Age up just a bit. No shenanigans going on with the laming Vils. You have camels instead of scouts here. It is a nomad map. You get a lot of scouting. There's a lot of hunt in the middle. I don't think I've ever seen this map played 3v3. I've seen it 1v1 and 2v2. But I've never seen it 3v3, so I don't know what the meta will be here. Hindustanis versus Huns and Tatars feels like they can get some good camel play going. No paladins for this Civga, though. Late game, I'm imagining some type of paladin heavy cav archer combo from the Huns and the Tatars. Maybe that's countered by Japanese halbs and Hindustani camels. When it comes to elephants, cheaper elephants for Malay, but better elephants for the Camber. And we'll have another dock here from Humble Pie. So 2 docks from Blue's team, only 1 dock from Braids' team, and significantly more fish than there are in a 1v1 setting here. Hello, race car driver. Hello, Der Grosse Shantini. How you doing? Middle spawn seems really awkward. Well, you have all the hunt for it, right? No wood, though. You have to figure out where you go for your lumber camp. Do you take the acacia trees in the south, or the more numerous jungle trees in the north? I guess it has to be for jungle trees. Yeah, these were played in the Aussie time zone, so these are recs. What a good set of recs it is indeed from everyone. And Loom on the way from ammo. Elephant now being lured in over here from the Habolution. Taken by the TC. More elephants on the way. Tons of elephants on the map as everyone's up feudal. And second dock from Braids. He might be going water here. Might be going water. Okay, everyone up feudal on this team. Get it cozy to your team. And you get it cozy down here too. I guess maybe you're easier to wall in the north with how scrunched up these woodlines are. So triple dock. Okay, triple dock from Blue's team. All going to take fish. And they're going to need to make sure that at least one of their players goes water to win water then. We'll be against a Malay player who will be very adept at taking the water. Japanese maybe could fight it off though. Maybe have the better fishing ships if they're not going to invest into fish traps. There are some great fish marlin here, so lots of fish. And so overall, if they can hold the water, I really like the opening from Blue's team. And I think I really do like the Hindustanis here. Not quite the smoothest play without Paladin heavy cav archer, but camels I think are going to be a great option. Also some walls already from Humble Pie in the north. Gonna try to get a good boom in the mountain as the Camber, maintain the fish, and then just go elephants. But Braids forward much faster uptiming than anyone else. That's 6 fishing ships, and at least it is the Japanese player whose fishing ships are found first. They will be extra tanky. Takes what, 12 plus volleys or 12 plus arrows to kill a fishing ship or to destroy a fishing ship? Usually it's 6 arrows for a normal fishing ship, so 3 volleys from 2 galleys, but more pierce armor, more HP. And these things are tanking until the galleys come out. Now Braids will be coming forward, but now other players could add in maybe a couple fires of their own just to hold this. And it's going to be really important that they hold it. It will be devastating if one player can destroy the fishing ships of 3. So far, the Japanese fishing ships taking the brunt of the assault and holding out. And no one else adding in fires yet. A couple of fires could help turn the tides here. It is 3 docks versus 1. In the middle, though, it will be scouts. Scouts from a Hun player. So the Plecator is being far more aggressive. We're even going to see a market from Humble Pie. Why do you have a market as the Camber? Well, maybe not the best build there if he's going to try to fast castle. Oh yeah, the Huns also have a horse. It's a nomad start, camel and a horse, so they can do lots of hill blocking. And this market going to be rushed up from Humble Pie. Needs to make sure that they get up. And so far, Braids playing amazingly well on the water. Ooh, could snipe that villager. Not going to go for her, though. Going to go, 6 galleys, 1 shot a fishing ship. There we go. This is devastating. There go the fish from Humble Pie. So, the strategy to fish for this team, not going to work out. You missed the announcement. Another tournament we're hosting. I'll post it on my Discord later. Do Stronghold Frenzy 2 throughout October and November. Fishing ships going down. Okay, blue getting some counter damage, but not nearly as many fishing ships destroyed. As Braids. Now over here, what do we have? Oh, archers. So scouts and archers. This team being very aggressive against the boom. Although if Camber and Hindustanis get up, which we do have the Camber player up, it'll be a castle. But gosh, if this is a forward knights for a castle drop, that could be devastating. Can knights 1v2 scouts and archers? Maybe they can if they get some Hindustani camels too, or even just some Hindustani scouts. Remember, scouts and camels will also have an attack bonus against buildings, and that'll make them punch through walls a bit faster. So archers into cav archers feel like that's going to be the play for the Tatars in the long run. And Pleco scouting everything with that Hun horse. Man, look at that scouting. Braids here wanting to trap and pick off the galleys. There they are. Walking over from the TV to computer just to type in Twitch chat. Oh, that's lovely. If you're on the TV, you can use the YouTube stream too for the extra high quality. Okay, scouts fighting this off. That's a lot of Hindustani scouts. And taking the advantage here. Okay, team's getting the wall up. They're getting the wall up, and they should now have the galley numbers, even Humble Pie. Adding in a galley, and now they can re-add their fish. Now, that's never a good feeling, re-adding fish, but they're going to have a full team wall soon. Full team wall. But yeah, clapping the water like that. 1v3 on the water destroys all of the fishing ships, not a single fish. And it's a huge vill lead now for the Plecators. Humble Pie up to castle, though. Now we gotta worry about what happens with knights. And is Braids even gonna take a fight against blue? I mean, blue under the docks of Braids, so Braids will get reinforcements out. Not doing any reinforcements, though. Just gonna fight this. And I think blue should win this unless Braids has some amazing micro. Very low HP ships for Braids. Yeah, low HP ships as they all start to go down. And then Castle Age on the way for Braids. How's this going up? That's a big wall. Big wall, and now finally they're winning water. But winning water after some initial losses. And here comes some more scouts from Pleco running forward. I'll maybe find some vills on the zebra. Some gold being taken from Pleco in the back. And a TC on the way up for braids. Oh, some scouts getting on the vills. Scouts on the vills from blue. Blue losing vills out front. No spear from the barracks. And those scouts, they have upgrades. They have forging and armor. So, ooh, that is a rough spot for blue. Great picks from Pleco. And we'll get away from the spears. Alright, that was rough. Oh, quick auto farms from blue. Making up for the lack of food eco. There's ammo up to the castle age, though. That's what I've been scared of. Hindustani camels. Here they come, double stable camel production. Double stable camels. And now can chase down the scouts with the camels. And over here, oh gosh, that's not the type of Hindustani camel I was talking about. Oh, are all three camels auto-scouting and following the same path? It must be. Silly auto-scout. Oh, why did they add auto-scout? The fire is coming forward, fighting braids on the water. That'll be a TC in the back for ammo. Well, they did auto-scout the hole in the wall. And that is something that might come back to bite Evolution, because that is open. That right there is wide open. Seems like they all follow the same random seed. Yeah, that was my conclusion initially when I did my auto-scout video years ago. I still have to find a way to maybe make a mod and disable auto-scout. I think it's kind of detrimental to have it still. Anyway, camels coming forward. Camels and scouts from ammo. And now, still no fish added in. They haven't re-added the fish. Still a good Vil lead for the Plecators. And now Braid's still controlling the water. And Braid's controlling the water has been amazing so far. And adding another TC behind this. So that'll be a TC that blue won't have. Braid's definitely had a blue in terms of Vils. Those raids on the Vils, killing everything before the walls go up, were devastating. But now here comes some knights. So knights and camels now. Knights from Humble Pie, camels from ammo. And players adding their TCs in the hills. Crossbow is going to be into cav archers. I mean, I know the map's very open, but I wonder if it's tempting just to stay crossbow against the camels. I guess you can't really do that as Tatars, though, because you don't have the ARB transition. Pikemen, too. Pikemen from Pleco. Ooh, that could be great. Against camels. If you have a Camber player who's not going archers, but just going knights. Against Knight Camel, perhaps we'll see some plentiful Pleco pikemen. Your auto's got to be a mobile AI. I'm gonna just remove it from everything. Oh, McGoob, hello. Looks like it has some very well-scripted maps for it, too. And so Tatar is with the sheep in the north. Score is still really close. Team so far away, this could be a long game. Is it bigger than others? Is it bigger than others? It does feel kind of large. Maybe just because players spawn so far apart. The scripting was expertly adjusted. Would have been a map that predated the ability to change sizes, so I'd actually be surprised if someone later on changed the size, but you never know. Well, perhaps you worked on more part of the finals. Well, it's a good map pool for the finals anyway. I was joking about the 7-hour stream earlier, but now we're 6.5 hours in. There's a workshop for Humble Pie. We're here, pikemen fighting camels and knights. And there are those Plucko pikemen I was talking about. Doing well against the camels, look at that. Little knights mixed in. 17-team game was ambitious, especially for an Aussie time zone. Mixing over here, crossbows looking to break through. Pikeman poking another camel. Wall still coming up. Oh, what is this? Forward siege. Forward siege from the Hobolution. And forward war galleys for Braids. Braids versus Blue. Still battling on the water. Braids needs to patrol and fight. There he goes. Oh, there are demos mixed in. There are demos mixed in. Oh, there they go. There go the demos. Splitting up the ships. Okay, they're not going to do too much, those demos. Not going to do too much, but the fires mixed in might. Lane Navy is nice, and Braids again going to win the water. Water player highest score, though, versus Hindustani player highest score. And I wonder if the Hindustani might just be able to carry on land. Cav Archer still running around. Scorpion defense from the Camber. This could be Scorp Elephant, Ballista Elephant, plus Camel Shiitake hand cannons eventually. Maybe that's a long way away, though. The Compass game was great. Wants a conversion, but will be picked off by crossbows. And Plucko's team pressuring. Oh, and Plucko, thank you very much for the sub. Thanks for using your tier 1 sub. That'll help us towards our Partner Plus goal. We've hit the 100 goal, still a ways to go for 300, but hopefully we keep growing steadily. Monk's coming over for conversions. Scorpion wants to get some bolts on the crossbows. Oh, McGoob, thank you very much for the sub. So many subs today. Okay, well, Braid's taking the water. So it's water control for Braids, but potential land control for ammo. Now, so thank you for gifting 5 subs. All this helping our chicken cosplay goal. Okay, so more walls going up. And what is this workshop going to do? Battering rams soon. And hello, Frippy on YouTube. Battering rams soon. Okay. Rams on the way. Imp for Braids. Oh, Braids dominating the water. Does Braids dominate the water and does it actually lead to a win? Or is the score lead deceptive because it's the water lead? Okay, so we're at the everything is full walled stage, I think. I mean, let me speed this up a bit as everyone's up to Imp. As we've gone the full wall stage where we're so far apart, nothing's happening. The workshop has not yet been scouted. Maybe a knight will see it. Or... Yep, okay. Nope, that's the same team's knights. Okay, so Imps are going to come in soon. Green up to Imp. Green up to Imp 2. More galleys trying to fight through the walls. Look forward to watching the VOD back. Hello, Ammo. Hello. It's been an amazing 7-game set so far. Okay, some knights trying to get in on the quick-walled Ville, but she'll stay safe. And Hobolution will be prepared to do more sneak buildings. Here come the Hindustani camels. So the Hindustani player who's up. We can have Arbalest from Braids 2 to contribute on land. So the Malay player going Arb can even add in Halb at some point to help deal with the camels. And has all the water control. Imagine if Braids transports right on cue. Well, thanks for gifting a sub to Ammo. Well, I thought he was going to transport Arbs, but transporting crossbows all the same. And oh no, blue. We're feeling quite blue in the eco. Hobolution, hello. Crossbows, no attack stance, pacifist run. No attack stance, so they didn't fight prematurely. Oh, here come Cav Archers. Japanese Cav Archers on the way. Oh, Japanese Cav Archers, maybe even better than the Tatar Cav Archers. Didn't even think about that late game, but yeah, Japanese Halb Cav Archer. Hindustani camel, Khmer scorpion elephant. This is going to be a scary late game composition if they get to it. Who knows, maybe this game lasts another 2 hours. Here comes the ram push. Remember, Tricky Mickey started this set off with some amazing Arbalest play on frontline. Mangonel hits the Vil. And we'll kill the Vil, 2 HP left. Oh, the Vil goes down. At work trying to cope with 5 hours of sleep. Now, 17 games does feel ambitious. More pikemen in the transport. Okay, I guess they'll destroy the walls and maybe forgo the need for future transports. But at least it was an annoying raid. Camels here, ready to stop the ram push though. Get into the walls, but not going to do too much damage. As I worry that Braze's score might be a bit deceiving for the rest of the team. Okay, there are some Humble Pie Knights in the back. Talk about going to the back. Oh, and thank you, Al, for gifting Mickey a sub. Knights are just trying to hoover. Oddly enough, there's no economy against the very edge of the map, so the Knights have a lane to go for. Maybe they'll find the gold. Gold can be house-walled rather nicely. You're about to go to work. Hello, Iceman. Here come the Cav Archer. So Cav Archer Camel. And Blue's team takes the score lead now. And that's a score lead that they have despite having lost water. And Arbs can come in, and they're just going to have to rely on Cav Archers being out of position for their raids, I think. Cavalier on the way for the Camber. Alright, Cavalier Camel. This is feeling pretty good for them now. If the Cavalier's still in trying to raid, they can split up against the pikemen. They can even kill the pikemen. As I said, pluck those pikemen right from the start. Very important. Camel's thinking, I mean, maybe they actually want to fight before pikemen become halbs. I guess that's not a threat because Plucko's still in the Castle Age. Blue's still in the Castle Age, but up to Imp, and once those Japanese Cav Archers become Imperial Age Cav Archers, I think they just straight up win against the Tatar Cav Archers, unless the Tatars have a hill, but it's +2 attack against archers, and that's attack that is not blocked by armor. Hindustani camels have an attack bonus against buildings. Could 30 camels jump a castle here? Cavalier with Khmer feels wrong. It is against camels. Tatar camels. Ooh. Those will lose to Hindustani camels. They'll lose hard. Here, elephants would be much better against camels. Elephants would also maybe negate Hun paladins eventually. Oh, but Cavalier raids down here. No camels here, as Braids facing the wrath of Cavaliers suffering from not being walled. And everything here, idle, not a Vil on the screen thanks to those Cavaliers. One idle out there. And doing some damage. So Braid's still with the water control, some maybe counter raids, but that's just pikemen, okay. As much as I like the Pleco pikemen. Maybe not as a forward raiding unit. And here, Ammo, higher score than Braids, and as a land player. And with a unit that's going to stop the camels. All that investment into range is just to go camels. I mean, what do you want? The Huns player eventually going camels? Well, Imp on the way, Bodkin on the way. I mean, the Huns player eventually going Cav Archers? Maybe that's the play? Halb CA? Oh, there are the Arbs from Braids. And that's what they need. They need to clear a lot of camels here. What are those are Glams. No armor on them, so the Arbs will deal with them too. This is a good fight for Braids, I think. Here they go. Good fight. Camels from the rear, but the archer's getting picked off, and now the imp camels can fight that. And if camels peel off to chase the cav archers, that's just fewer camels fighting the imp camels. Oh, here come more imp camels. Ammo's carrying this. Ammo is carrying this game. Full hussars with the Camber. Really, I'd rather be full elephant, but that's just because it's the most fun play. Siege engineers on the way. What type of siege are we gonna get then from the Japanese? Gotta be trebuchets then. How much gold? Lots of gold still untouched in the mountain. Some gold still untouched on the coast. Lots and lots of gold. But you need to be... Nothing quite in the very middle, though. It's all on these sides, on the coast and on the mountain. A bit more on the mountain than on the coast. Is it just the Hindustanis have Imp Camel? Imp Camel, well, also a strong eco backing. Look, 200 pop, and these Imp Camels are fully popped. I mean, fully upgraded. I don't think this team right now has a composition to fight Imp Camels. I think Galam's useful against the camels. I was wondering when we'd see trade. I guess you can trade from down here to up here along your own side and have a safe trade line. That feels a ways away still. Imp Camels. Remember, Imp Camels also from the Hindustanis. Team bonus that they have more attack against buildings. They can break in quickly. There's one thing they can't do is transport. And this team will be holding in the north with the castles. Holding in the south with castles too. Let's go for the barracks there. Oh, look at these forward workshops that the camels could destroy. Oh, Ammo, why is Ammo doing skirms? I guess Ammo preparing for the map to run out of gold. I have some workshops there from the Japanese. And not really great civ from this team, other than maybe Hindustanis could do. Elephants and cannons. Hindustani is just like the best unit composition of everyone. Luck are actually above Humble Pie in terms of score. And now the pikes could be problematic, as this team retakes the score lead somehow. Okay, I mean, what are we talking about the pikes? Now we have halbs. And maybe Pleco could push here? Humble Pie definitely took some damage from that, from constantly dealing with that forward. The Cavaliers did a lot of damage, but, I mean, damaging Braids when Braids already was imp and had arms, maybe not the right play. And water trade if they sneak docks there. Okay, there are markets. There's trade. Trade? Okay, trade. Now I have no idea who's going to win this. I thought Ammo was just going to carry, but they're so far apart and the walls are there, they couldn't really get a push. Now they have so many castles in the north. They can push back. So Arab Heavy Camel against Skirm Halb Imp Camel Heavy Cav Archer. And this feels like the play. They're without Pleco, because Pleco's pushing the north. Team's no gold access? I guess that's true, just these walls. That slight forward earlier denied much of the gold. Blue team would have to come to the middle here. And the Nubilite, thank you for the raid. Welcome to an intense game number 7, we're 50 minutes in. As I said, it felt like this was going to be an hour-long game with how far apart the teams are. I guess Paladin, Pleco Pocket Paladin in this game. As the Huns, and then Huns will be Huns. Is that what will decide the set? Huns being Huns as the Treb push continues. Nothing to pick off the Trebs. They'll be downhill, but they can take out a castle and 3+ TCs here as long as they stay alive. Halves protect them. Admiral Alpine Lakes. No, oh gosh, Alpine Lakes sounds like a horrifying idea. That's a lot of arbs. It's a lot of Malay arbs. And right now, if it's Imp Camel, do you have a way to kill the arbs? You need equal, if not greater numbers of heavy cav archers from the Japanese, which will win fights against the arbs. But can they be replaced and maintained at the same pace? Okay, Treb's being jumped from the camels, but that's going to be a costly jump as the Halbs are there to kill the camels. And Paladin's still trying to get in. Gulam's body blocking them. Camels there to clean the raids. And still gold access, hard to come by for Blue's team. Blue with a bit of gold. But even down here, their trade will be disrupted by the water control from Braids. Braids could go cannon galleons. Oh god, Braids could go harbor docks in Thalassocracy. Transport some vills, harbor dock the little inner ponds? Harbor dock there would be beautiful. That would be beautiful. Do we have elephants from anyone? I don't see any elephants. And Braids, I know this is the future and the set's done, but please harbor dock the trade. Feels like admin loss. Yes, it sounds like the admin condition is now dock versus non-dock. Here are rams, the Japanese don't really feel like the ramming civ. Camber cav archers here against Hun paladins. These are not heavy cav archers. That does not feel good, but if the Huns don't have enough paladins, maybe it works. And the Treb out there going for the TC. This is where the full Hussar from the Camber could have been nice, because you're not spending the gold. And the gold limited map, so many arbs from Braids. And he's keeping the numbers up above the numbers of Japanese cav archers. The camels here are good against the cav archers if they close the distance. Rams being pushed back. No. I just feel like we don't have the army numbers from this team. 143 to 116, huge population lead. They're up 500 plus, closing on 600, while Blue's down around 400. They're at 2/3 of their pop. This team's almost maxed. I think Pleco's teams are gonna do it. The Plecators pushing here in the south. At least being annoying still in the north. And look at this camel span. They need some more forward buildings. I'm just going for the workshop there. Here's the push. Treb's on the wall. I can let the Arbs in. Arbs could also transport. Camels and Cav Archers still holding the north. And Camber player, when you're out of gold, feels awkward because you don't have the Scorpions or the Elephants. Halb's still holding, but this is gold control from Pleco. Gold control from Pleco, as the teams have just completely swapped their positions. Pleco now in the north, with two players in the south and the middle. And those are raids, those are camels getting in, and they're into the trade. They're into the trade. And is this GG here now that they're in the trade? Did the Grand Trunk Road affect trade? I believe so. I think you can do that and Caravanserai and have insane trade. No Caravanserai here, that's just a university. Yeah, and then you can have like a Spanish teammate and a Bengalis teammate. And great trade. Okay, a bit of a counterattack here, but Braid's on point. He's going to wall it off. And there is the GG as the push into the trade does it. And the Plecators will take it 4-3. After falling down 2-0, they come back. And what is that? Pleco carrying the final game, 382 kills. Braid's taking the water from 3 players at the start. I was worried about the full late game composition of this team, but they never quite got there. The Camber player was pressured the entire time. GG, help Crusaders are attacking our trade routes. Whew. Dang. Alright, so let's just check off the final scoreboard here. Win for Pleco there. Blue losing coast to mountain. For the civs, that's Huns, Tatars, Malay over Japanese, Hindustanis, Khmer. I feel like I just casted 3 sets. Whew, that's gonna be it for me for tonight. And the stream on YouTube and raid summon on Twitch. So thank you all for watching. Enjoy the VOD. And I'll see you all during the week for more Sudden Disaster, probably for some midweek madness. Don't know if there'll be anything tomorrow. Maybe I'll be streaming tomorrow to cast more Karto sets. And I'll see you later.